Good evening. My hair is wacky as hell. I apologize. Tonight's drink of choice is that shenanigans. Real rum cocktail. We are going to be hanging out with some of the greatest comic creators who are doing Kickstarter right now. This is Creator Hangout. We've got a lot to talk about. I got some beef I'm going to share out publicly, which is going to be cool. We're going to start out with some beef because beef is good. People like the beef, so we're going to address all that. But first, I want to introduce everybody here because we get so many talented people. We got one person returning from last week, and the rest are all brand new creators who are fresh on the market. So I'm going to start with my partner for No Contest, Daniel Martinez. How are you, Daniel?
What's going on, Travis? I'm doing great. How are you?
Great. I love that American Psycho shirt.
Oh, absolutely.
I wish you would have went full lawyer, though. Look, full fight lawyer. Keep the suit on. But you won this week, so you're on celebration, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, we got a great result yesterday. Had a serious felony trial in another county, Indian River County, which is always nice because I consider that playing an away game. If you win in another courthouse,
right,
you're good. You're good. So we got a good win for my guy yesterday.
Yeah, that's awesome. Speaking of away games, Stokes is seeing the Philadelphia Eagles, the great Philadelphia Eagles, not in their home place, but playing in the best friggin' game in the world, is what I hear.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I'm really trying to get funded so I can just, get blackout drunk for 3 days straight. At the Super Bowl, Arizona,
Every extra pledge beyond his funding is just one extra beer he can afford.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's get somebody else in here. We've got Tyler, my partner in Cthulhu, not Cthulhu.
Yes.
But Coins of Judas, this little stack right here. This is
Heck yeah, look at these.
Fire. Yo, that's fire. I have both of those covers for the record.
And he's cheating on me and doing his own book, whatever that means. Like, why don't you just wait until I'm ready what he wants me to do?
I know.
You want.
Oh man, yeah. I was actually looking at my schedule and I'm like, okay, once I finish this, I'm back to being Travis's bitch for a month or two.
Right. What's this? I came to show the boys some love. Okay, all right.
What's going on?
Yoshibo is right here in Glensdale, AZ. I know that my boy Stokes is looking for restaurant recommendations. So if you got anything for him, I think he's agreed to meet one person for lunch, but it's highest bidder. Highest bidder to meet with the legendary Stokes.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, I've also got the guy. So this guy has a hit series. Friggin' does a spinoff, doesn't need like direct marketing like I do, and then is already at the merch section of comic creating, and that's Rob Multari. How are you, Rob?
Good. How you guys doing?
What's up, Rob?
You having a good night?
Well, up and down. Don't want to get into the downs. Just we'll stick with the highs.
No, you're all alone. I'll remove everybody. We'll just talk about it. It's only me and there's only 22 people watching right now, so it's gonna be fine, Rob. Like, just we'll keep it private.
I'm sure. I mean, if they go to my Facebook page, you'll see a post, but it's all good.
All right.
No, it's just stuff. Anyway, but the good stuff, personal life stuff. But we're here to talk comics, not that stuff.
Right.
But yeah, thank you for having me, and it's great to be joining all the talented creators here.
Yeah. And we've also got Marcus
Jimenez.
Jimenez, Papa. Jimenez.
What
How you doing?
I'm very white. I came from New Hampshire.
It's okay. I'm here in Mass. I'm right on the border.
All right. How old are you?
I'm 26.
Okay, I'm in my 40s. So there were very different atmospheres compared to the age. But how are you, man? I've been following you for a long time. I love your publishing company.
Thank you.
We're going to talk about that tonight. I'm really excited. So I'm happy to have you on.
I'm happy to be here.
So get that. Stokes, we got people recommending stuff.
Okay, all right. La Perla. I figured it would be Tex-Mex, but I ain't mad.
and then hit Drawn to Comics on the street. Now, like, is that like where you pick up artists? Has that been the secret like avenue for artists? You just go and be like, hey, I want something modern in the $50 range, and like.
$50. Yeah, sign me up.
All right, we've got Evan. We have worked on a project that we'll eventually see, and it's amazing. It's a great project. But how are you tonight, man?
I am wonderful. I didn't make a drink, and then I saw you were drinking, and now I feel like I got to go make a drink.
You can do that. Don't be afraid.
I know, I was just saying the same thing.
We can hang. I normally have a beer or something of that nature for the night. So yeah, please. It's a fun hang.
My comic is alcohol themed, so I feel like it's only appropriate.
Fair enough. Well, you got two. You're cheating the system.
Yeah, right.
Rob and Evan are my boys. All right. And then we got the wonderful Carissa. How are you?
I'm good.
You're one of my favorites. You're always liking all my posts, and like, it makes me feel special. Like that's all I need. Like,
yeah. Well, your stuff is awesome. So yeah.
Right. If someone likes, you don't even have to really like me. If you like my posts, I'm gonna fight for you forever because I assume that we are the best. You can be my arch nemesis and hate me, but I'm gonna be like, you like my shit. So I mean, we're best friends.
I like to support other indies. That's everyone out there. So I even on my Kickstarter at the bottom, I put names of all the Kickstarters that are active or coming soon or whatever. Because and I try to back as many as I can. So
that is awesome. That is really, really awesome. Never heard anybody do it.
I got lucky because when I came into this, I had no knowledge whatsoever, and I don't know much more now. But I know more people, so they know stuff, and they're helping me with stuff, so.
And then, so my last guest for tonight, though we may have a couple appearing surprise guests coming at various times, is Richard. Richard is my favorite part of indie comics lately. He's my new favorite. It used to be Stephen Prince, which is really odd because I don't know if you guys know this. Stephen Prince gets served by the Kardashians because of where he lives. Like he's part of their weight, and then he gets the balance and stuff. So he's normally my favorite. Richard's been my favorite recently.
This is weird. Stephen Prince is my favorite person in indie comics because his kids like my books so much that they made their mom go and buy me a special cookie, and it was from Milk, and it was the compost theme one, and the kid handed it to me and said, "Because you say you're garbage, this was the closest thing." It was like honestly high point of my 2021, and I still remember it now.
I could be bought off with cookies too.
But also, like just having like a 7-year-old child, I can never tell. Like this kid could have been anything from 2 to 17. I can't tell. Like yeah, be like because you're garbage. Like, you understand me. I appreciate the liking of posts thing. I've become more popular on Twitter now because I used to be very bad at social media. I'm still not, huge by any means, but I used to get like a solid 1 like per post, and then I stopped getting that 1 like, and I found out that person who liked everything I did had blocked me. And the tipping point was when I made the very good, technically funny joke of Lance Armstrong didn't need drugs. He could have used the psychological advantage of changing his name to Lance Legstrong, and apparently that was
Wow.
Yeah.
Sensitive.
Wow.
Technically funny. Technically a joke.
I like all your stuff. Actually, it's been pretty good lately. If I post something, I mean, I have 4,000 followers, but like usually it was like the same 5 people. And lately it's been like, 50 people or so. And I think in a couple hours, it's been seen like 1,500 times. So that's good for me because I'm not anybody.
But it's always going to be that thing where like the dumbest idea you have is going to suddenly be the thing that becomes like the most popular thing you've ever done. Like the one and only time I went like mildly viral on Twitter was purely to like piss off Stokes. I posted a dumb joke and it went like, I think like within the hour that we were talking, it had like 300 retweets.
Well, that is cool for me. I do stupid shit all the time.
It was the comic swimming pool made up of panels that said no splashes. So fucking dumb.
That is also a brave take. No splash pages either. Wow, things are heating up already. So I got to address some beef from last week before we get on to the train, and it's not bad beef, but so last time I did this, someone made a joke, and I want to make sure it's very clear that they were just talking crap because I was talking crap. But I wanted to make something clear for people who don't know, because I try to be a heart on my sleeve. I try to tell you who I am, what I'm all about all the time. So last week someone was like, yo, you don't have a lot of subscribers, so what's the point of this kind of thing? That's not exactly what they said, but something of that nature. We kind of compared subscribers. But I wanted to like share that my goal is never to be a YouTube person. Like, that's not my thing. I don't care about that. I want to do comics. Like, I want to be community. And I'm going to use Rob as an example, and Tyler for this. When we started out, to get on a show was torture. Like, it was really hard. It wasn't until COVID that there was this plethora of shows to get. So you were fighting for spots. And the reason why I created something like this and made it really about what it is that I can get as many people on as I could, give as many people spots as I could, and get them out, get them what they need, which is backers, and move on. And so I kind of wanted to share that, that's kind of my MO. I don't care if I don't have 100 subs or if I never get monetized, because I want to sell you my comic book. I don't give a shit if you sub to my YouTube. So
yeah. Actually, that's stupid to go by the numbers, because if someone has 2,000 subscribers but nobody does anything or comments or shares it or watches it, who cares who subscribes to it? If you have like 100 people or 20 people that are always on it watching it and supporting it, then those 20 people are worth more than 2,000 people that don't do anything.
The interaction is more important.
In other words, screw that.
Gary V vibes for comics, love it. Yeah, and again, this person they meant no disrespect, but it weighed on my heart. Literally thought about it every time I woke up every day, because that's kind of how I am. So so I had to share that, because I wanted to be clear about my intent and why. Like, people like Rob and Tyler really get it, because it was so hard to get on the shows back then. There was like 5, and like you need to tell them like 3 months in advance. And Tyler,
you're muted, buddy.
It was so hard, because one, there weren't any, and if there were, you fought for it. So I was like, F it, I've got to make my own. I've got to make my own, and now it's good that now everyone's doing it. You should have more subscribers though, Travis.
It makes you feel better about not.
I should have more subscribers this week. That's true. that is also true. It's the same reason why I do comic level up. This is probably the most vainest thing I've ever said, but I really just want people who I admire to know that I read their shit. That's it. I just want to sit with them and be like, hey, I read your shit and I can prove it. Come on.
Travis wants to be the moon to their orbit there.
Right. Exactly.
I have a question for the YouTube people, because I'm not a YouTube person. If you're doing a live stream, can you see the names of the people who are watching?
No.
No.
Okay. Because I didn't know that. If I ever click into a live stream and I'm the only person watching, I'm like, I can't leave. Fuck, I'm stuck here forever. Right? I am trapped.
It happens to me on Twitter Spaces too. I accidentally click it and I'm like, shit, I gotta watch this for a while.
Only Ian McKellen's name pops up. That's it.
It was a Skype call. It's very different.
All right. So Daniel, you're the worst person to start on. So I'm gonna put you down on the list a little bit, just because you do something different. And we'll start with Stokes. Well, we'll start with Tyler, because switch them up. So Tyler, you've got a book live right now.
Dude, I've got 2. Technically. I got 2 technically. The one that you and I are doing, it's out.
Well, yeah, but we're talking about Kickstarter.
Oh, yeah. Fuck Coins of Judas. Fuck that work I'm doing with you.
Whoa. Hey, don't be all that.
Yeah, I hate. I've got my series, The Girl with the Mega Fist, Volume 3 out. I'm just trying to get a copy of it. So, so this is my series, The Girl with the Mega Fist. They're 200-page graphic novels. I always say it's one of the most epic stories that's being told in indie comics right now. It's also the best deal in indie comics. No one can beat me. Literally, there's no comic in indie comics right now that can beat my page count to price right now. And I'm really proud of the series. I'm currently inking some pages right now as we talk.
Oh, and you got the Coins of Judas cover here, so I guess you can talk about it a little bit.
Yeah, I actually need to re-up. I sold out. I already sold out on the limited inventory I put on there, so I need to re-up it. That's
awesome, man. That's great.
Yeah, no. It's really awesome. I love all the add-ons. I love the add-on feature that Kickstarter does. But yeah, so the Girl with the Megafist is about a girl named Eliana, and in this first arc that we're doing, the first arc is 4 volumes. We're following her training arc to becoming Earth's protector. She's been chosen by the gods, by the mega gods and the almighty gods, and the almighty gods have chosen 2 twin brothers and she to fight alongside her, but she can only choose one of them to go down to Earth. And so the big overarching premise that we've been going through for the last couple volumes is she going to choose the one who's the strongest, or is she going to choose the one that she's in love with? And in this volume, we're finally she finally has to make that decision of who she's going to take down to Earth. And so there's been a ton of battle. I think the biggest compliment I got on the last volume that we did was that there was a 90-page fight scene, which was just a ton of fun. Which was a ton of fun to do. And but yeah, we've had this character's gone through a ton of ups and downs, and we're getting to the conclusion of this arc. And a lot of people, some of my favorite Twitter, comments are some people have done threads on who she's gonna pick, why is she gonna pick this brother over this brother, and I've really enjoyed the community that's been built around this series.
So that is awesome. It's weird that she's in love with her brother, but we're not going to address that. That's just you want to do an incest book, that's on you. But I have you written down for. Oh, it went up since I've written it down. So hold on.
Yeah, sorry, that was me. I saw the art, and I was like, I gotta get it.
Marcus,
thanks, I
you gotta wait. You're messing up my whole system here. I needed.
Did you get one volume or did you get all 3?
I did the digital all 3. I had
Smart, man. Smart.
So you are currently at 7,127 with 184 backers. I want to get you at 186 backers.
Go for it, dude. I'd love that.
We're gonna get you. Let's see, 7,145. How's that sound?
Yeah, sure. I mean, if it's a new person, I'm seeing them go for either the $12 or the $45 tier, because those are the catch-up tiers.
We'll see how it goes, but I love your stuff. I'm excited about it. It is one of my favorite books, and I have given it away too to go. Look, I have manga in my library because all these hippie bopper kids come in with their manga that I don't know anything about.
Travis told me not to draw manga in Coins of Judas, and I redrew that first page because I could tell in the chat. I said, what do you guys think of this first page? And I could tell everyone went, we like it. And I could just read. I could feel the emotion of we all don't like this. So I changed up my style for Coins of Judas, and I think we came up with a really cool hybrid. But yeah, Girl with the Megafist is like my hardcore. This is the style I draw in normally.
Nice. All right, so we'll go on to the next book here. We're going to go to Stokes here. How are you, Stokes, tonight?
I'm doing fantastic, man. Thank you for having me.
No problem. Everything good. I saw you guys. Who ended up being? I haven't watched your latest video, but who is the rap god? I just need to know.
It was Rap Goat. I believe we landed on Nas for now, but we have to do a part 2.
Okay.
I just saw Nas not too long ago with Wu-Tang.
Man, that sounds great. Really
yeah,
jealous.
man.
Incredibly jealous.
But
and Busta Rhymes came out too. That was the fun part.
That was the fun part.
Yeah, just Busta killed. I mean, he's incredible on stage. I've never seen him. I've seen Nas a couple times.
Yeah. I'm more of a Nas guy.
Oh, absolutely. No, he's way better. But I mean, as far as the stage presence, it was outstanding.
Fair enough.
Hold on. We got Geek Collective said I have shows on my network who are looking for interviews. So all right, Geek Collective, we can figure that out. That's Joey. Joey's got some cool stuff. All right, so Stokes, we're gonna talk about Intrusive Thoughts. I've read it. I enjoyed it immensely. One of the things I don't know if you know this about me, Stokes, but my wife works in child welfare. Okay. So the stuff that kind of goes into this book, I hear about on the regular. So seeing it on the page and not really spoken in that really spoke to me of someone who goes through those hassles. And people don't think about the little things that happen. In fact, I was talking to somebody about your book, and they're like, that seemed unbelievable. I was like, no, that's just shit that happens. Like, they can't fill out forms. Shit gets wild. Like, educate yourself.
Yeah,
so
man.
tell us about your book, man.
That was my 3rd comic book. Would you believe it?
Your 3rd compliment or 3rd comic book?
My 3rd comic book. That's my 3rd.
Okay.
Absolutely. So it's a mystery. The kid is an orphan. He doesn't know his family. His foster parents kind of treat him like a paycheck. They're always gone. and he had sleep paralysis, night terrors, migraines. And the series of mystery is finding his sleep paralysis demon bites one of his classmates. It materializes, and it's also about him figuring out what happened with his parents. So it's a mystery.
Nice. So did you these pages? Did you decide to not put up the lettered pages for spoilers?
No, you know what? I kind of like I guess it would be good to have one lettered page.
You do have one. One of them's lettered.
Just so it's lettered, but I like to really let the art speak.
Okay.
I would think, but yeah, I think I could have had some more lettered pages.
It's weird. I've heard that you want fully lettered to show that it's closer to being done, but I've also heard that you also want to let the art speak for itself. I don't know the right answer, but
I also have the standard copy printed out, so I showed that like in the campaign video and then on the actual Kickstarter. So that should be a thing that that should get across. I feel like.
I also like that your variants are super affordable too. It's only $20 for the variant, which is great.
All right, yeah. I just backed you, brother.
Damn it! Stop! You guys are messing up my whole thing. I haven't said his numbers yet. Damn it!
Fuck you, Travis.
Hey, I'm pretty fast.
I need to vault, man. Come on, try and get it by next weekend, bro.
All right. So I had you down. I got to mark off Stokes thing. So you're at 3499.
Yeah.
165. I like even numbers, but I'm gonna have to get you to 168, I guess.
I'm closing in,
right.
Richard. I'm closing in.
It's because I like those round numbers. I like big numbers. All right, so we're gonna try to get you 60 more bucks tonight.
I'll take it. Thank you.
Take it. All right, so that's our goal. So, and commenters, guys, I see a lot of people watching. Let's comment. Let's talk. Is there anything else you want to say about it before I move on to the next person, brother?
I was curious. I guess you gave your thoughts on it. You thought it was good?
Yeah, no, I told you it was good. I think it's very well written. I think that you're right.
Say it on stream, so everybody can know what's up. You know what I'm saying?
Do I need to bring up the tweets, the private text, and so read it out to make sure that it's verbatim?
I ain't saying nothing about no private text, man. You have an overactive imagination. I just want people to know the book is good, according to you.
No. I think Adrian's thoughts is good. I think it's really well written. I think for someone who's a rookie comic, and I've seen his growth from all the issues of Decay to this. For me, it's very, very personal. As someone who came from a broken home, my parents didn't give a shit about me. So like, filling out forms was super hard. Like I didn't apply to colleges because I didn't understand that shit. I had no one to help me, and I didn't want to tell them how broken my shit was. And then watching that in life, with my wife's job, people going through that, like sometimes that's all they need, man, is just someone to fill out a fucking form for them, and they just are thrown out to the wolves,
Yeah, I'm glad it resonated. Now you said a rookie. At what point in my long you've had these kind of conversations?
Oh my God, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
I knew Stokes was gonna bring that up when you said that. I was like, oh, Travis, he's gonna bring this up.
Not today.
You know what's funny? I was thinking about this on the way up here. Like I've been writing like in general for like 15 years. You know what I'm saying? This isn't something I picked up recently, so I don't know if I'm considered a rookie. I might be old guard in that context.
I would say most people didn't even get to the second Kickstarter. You're on your third, so you are definitely as close to old guard as you can get. Fourth? Okay. So that's about as old guard as you can get. Most of us, we don't get to see him after the first issue, so that's it's not good and bad at the same time. Depends on whether or not they fulfilled, right, Rob?
I fulfilled.
So let's move. So you're old guard, Stokes, or is there a middle guard?
You kids get off my lawn,
You're basically now you have to choose. We're using Westeros terms. You either got to go to the wall or you got to pick a kingdom to fight for.
Yo, you lost me in this metaphor. Go to the next person.
All right, Marcus. Let's talk about your book. Talk about who you are. I've been paying attention to your brand for a little bit, even though I didn't know. You and I've been Twitter friends and Facebook friends, but Dauntless Stories, I like some of the stuff you're doing over there. So talk about that before you even talk about your book, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so Dauntless grew from actually my first Kickstarter that I did back like 2 to 3 years ago now. Mm-hmm. I had pitched Deadly Living, which is a book I did with Gavin Guidry and Addison Duke, Taylor Esposito, Hassan OE, and we had pitched it to publishers all over. Had gotten some feedback originally, but then the pandemic hit, and all, as everyone knows, publishers all shut down. No one was taking pitches. So I was just like, I'm just going to kickstart it. We ended up getting funded like 120% of our goal, which is great for my first time doing Kickstarter. And that from there, I was just like, I don't need another publisher. I'm going to create my publisher. I'm going to put this brand. And my goal has always been elevating voices everywhere I can.
Yeah.
It's only me. Like, I fund every project out of my own pocket before it goes into production. So we've worked with Frankie White and a ton of other creators. Isai right here is my first manga. I've kind of got obsessed with manga and anime last year. So I wanted to explore that style of comic booking. And it tells a story of these three young scientists who are trying to solve like a global energy crisis. And when an experiment goes wrong, one of them dies, and the two are left with like this unconscionable grief and obviously extraordinary powers. And it's just a story about like what happens when you give two young people filled with so much grief powers that can destroy the world or save it. And it's super emotional. I spent hours writing it with Marco Stack, who writes Young Offenders. He has a campaign right now called Relentless Lark, and we just went back and forth, and we kind of coined the term that a friend of mine gave for my style of writing, which is like radical hope, like this idea that it's relentless hope, inspiration of like the kind of characters I read when when you read Superman, all that kind of stuff. So that's it in a nutshell.
That's beautiful. And I love. Can you get Travis Hill's Techno Night at the bottom? I love Travis Hill. He's a friend of mine. He's a lesser Travis. I'm the superior Travis. But Techno Nights is a great book. I love that.
I just finished the last. We just did re-edits, but being working a full-time job, running Dauntless, and then I just drew that entire book, which Travis added 15 pages to the end of it after we went to funding. So wow. I ended up doing that and on top of my other Kickstarter last year. So it's a really fun book.
I like your company a lot, and I want to let you know something. One of you motherfuckers are backing again. Who is it? Stoke, you guys are messing up my whole system. I have a system.
I know.
Cole, how are you, brother? All right, so we are at one. So now I'm at 168 with 5,381. So I'm gonna have to get you to 170. Nice. And we're gonna get you to 5,420. 5,420. How's that sound?
Sounds good to me.
No brains. I know you guys are all sitting there. How is he going to do it? We'll see. Actually, I think I fucked up. I don't think I posted Stokes in the chats, or I think I did Tyler's. But yeah, I got to go Stokes. Hold on. All right, let me update the chat real quick and get some. Make sure everybody gets everybody's stuff.
If you see me,
yeah, I love your company, and you do stuff, funding stuff on your website too, right? Isn't that technically wasn't that done on your website?
Yeah. So when the whole blockchain Kickstarter thing was happening, half the creator teams that were working for me were kind of like, I don't want to go to Kickstarter. What alternative can we do? So I kind of built my own Kickstarter on my website, and more like Indiegogo than it is Kickstarter. Eat My Flesh, Drink My Blood by Frankie White, Adam Markowitz, AHG. That was the first one that raised about like 7K on the website, which was pretty big for it being the first major green light. The next one we did was with, I don't know if you know them, but Son M and Dre. Son has a bunch of books with HarperCollins. They just got a big like vault book that's going to be coming out soon. But that book raised like 10K. On like 400 backers. So it's kind of, when you have that kind of new platform where it's hard to navigate, like lesser known creators don't get that, attention, but it's good to bring these other guys on and, elevate everybody. And that's always the plan with Dauntless.
That's awesome too. And there's not to throw you on the spot, and you don't beyond what I'm saying, you can just say yes or no. There was another creator too that you don't promote anymore, right? Or am I delusional? Never mind. We'll talk privately.
But you are delusional.
Yeah, probably delusional. Probably delusional. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I've never known what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So we got some people. By the way, guys, if you are on this chat or if you think, share it out, guys, so more people see it. The more chance we have to get people backing and stuff like that.
Sharing is caring.
Yeah, our numbers are fluctuating like crazy. We're at like 20, then we're 6, and then we're 15, then we're 30. Like it's wild. It's wild. I don't know what's going on.
We're gaining a lot of people for short amounts of time.
Yes. So Rob, let's go to Rob.
Hello.
So this is Kickstarter number 87, correct?
Number 9, I believe.
Because you are officially the old guard. Nobody has more Kickstarters than you.
Yeah, apparently I like pain. Yeah, so each year I try to like go for like 4, but I end up only doing like 2 a year. But this year I might actually be able to get there if all things go as planned. But we know that doesn't ever work out for anybody.
So I said before that there was going to be some beef, and everyone thought it was what I talked about before, but this is the real beef. This is a comic creator hangout, and you're bringing some shenanigans that is not a comic. So,
well, there are connecting covers involved.
Who do you think you are? First off, Rob, that you can make your own rules. It's my show.
How could you say no to this?
What is going on here with this thing? This.
It's so cute.
Like, what happened to his crotch? Like, why is it sewed up? And he just pulls his pants over his crotch and pretends like it didn't happen. What's going on here?
Well, so from the trade paperback, it was originally from a pinup by Megan Offer that featured the Twin Witches from my series, and one of them's holding up, Nightwolf Voodoo doll, which is that one right there.
Right, there you go.
And so it was basically like, that's an awesome touch. Yeah, let's, that's so cool. And other people, were like, hey, that's so cute. We should do something with that. And I'm always, asking my wolf pack whether I should do, something, just basically asking them what they'd like to see. And, a plushie was something that came up. And so that's kind of like where we ran with it. We were like, all right, well, I went back to Megan and I was like, hey, can you do a design based on that voodoo doll that you made? Do the front, side, back profile stuff and the color swatches. And I approached Skeleton Studio to basically put the prototype together. And I mean, there wasn't even like any revisions with this thing. I mean, it was like they did it spot on, and so the process went rather smoothly, surprisingly. So yeah, that's kind of like where we started going with it, and it's so it's Nightwolf's 5th anniversary. So I thought that that would be good to pair like the connecting covers that Carlos Herrera was doing for that with the plush. For anybody who's not interested in the plush at all, basically to do that. Instead, so doing them both side by side, so they have the option to do either comics or do the plush or do both or do it all.
And look, if you black clay last week, you can get this cool print if you back both, which is
that's
cool.
true.
So, all right, so I got one more thing to address before we go over your numbers here, and it's up here. Everyone knows that I created this character, the first one, right? In my 4-page short, right? Like everyone, that's what he's most known for, correct?
Only the people who have the trade.
Okay. Secondly, did you throw? You have so many pages here, which I get, but damn, dog, damn.
Well, it's like going to a comic shop. You want to give people, a sneak peek of what's in each issue, right?
Right, exactly. No, I get it. So is this plushie thrown on the other plushies to show, look, this will not look like any of your old plushies. It'll stand out, but your shit will look awesome. And that's just like
basically, we went out for the day, and my daughter was playing with the plush toy, and I was taking pictures and videos of her. And we were at the, one of our like local like farmer markets that had a bunch of plushes there. So I was like, I'm looking at them all, and I'm like, oh, these are typical ones, right? So let's shove that in there, and like, I mean, it made it stand out, you know, among the rest of them. So I was like, that's just a cool picture to show, and plus it also kind of shows size as well, you know, within the rest of them, you know, saying that, you know, this. Just size comparisons and stuff.
Yeah, no, I like it. I'm excited about it. You know, I'm looking at doing some new stuff this year, so it's really cool to watch you do it and see how it works, see how it works out.
Thank you.
So I'm excited about it. It looks like you're getting there. You're gonna get to your goal. I hope for you. I want you to kill your goal like you normally do, but I think you're gonna get there.
Yeah, I think you know, because this is so different, you know, since it's for a plush and it's for the existing issues that have been already out. You know, it's my regular Wolfpack. They're waiting for issue 7 to come out in like 2 months on Kickstarter. Right. Because spring is when we're launching issue 7, so they're kind of like, well, we'll just gotta wait, you know. But hopefully they don't wait too long for this guy, because you know we got to get to 10 so we can get this guy out there in larger numbers, because there are minimums that have to meet a minimum order for these guys, so it's not like a one-off thing that I can just be like, oh, here you go, you know,
right?
You know,
it's not like the Legos that you have. You can print,
yeah, exactly, yeah. The custom Legos, like, you know, I could do like a smaller number, the price goes up, but you know, whereas like this like is actually being produced through a professional manufacturer, so I do have to meet an order minimum to be able to do it, and so that's kind of like why I didn't do it as like a stretch goal. Right. Because I did want to have a larger number too, is because potentially Megan and I are going to be doing a kids board book with a background to like how this you know, plushie came to be. It's going to be a kind of like a Halloween kids book.
Okay.
Be something fun to go along with for that.
All right. So you're at 7,680, 106.
That's one more than the last I looked.
Yeah, somebody probably upped it while we're live to mess with me. We're gonna go to 6. Let's go to 700, and we'll go 108 because you got big budget items, so. You do have some digitals there if you've never checked out Nightwolf, which I highly recommend.
Yeah. There's some sample packs too, like where you can just get like the first 2 issues of Snowpaw and Nightwolf, or first issue of Snowpaw, the first issue of Nightwolf. For you know, that anybody who's coming to the Wolfpack for the first time just wants to dip their toes. Yeah, my daughter is like, when am I getting it back?
All right, so Daniel.
Go ahead.
We're going to switch over to Daniel now so we can get everybody done at least by 10 so I can start making sure I sell. And we've got 4 people because we're all talking a lot. But we're going to get you there, Rob. I believe in you. Daniel, how are you?
Yes, sir. I'm doing great, my friend. How you doing? How's everybody?
It was weird to be on this side of the camera, right? Normally you're just in the comments.
That's true.
Stuff.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It is a little different, but not so much. Not too much.
So tell us about, you and I have a book together. Tell us about it. We're going to hopefully come out with it.
Yeah, we got
by the end of the month, beginning of March at the latest.
Yeah, we're working on issue 2 and I guess our second Kickstarter. The first Kickstarter we did, when was it, in September, October?
Yeah, September, October, yeah.
September, October. And it's called No Contest. This is cover A. It's basically a story, how do you describe it? It's UFC, like MMA, UFC meets Law and Order meets Goodfellas. We have a criminal element to it. We have mob element to it. It's got a legal element, and of course, it's got the UFC MMA fighting element.
Yeah. We've been working pretty hard. I'm going to show actually some of the pages that we've got online for issue 2.
Absolutely.
We've been working on, but Daniel wanted to come and hang out. And it's Creators Hangout, so that is a welcome thing to do.
My wife's in the comments. No Contest is the best comic I have ever read. I think she only read 1, so that's an accurate statement.
This is one of our Daredevil homage cover, right?
Yep, and the guy on the top is kind of like going to be my kingpin, if you will. That's the promoter. That's the seedy promoter that's behind the scenes.
Look at you running.
That's me running. That's the wife down there, the one who just said that No Contest is the best comic we've ever read. And you know, Travis, I agree with you. What we're trying to do, everybody, basically, is we started with a couple of different topics and themes, and to see where we can branch from there. We wanted it to make sense. I think it does. It kind of marries all my passions together in like a gumbo of entertainment for people. I think.
No, I think so. I think so because you're a boxer. You have a boxing ring.
Right. Look at my eyes, guys. Like I play the game. Oh, you can't see me right now.
Oh, hell,
I got shiners galore. Look at this.
Right. This guy. Imagine this guy representing you in court with his shiners. Right. Like the judge is like, "What happened to you last night?"
And then he's like, "I got beat up."
Right. Yeah. But yeah, I like boxing. I like MMA. I have a gym at my office, guys. So that's what we're all about. We like trying different things, and we try to put this world together where people can see what I'm about and see where we could take this story.
Yeah. Let's show a couple more pages. We got a couple more here.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've got that. You got your wife. We've got all these angry guys. We don't want to spoil what's happening.
We can't spoil the story. But I will say this, guys. I represent quite a few, and we're hoping to get Ghostface Killa for issue 3, and that's very close to happening. But I represent quite a bunch of unique characters, if you will, rappers, fighters, MMA fighters, boxers. So we're trying to actually incorporate some of these people in these issues. This one is going to have Mike Davis from the UFC, Lorenzo Hunt from Bare Knuckle Fighting Championships. He's the heavyweight champion and the 185-pound champion. So we're trying to get amateur fighters, guys that want to build their resume, if you will, put them in the comic book as well, so they can see their characters, their actual personas, and what they can do in the story as well.
And when we have the Kickstarter, we're going to have a few slots if you want to be big and tough and be in the book. So
right, that's going to happen.
Be prepared for that. It'll be about the $100 mark, but you can be in the book. You can be all tough, you know.
Right.
I'm expecting Carissa because she's the toughest chick I know. So definitely be her.
Damn straight.
Right. Let's see that right hand, Carissa. Let me see the right hand. Let's see the right. All right. Yeah, she can be in it. I can already tell. I think Richard's going to be behind the scenes giving the fighters poppers. I don't know.
Listen, you know, you want to get them dizzy so they can kind of get this thing going. It helps them breathe. And also, you know, if we get punched in the butt, someone might lose their fist in there. So
absolutely right, and we don't want that to happen because there's a lot of liability with that. So I got to be careful.
Listen,
you don't want that to
have
happen. Richard may feel different.
And they're the liability.
Yeah.
So Evan, we're gonna go to Evan, Daniel. But
no
problem.
Yeah. Not really. I'm just here to hang out and kind of observe and support some Kickstarters and, you know, get things going in this community.
Yeah, no, I don't think anybody has a problem with that.
I hope not.
Evan, so you're also cheating the system. You're like, I got 2 Kickstarters going at the same time. Like, what is going on?
Well, 1 Kickstarter, 2 books.
All right.
And then multiple coming.
So talk to us about mixology here. And did you get your drink?
Oh, yeah. I saw my wife and I waved her down and made her get one for me, or asked her politely to get one for me, which she did. So Mixology Noir is a book I've been kind of writing in the back of my head for years, and it was one of those books where I was going to make it whether anybody wanted to buy it or not.
Those are the best ones.
I mean, that's basically every comic I've ever created. Honestly, I could give a shit less about fundraising them, but you got to do it to make them. So, but yeah, it's inspired by 2 classic craft cocktails, Sazerac and Vesper. I'm an ex-bartender, and I love the stories of some of these craft cocktails that have been around forever. So I use these 2 cocktails as the inspiration for 2 standalone horror stories. So this is a kind of cool book, really high quality printing with foil, embossing, and double covers. So it's 2 stories printed back to back and flipped. So you'll read one story to the middle, flip the book over, read the other story to the middle.
Oh, dope.
So it's 76 pages. Yeah, that's basically it. I'm pretty excited about this. My previous Kickstarter experience has been my long-running sci-fi series, the Ignis Quadrant. So jumping into a new genre here. Definitely haven't quite got my audience to follow me yet, but working on it. It's a whole new type of book to market.
Yeah, I mean, you're picking the great people. You're picking Joey over at Geek Collective. He's a great guy, and I love that you show. This is one of my things that I started doing on my campaigns as well, showing all the pages. Like I'm showing you that it's done, right? I take a Photoshop of that and show that like this is ready to go. Like all you need to do is give me the money, we can go to print, you know?
Right. Yeah. If you go towards the top, there's actually I put together a flip through video to show how the back-to-back printing is going to go. It's actually pretty sweet.
Travis, you might want to give the numbers right now, real quick, before I get on.
Yeah. This one's lagging behind in terms of backers, but a lot of people that are coming to this are buying a lot of add-ons for my past books, which has been helping a ton.
Nice. But yeah, you're at 2,676 full-run backers. Let's try to get you at. I like to be even, so the next even number that's not cheap is 44. So we're gonna try to get you 3 backers tonight, good friend, and we're gonna get you to 2,700. Is that our goal?
Awesome. And I also want to, unrelated to this, I want to say it's nice that I'm going to check your stuff out, Daniel. I'm also a lifelong martial artist, and I'm working on a cyberpunk MMA series right now too. So I think we need more martial arts inspired books.
Oh, that's dope. That's outstanding. Yeah.
This video shows the flip.
Yeah.
All right, we're back to my friend.
Thank you.
Oh wait, no, I have to.
Don't ask me how long it took me to make this video. I don't want to. Shame myself.
That's super cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, and I don't know the answer to this. Have there been many books that include MMA?
A little bit, but I mean, this may surprise you, but not a lot of people that read comics are really into martial arts.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. They like the wrestling, the pageantry of professional wrestling. But there's a middle ground there. I think I need to find it somewhere.
I gotta ask about the video. Now that you've made it once, do you have like a formula that you can input other books into? Because you could make legitimate money selling that to other people running Kickstarters.
Yes. So yeah, I'm a software engineer by trade. So every time I do anything like this, it starts with a template that I can reuse easily. So it takes a little bit of work, but I can certainly make that just an After Effects template where you plug some pages in.
Yeah, I think people would love that.
Evan, if you need any help, I'm a full-time motion graphics artist, so I live in After Effects.
Yeah, you probably could have made that in about an hour. It took me like 8.5 hours.
No, it's good. It's great.
So, but yeah, I'm excited about it. I like Evan. I like Evan's work. Like I said, we've done a little bit of stuff together. It's some cool stuff, and we got to back that. I love the art style of that. They both look very, very good. And your editor is amazing. Eric from again, this wasn't built for tourists. Is an amazing editor. So like you've got all around good stuff there.
Yeah, me and him just co-wrote a book that's getting published by Blood Moon in a couple months and coming to Kickstarter as well.
Nice.
So
nice.
On the pipe.
Nice. All right, Carissa.
Hello.
How are you tonight?
I'm great. Thank you. Long
Thank you
day.
for joining us.
Thanks for having me. This is awesome.
So you have been preaching this book to everybody, and I'm so excited that it's finally here and you're ready to tell me about it. So tell us about this amazing book, please.
I wish it was simple and I can just say it's a survival horror, but it's like a survival horror with benefits. It's got a lot of stuff going on, and so it's like Buffy and Supernatural meet in Silent Hill with Evil Dead thrown into it, and on the simplest level, it's a survival horror, but then there's a whole background of angels and demons and a war between heaven and hell. And it starts off pretty intense. I mean, she wakes up in her room and goes downstairs, and the second page is her human parents being slaughtered, and by her brother. So she runs out, calls her soulmate and says, "Don't come here because you'll be killed." And of course he goes straight there. She's critically injured. She jumps out the window. He goes in the front door. He slips on her blood, calls her name. She turns around to find out he's in the house and gets hit by a car. And then he's arrested for all the murders. So that's like 4 pages. So they're separated for 10 years. They both think that the other one's dead. She becomes a supernatural hunter. He becomes an assassin.
Huh?
She's an angel descendant. Her father's an angel, and he is a demon descendant. and they meet up after 10 years in hell, in a town merging with hell. So there's every creature you can imagine. There's zombie mermen, there's hellhounds, there's skeleton birds flying, there's Anubis, zombies and ghosts and all that fun stuff. And so that's pretty much the basic of it, but it actually is a very complex story. It is actually 5 novels that I wrote with a co-writer. So series 1 is already done. Series 2 is started. So it's about 35 issues, 5 books. So each book has about 7 issues to it. And we're hoping to get all 7 out this year and the graphic novel out by the end of the year for book 1.
Wow.
My
Standard
art is incredible.
page count?
It is about 32 pages.
Oh,
But
okay.
it's-
So above.
It's 80 it's 80-pound paper that's glossy. It's the same with or a weight that most people do their covers in.
Mm-hmm.
And I love it that I just love the glossy pages because it's such great art and such dark art. And not a lot of people know this. Some people know it. I actually had already had an issue 1 done, and the artist screwed me out of $3,000, and I lost $5,000 on it. But I didn't like the art after all that, so I actually redid it. So this Kickstarter is issue 1 through 3, and they're all new art, new artists. He's never had a paid gig. This is his first paid gig, and he's Jonas DaCosta, and absolutely amazing. So
Wow.
he is just phenomenal. I love his art. And you could tell, so he started issue 2, and you can tell issue 3 and issue 1, he finally got really comfortable with his style and his art and the characters. And we fought a lot in issue 2 because I had a vision and he had a vision, and we clashed, but we finally learned to get along, and it was definitely worth it. So I compromised. I went from 6 panels, generally round. I used to do 4 to 6 panels, but with him, it's more like 3 to 5 because he could turn 3 into 7 awesome action scenes. And so I just kind of give him the freedom to do that. But
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well,
Oh,
I
and
was excited about this book. What?
that cover that you just on, if you go up a little bit, yeah, right there, that's Ian Chase Nichols. He did The Tick, Red Sonja, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and it's just, he's a phenomenal person and artist, and I love that cover so much.
Yeah, it's a good cover. I like it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and we have plushies too. So
Yeah, I saw that down there. So will your plushies fight Rob's plushies?
yeah, maybe. I have an army of plushies. I told everyone I have an army of plushies, and somebody bought like one of each. So they bought like $400 worth of plushies for some reason, but they are all awesome. They're all handmade. So they have great detail and all that. Oh, and we did reach our first stretch goal. So we're going to have the 7 great, amazing indie comic issue 1 PDFs right there.
That's great.
Yeah. So, and I obviously I love this story. I'm incredibly passionate about the story. And if I was rich, I would just make these and just hand them out. But unfortunately, I'm not. But all 3 books are already finished. I already paid for them. So it's really just to get the printing done and all that fun stuff.
That's awesome.
My printer's driving me crazy. So
That's great. Well, all right. So let's get you to 48 backers. See if we can get you 2 backers. Try to get you 1,700. I think we can get you at least.
that's like the magic number today, 700.
So that is the magic number. I said a lot of 700. I like 700.
Yeah, I like even numbers.
I like even numbers.
Yeah, me too.
So, and you already successfully did one Kickstarter, right? Your first one succeeded, correct?
Yes, it was like it was for the old art.
Right. No, I know. I'm just making sure.
Yeah, it was like a soft opening. I didn't really know what I was doing, and I didn't really advertise much, and I didn't do any interviews. So yeah, it was a little different this time. Now I did like 10 interviews or 12 interviews and all that.
Nice. Well, I'm excited about it. We'll see what we can do, and we'll hunt to get some books. All right. Next up, last but not least, our returning guest, Richard. I don't normally invite people back, but I like Richard.
Well, I feel like
my
in
show.
in a week when so many people are cheating by having plush toys and like not Kickstarters and everything, like I think it's okay to make an exception and have me back. And also, like, it's a Thursday. What was I going to do?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, why not?
Because it fills in nicely, so we're even.
Well, and someone dropped him, and it's traumatic to me. I actually need the name. I know you're not allowed to say it, but I need the name, and I'm going to contact them directly.
I mean,
We're going to call them live.
Travis,
Yeah.
obviously, I looked up the name. I went through my backers. I figured out, I even figured out like what number backer they were after I went through the count up. I looked them up on Facebook. I looked them up on Twitter. I went through LinkedIn. I did none of these things. I've been busy all day. I did some of those things. So this is Octopus. It is. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I have a big sloppy mess of a life. I have kind of taken the approach from the jump that if something looks more interesting, I will say yes to it, and that has led me down some fairly intense paths. I've told a lot of stories on the internet about wizards who asked if I wanted to make some money, and random cars I've gotten into, a lot of fun sex club, and a long time ago, I started making a memoir, and everyone, my agent, my friends, my family, especially my father, told me that I should absolutely not, and I should never release it because I have spent the past several years making a living in children's books. And then I finished the memoir, and then last year, one of my best friends died, and he'd been like an unapologetic dirtbag all of his life, and still managed to die feeling very unsatisfied. And I thought, fuck that noise. He was a delightful man. Like, he was an 89-year-old man who lived in a haunted post office in upstate New York and always carried $800 in cash under the passenger seat of his car in case he had to bribe cops. Like, dude was amazing. I miss him every day. And so I decided, fuck it. I am like diving head first, or honestly butt first, into everything from now on. So I have walked away from all my publishing deals, and I'm putting out Octopus. It's a 144-page memoir about sex clubs, divorce, drinking, lots of poppers, moving to Hollywood, meeting a nice man, having a divorce, and breaking up with toxic friends, all while trying not to turn into an octopus, which has been a nightmare of mine ever since I was a kid. The book is completely done. I actually sent it off to the printer today. I approved the final version of it. It's going to be like a lovely, like, wood-free matte paper. I'm really tired of people doing comic artists doing memoirs about making comics. So mine is never ever about making comics, but I still show all of the blue line measurements around the pages, so you still know I'm a real big professional comic boy. It's a lot. It's a lot of stuff in here, and it's uncomfortably personal and vulnerable for me to be putting out into the world. But again, it seems more interesting than not doing it.
I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you.
I'm also excited. The question for Daniel, real quick, before he said his friend had $800 in cash to bribe cops. In your experience, in your trials, is $800 enough to bribe a cop in the state of Florida?
No, I don't think so. You need more. No, they get it all from drug busts. That's where they get their pay.
I will tell you, the cops. I'm not going to say the town. The cops in his town kind of knew that he was quite often getting coke brought into him by men he'd meet on the internet, and so he was always just kind of ready to pay them to look the other way as he was driving from the train station back to his post office. Best person I've ever met.
Well, again, since you addressed this, that as a lawyer, how much cash should I take to bribe cops? Is there an amount that you should give me? Lawyer's advice?
Exactly zero. Save that for me. Pay that to me, and I'll get you out of it. That's all you got to do.
That's fair.
Yeah, and I take checks, credit cards, anything you got.
And then you don't risk it being a good cop that won't take a bribe. So win-win.
Right. Well, that's a whole other felony charge. That's the problem.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And as you know, I'm willing to fight at a restaurant.
That's right. That's a random Tuesday for you.
That's a random Tuesday. I'm willing to fisticuffs with anybody. All right, so I'm going to get you 3 backers, Richard. I actually think I want to get you to 150 tonight, but we'll see how the 3 goes.
Well, listen, I'm just gonna say this. Like, I spent half my life in Canada, half my life here in Hollywood, and so I see these numbers in Canadian dollars, and if I can get like 137 Canadian dollars, I get to 5,000, and I unlock my next stretch goal where I get to do this as an add-on. Make me big for a second, Travis. Make me big, as he says on webcams. I am doing an add-on of my collection of short horror stories, horror shorts. It's 3 stories. One about gratitude, one about a ghost who wants to be famous, and one is my partially well-known story about a guy who finds corn cob holders in someone's toothbrush cup and loses his goddamn mind trying to figure out why someone would need those in the bathroom. So if you want to see someone doing a shit while eating corn, this is a book that you want to be able to buy. So get me to 5,000 and I will release that add-on.
Nice.
All right, so we're going to get to 3,690 because Carissa says that I use 700 too much.
Sorry.
There's no way that 3 backers would get me to anything that low, though, because I guess, okay, look, back without a reward. Give me $1 each.
That's right. Exactly. I don't care how much they back, just that our backers and numbers increase. So we have rounded up to everybody. Everybody is excited. We're an hour into this thing. We're finally done. I think it took less time with more people last time. What do you think?
Yeah.
Less
time with more people.
Yeah, we had more people and it took less time. Like
Well, when you bring a lawyer on, what do you expect?
Right.
And I'm a rambler, so there's that.
All right. So before we move on, any controversy, any hot takes? Anybody say anything offensive that we need to address? Tyler, Stokes, you guys are probably the people who most likely, maybe Richard, but he doesn't really have any issues. He just wants a big commentary on something that was said.
I'm good. I've got nothing, man.
Tyler's retired, ain't you?
Just the rookie bullshit.
I'm retired. This is the year of kumbaya for me. So no beefs this year, but I'm telling you, I've apologized to a lot of people.
Yeah.
And I'm an adult, so.
Hot takes. Can I give a hot take?
Yeah, give a hot take.
It doesn't make sense for me as an indie creator when people buy a lot of like Star Wars merch or like the big companies. It just makes zero sense to me. Like, why wouldn't you just reinvest that into your own products?
I buy all that shit. I just like it.
I don't get it, man.
No, I'm on Stokes' side with this. I get like so overwhelmed with. I hate owning things, and like once every 2 or 3 years, I'll buy like one piece of merchandise for something, and then I will freak out and throw it away almost instantly. There's like 5 things I've kept. Although I have like 11 computers because someone gave me a bunch cheap. So like I also clutter my life with garbage.
So what you're saying, Stokes, is I wasted my money on this vintage Dawson's Creek Pop right here. You're saying
all about
this?
I love buying stuff, man.
That's the Dawson.
It's all great until you have to move, and then you buy more shit, and then you move again, and then you're like, okay, this is a bad idea.
I'm not allowed to move. My husband already told me because he's not packing any of this stuff up. So
that's it. You're stuck.
For me, it's more about just like. For me, it's like more about investing in yourself, right? Like reinvesting. You know, like if I could buy a Lego Death Star, right, for like $100, I can buy like 20 copies of something, you know, or do a small print run. Just my perspective. I feel like that's a hot take.
It's probably why I have plushies. I don't have to feel guilty by buying my own plushies, and then if someone wants to buy it, it's a bonus.
Chris has the right idea for sure.
I used to buy them all the time, but once I started this, I haven't bought. Even my husband's like, "You haven't bought one other thing." I was like, "No, because I have like 35 issues that need to be made, and unless we sell the house, which is option number 2, we're gonna so.
I think it's once you get kids. Like I don't like any of that stuff, but then my kid, you know, you see, that's the Batman toy, and I like Batman, so it's almost a way to get them in to that kind of stuff, and then you're like, all right, this is one for you, one for me, don't touch mine, but you can play with yours. And you know, come home and the wife's like, I opened both of them. You're like,
what?
Right.
Is like also like I remember like being a kid and being like, okay, the best toy I have is like a parking garage with a straight line ramp. And then I see like kids 10 years later and they're like, I've got a thing where a train drives around and picks up its own like logs from a sawmill and then dumps them into a fucking roller coaster or whatever. And like, we never had that. Like, I don't have kids, I don't want to have kids, but I want an excuse to be able to buy the shit that I didn't have as a
You
child.
don't need an excuse. Go buy it.
I get pissed off when I see the
As someone who
$300
once
Lego
got
set.
stuck in a slide all night and had to wait for some children to arrive at the playground to let them out, I know that there are places I shouldn't be.
So, question for you: so, is it only merch that offends you? Like, if you buy comic books, that's okay. Like, because it's like
No, because
That's
well,
research.
you could justify a comic book as being like if I buy a,
I gotta step away real quick. Sorry.
I wouldn't buy Bendis, of course, but like if I were to buy a comic, it could be market research or what have you, you know. So I think that makes sense. But like, what is a Superman plushie doing for me, really? You know. And listen, do whatever you want, but don't complain to me about not having money for comic, like to print your comics and stuff like that. Maybe sell that Pop Funko collection. That's like these.
Yeah, Travis, sell your fucking Funko Pops so that I can get a bit.
See that, Travis?
Yeah, look at that. I was like, damn, Stokes is just calling Travis.
You
I'm
know
not
what's
selling
funny?
the Dawson. I'm not selling the Dawson.
You
Dude,
know what's
stop
funny
getting
is
all your
I-
oils on there. You're taking the value down.
I don't have my glasses on, and Travis is really small on the screen, so I couldn't even see the Pop Funko dolls behind him.
You're basically making fun of everything that's behind Travis.
You know what,
Stokes.
Travis? Genuinely, I'm very sorry. That's why hey,
Travis
I'm like
would have
Tyler. I'm
a Magneto
retired.
plushie and not a Superman plushie.
I'm retired.
Yeah, I would never have a Superman plushie. I'll tell you that. But Magneto stuff, I will buy it every time because I need more.
See,
Yeah.
I'm a big Superman guy. I can't show you guys on the side right here, but I got a whole shelf of all that shit. And to Stokes' point, I agree with you. I also invest tens of thousands of dollars into other indie creators, so I'm gonna keep doing it, Bill.
Just have a balance, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I bought this from a creator in Artist Alley last year. I don't know who the character is, but it looks a lot like my husband. So I just sort of keep that on hand
there you go.
for kissing practice.
All right.
You guys call these collections of stuff, and I call them tax deductions.
That's what I
There you
call them.
go. That's what I do with the comic shop. I go to comic shop, tax deduction.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Kickstarter
Oh, yeah.
too, man. You can deduct that as well.
My favorite thing now is wherever I want to go on vacation. When is there a Comic-Con there? Because it'll be tax deductible to go on vacation there.
There you go.
Yeah.
But you see people like you'll be selling at a convention and someone will be paying like $9 for a slice of pizza because for some fucking reason Domino's have a booth, and like they'll walk over like eating their pizza, being like, "I don't have any money for comics." Like, okay, don't you though? Like,
You have to eat.
Pizza has booths. I'm gonna have my first booth at the table at the end of this month. So I have 10 this year. So we'll see if I survive them all. But yeah, I didn't know that there's pizza with the booth.
there's not always. I just
No.
think there are
You're gonna have to
shows
buy
where
it.
it's like-
Nobody gives anything for free. Sometimes, if you go to a good con, they'll give you a breakfast, but that's super rare.
I love the people who bring the food over to your table and then put their cups on top of your table and your stuff.
Especially on your comics, the $50 covers.
Yeah, I know. They like you get that like little twitch in, and you're like,
You have to bring an air gun for that. You know, the little can of air. Just, oh, I'm sorry, I was cleaning the tables off of dust.
What you
Or
can
set
do-
their shit on your table and turn and talk to somebody else and not even look at your stuff.
What?
What you can do is the Minions fart gun is available on Amazon. It's the most realistic sounding farts I've ever found pre-recorded, and you can just hold that under the table. I always keep one like taped to the underside of my table. Do a little squeeze if there's someone near my table who I don't want to be there, and if you slowly pull the front bit of it out where the mist sprays from, it will just extend the fart for as long as you want.
I'm learning, so I'm going to write all these down. These are good tips for the cons I have this year. So
So I have to, before we get to more farts, we gotta see how people's numbers are doing. Start yelling a little bit. Start getting some backers, because I know things haven't moved and people want to see all the selection beforehand. So I got to make sure that we got some backers. I also had a quick promo for myself just because I wanted to make sure. I'll be super quick, guys. I apologize, but Granite State Punk, if you haven't ordered at your comic store, you have until Sunday. That is the last thing. Scout just sent out this beautiful release. This is the best shit I've ever written. If you don't like it, you just don't like my writing. That's fine. But read this. Second best thing is no contest, as Daniel knows.
What the heck? I quit. I quit.
You-
Am I fourth or fifth?
You're in the top 10.
Can you turn your game down, Tyler, please?
I'm just so passionate. This is passion. You need passion, Stokes.
Oh, I need passion.
So, all right. So that's it. If you can order that, that'd be great. And you know I love all my books equally. They're like my children. Sean Keenan, good day from the land down under. Sean, how are you, good sir? It's sad that you're not on Kickstarter with us. You normally have a Kickstarter a month, so I don't know what's going on.
He did have one, didn't he? Like, it just ended.
He probably does. He probably just like, here's the link, Travis. So let's see. Let's start off with Tyler. Tyler, have you sold anything? Where are you at?
And it's not good enough, Travis.
Fair enough. That's fair.
No, let's do it. It's
the first person I've let down. I normally let females down, but I assume I'd have the same response.
I don't know. I'm pretty satisfied at this meeting, so.
Tyler, I promise you 186. You are at 185.
So close.
So close. Can you give another pitch? Oh, Sean says none right now. Just finished up a one called Night. Okay.
Yeah, this is a 200-page graphic novel called The Girl with the Mega Fist. In fact, if you get all 3 volumes, it's over 600 pages of story. And like I say, it's one of the most epic stories that are being told in indie comics, and it's also the best deal in indie comics. No Kickstarter can beat my price of $15 for a graphic novel.
And $12 for a holofoil. Jesus.
And $12 for, I know I undercharged it for the Kickstarter, but people are liking it, so I'm okay with that. But yeah, The Girl with the Mega Fist follows the story of Eliana, who wields the all-powerful Mega Fist, and she is tasked to train and become Earth's hero. And so in this first arc, it's all about her training, her relationships with these 2 twin brothers, and at the end of this arc, she will choose which one of those brothers she will go down to Earth with, and they will fight, all kinds of villains and enemies. But we're in the conclusion of their training arc, and we're about to come up against the main villain that's been the architect of all these other attacks that have happened in previous volumes. So yeah, super excited. Oh, look at that, 186. Travis.
And at 7,145 exactly.
There we go. So.
I love it.
One thing also one thing real quick as well with this campaign is I have a 3D statue available for the first time. It's 6 inches. I wish I had it. It's upstairs. Yeah, scroll down, Travis. On the.
Are you printing that yourself, or do you have somebody you're printing?
I got someone printing it, and before anyone asks, like, what company are you using? I'm literally using my next door neighbor. Like everyone's been like, Tyler, who are you printing it through? I'm like, dude, it's this guy named Steve, and he does a bunch of these for himself, and no, it's really good quality. It's heavy. That was what I was shocked with when he gave me that gave it to me. It was heavy, and so I have told people that in future campaigns, not maybe the next one or the one after, but these will be colored. But they're going to be a little pricier. So for now, you can get yourself a 6-inch gray statue.
Doing a real thick one, like the cost of, like I've been trying to get like a mass production of like this guy here, and it's the cost point was like ridiculous. I was like, oh my god.
For that,
make it big.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. You know what's funny is I think Steve, when he gave me the quotes, he was like, I'm sorry, this is like the best price I can do, and he told me it to be, and I was like, oh, man, I wish it was lower, but okay. I'll take your deal, Steve.
So, Tyler, can we address something here?
You can always address anything.
You say it's Mega Fist, but the boobs are almost as big as the fist. So
hey, listen, I didn't sculpt it.
Mega boobs or Mega fist?
Those aren't mutually exclusive.
Exactly. And in our latest our Lena Day cover, we also added the mega ass too. So there's all kinds of mega. Actually, what's funny, Travis, is I worked into the story because one time you messaged me, you said in a stream, you're like, I'm shocked that her fists aren't mega. They're not mega enough.
Right.
And so I was like, okay, this is her training arc. How do I, in future volumes, get them to be more mega? And so that comment bothered me like for so long that I'm now like, it's written that they are gonna get super mega, mega.
They totally got it. They got to get bigger and bigger.
Yes.
To their anime style with like spikes and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And guys, we funded in 10 minutes, and it was a freaking baller. So yeah, guys, go check out the Growth the Megafest.
Right. Well, you are done. We got you to where you go. So congratulations and thank you everyone for not making me look like an asshole. It's important when I hit these numbers that I can back up what I say because I look like a fool if I'm wrong and I have to beg.
Well, I can't wait to read that. That looks awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So next up, we've got Stokes, Mr. Stokes. His intrusive thoughts. How you doing, my friend? Did you hit your thing yet?
Well, what number did you say?
So we were supposed to be at 3,560 with 168.
Yeah, we're low. We're 50. I think we're 60. I'm too tired from math. We're like 50 short, and then like 2 backers, I believe.
Oh man! All right, so we need 2 backers on Stokes thing.
You know what's crazy? Like the closer I get to the goal, the more anxious I feel, which is weird.
Yeah, you think like if you're further away, it'd be worse.
Yeah, it's just like, come on, just give me fucking money, please. Like, also, I don't know if I mentioned. Well, we didn't mention this. So I'm doing. If you go to the update, I'm doing a promo with my mentor Richard, where if you back both of our campaigns at a physical level, you get 2 different stickers. You get a bottle of poppers, and then I didn't really think this through.
You do not get a bottle of poppers.
You get a sticker of a bottle of poppers.
Yep.
So does your poppers make you have intrusive thoughts? Like, is that what is this a whole thing? It's a punch
it
down?
welcomes in all the thoughts you want.
My intrusive thoughts are like, block Richard. It's not worth it. Yeah. So, also, I don't know. Also, like, want to give Richard some credit because he gave me a lot of advice, a lot, against my will a lot of times, but he really just hammered. It's in the spirit of the show. He really hammered in me like a lot of like good ideas and technique. So I don't think intrusive thoughts would exist, without him. I really wanted to make something that, I had people judge me off my first book, and I was like, nah, this is my first book. Get off my dick. So this was like a timestamp to see where I was at.
Do you think his hammering will be mentioned in his memoirs? Like the hammering of you will be mentioned in the memoirs?
I definitely think I'm like his biggest accomplishment. I haven't read the memoir yet, but I mean, if your memoir is about failing, which sounds like failing, then I don't know. Like,
I want to say the memoir all takes place years before I met Stokes, and like I've been a power bottom for decades, so I don't know if I'm the one doing any hammering. And Stokes is about 45 years too young for me. Am I oversharing?
I've been writing for 15 years, remember? So it's more like 50. Just got a backer. I threw me off.
So yeah, we're close. So we're very, very close to there. We're gonna keep. We're gonna go to somebody else. Can you give the one quick pitch of it one more time?
You know that comic book Sandman? This is that, but better. Oh, I just lost it. Neil Gaiman wept. Oh no, it's back.
It sometimes does that.
I've never seen that happen before. But yeah, it's just like the greatest comic ever.
Do you know Sleepwalker, its original ads? The Sleepwalker ads were Sandman done right. I just want to point that out. That was not an accurate statement of Sandman.
Sandman done right.
Yes, that was the promo ad for Sleepwalker.
That's pretty crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I was joking.
we lost Daniel. I'm not sure what happened, but
he was pissed off at the Sandman jokes. Yeah,
we'll see if he comes back or he's doing whatever. But all right, I'll come back to you. We'll see if we can get you there. Evan, we left you with a couple of drinks. We promised you 2,744 backers. Let's see where you're at, my good friend.
Oh, I wish that was the backer count. That was the dollar count.
you have the backer count, 247? All right. Mixology. Let's see where you're at. We got this little bit.ly. Bring it up here. Lots of buttons to hit on these StreamYards.
Yeah, they don't make it easy, do they?
Yeah. And I didn't put Orange Cone's picture over the face of Stokes, so that's good. All right, so you got some money, but did you lose a backer? What happened here?
No, I got one backer. It started at 41.
No, you're 142 when I started. So I have you at. Oh wait, hold on. You're right. I'm sorry.
You're looking at the wrong one.
I'm looking at the wrong one. I'm looking at the
I saw your sheet of paper for a second there. It looked a little scribbly.
Yeah. So I got you at 267. When we started, you're at 2,676, 41 backers. You got to 2,707. With 40, you still need 44. So you need 2 more backers, but you've hit your money goal, which is great. You want to give another pitch real quick?
Yeah, this is a double feature horror comic inspired by classic craft cocktails. The first story is called Sazerac. It's about a man who's arguing with his wife and goes out looking for a drink. Finds himself in a mysterious bar inhabited by long-forgotten gods and gets into some mischief there. And the second story is called Vesper. It's about an entitled woman who has a bad perspective on family and ends up kidnapped, locked into the basement of a Russian vodka bar, and learns a lot about the value of what's important in life through the process.
Nice. Well, let me take off your. I haven't backed this yet. I'm not sure why, so I'm gonna back this myself. Under protest, though, I'll tell you that.
I mean, I'll take it.
Because there is one thing
I want you to read it, Travis.
Well, let me tell you why I'm backing under protest. I despise flip comics, but I'll do it. And I've made one, so even like I'm a piece of crap. Like I got one right here, but.
When you see the print, if you do physical, if you see the print quality, you'll change your mind.
Of course I
can guarantee you.
I got physical. I do not back for non-physical. Like my 847 baggers is all of it's physical except.
See, that's a different
if
conversation
I didn't
we could have some time because I'm purely digital. I can't collect anymore. There's no room.
Travis, I feel like you owe me an adjustment because you backed digital my last 2 campaigns.
I owe you adjustment? No, there was a reason for that on that particular day. Not on this one. This one's physical.
Oh no, you did upgrade. Yeah.
It started out digital. I did adjust.
There you go.
It was a mistake. And we talked about it, and you pointed out how wrong I was. You were right in every aspect. You want to clip that, Tyler, for Stokes?
We do like the clips.
I mean, I was filming when it was just you and Tyler on screen for my TikTok later.
I appreciate that. All right. So, Evan, where are we at now? I did one. See if anybody else supported you. I got to share you out. Get you some backers. I got intrusive thoughts here. Let's see if he's got it yet. Still there where you're at. Right. That makes
I guess people don't like Sandman.
I already backed it.
That is that. By the way, that is a danger when comic creators do pitch their stuff. Is if they go, it's a mixture of The Matrix and Lord of the Rings, and if the person doesn't like any of those properties, you might have lost a sale just from that kind of pitch. Just some advice.
I think he was throwing some jokes.
Look,
I hate Sandman. I think it's a trash comic.
Travis, I'm not gonna lie. Tyler, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I tried to watch Sandman. I tried to read Sandman recently, and I was like, I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Dude, I'm with you, Stokes. It's not for us young people.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Let me go back on the New Kids on the Block side, I guess.
We're gonna do something we've never done on this. We're gonna adjust how much people are getting. We're gonna go.
Oh, because of the Sandman.
Because I've never heard so many wrong statements in my life.
For the hot takes,
the real beef is starting now.
Nah, it's a great comic. Link. You know, keep
All right. Daniel had to go hunt down his dog. His dog apparently ran away, and he's but he'll be back, I'm sure.
Charlie's here, man. I feel embarrassed.
Sandman was a great comic it's a great comic of all time, Charlie. It's a great comic of all time.
It's a great comic as long as you don't read it.
That's an ignorant statement. All right. Anyways, Marcus.
I see Steve
coming out of controversy that Travis will adjust next week.
I see steam come out your ears, Travis.
Neil, you fucking God, basically.
Who?
I just don't understand. All right, no, never mind. All right, we're fine.
Yeah, that's for the hot takes. That's why you have me here. I would assume.
You know, every page of that he hand drew, even though he didn't have to draw to give it to his artist. It's fine. It's fine.
Tell me about the page turns in the same.
It's fine. Yeah, he cared about page turns. In fact, he does a whole article about page turns, volume 2.
I mean,
I
he literally demanded where the ads were placed in the He's the most obsessed with page turns of any person.
Yeah,
He's trying to make sure
he's
the
probably
book
the
made
king of
sense
page
when you read it.
Anyways,
it's gonna be in my career.
It's fine. It's fine. I'll just go to Marcus and pretend like none of that happened and that my toys are not wasteful.
I'm genuinely sorry about this.
All right, Marcus. We're still under here too, which I don't understand.
We did get one more since you last checked in.
We did. Yeah, we're 169, which is a great number. We're way higher than we are still trying to get to 5,420. And we need one more backer. So give us a quick hot pitch, and that pitch better not be that Neil Gaiman is trash, because that's not going to fly.
That was not it.
All right, Sam. So what do you like from Neil Gaiman?
Come on, me.
Yeah.
His ex-wife's music.
What's the? I'm not even in my 30s yet. What is it? Good Omens.
So you like his novels?
Oh, Caroline. Didn't he write Caroline?
Coraline, but yes.
Coraline. Okay. Maybe it's the comics he's not.
All right. So you don't like.
I backed it.
Thank you.
It's a hot take. All right. Oh,
I like the style.
We got you there. We still owe you a little bit of money, so we'll see what we can do there. But tell us the pitch anyway, since we're here.
Yeah. So it's to start off super scientific. It's kind of I'm breaking Tyler's advice right here, but it's kind of Chronicle. If you've ever seen the Josh Trank movie with Fantastic Four, not the Josh Trank version. But in a sense, it's like, young scientists who, are trying to change the world for the better, and something goes wrong, as it always does. But it's like this. Mark says it best. It's an emotional story that focuses on people carrying this grief and using their abilities to really kind of work it out and really and basically they beat the shit out of each other until they do it. So Hidero Amatsu is my artist. He's based out of Brazil. I wish I could show you the fight pages that he's penciling right now because they are insane. It's just full kinetic energy. And I just love this book. It's going to be the first book of a whole new lineup for Dauntless, so we're hoping it gets funded.
So that's a weird something to note. Again, I never thought about till you said it. There is a hell of a lot of scientists fighting, like comic books. Like scientists, we just assume as people that scientists are angry motherfuckers who want to fight.
So
I worked in a lab. You're not wrong.
Yeah, the first half of my career was shooting videos in the lab, and there's a lot of angry scientists that I've known out there.
Okay.
Yes, it's kind of a common thing.
All right. Well, that's something I was not aware of.
They're kind of just fed up with the world. They want to make the world better, and there's too many things in the way to make that happen.
And there's no windows down there.
That too.
You're in a dungeon.
And we live in a time where every internet police person thinks that they know better than actual scientific reasoning too. So I'm sure that would piss everybody off.
Earth is flat.
Just so I didn't know. Yeah, I planned this one out in advance, so I didn't just post it in the group. But I'll get you on one, Joseph. Joseph has a comic live right now. You can share the link in the chat if you'd like. But yeah, that's a hot take. That's interesting. Super interesting, actually. I'm fascinated by this whole thing. I gotta think about it for a little bit.
Yeah, Marcus, I'm gonna back yours because I actually saw it when it launched, and I was like, oh yeah, another person who's doing like my kind of styled artwork, and like the more I was going through, I like how I was like a Dauntless story. I like how it feels like an anthology, or like I can get a bunch of these one shots and just enjoy these quick stories.
That is exactly what we're doing.
I like it.
Yeah,
I like your company a lot. Like I said, I really like it. So you just backed it. Did that got me to my goal?
No, I'm okay. I'll back it right now.
If you back it right now, I can.
I'm gonna back it right now because I know that Travis will do these till like 2 p.m. Until he gets people's.
Yes,
He will do a stream until everyone gets their numbers. And so I'll just.
He's awesome.
So I'm going to mark Marcus off because I believe you're going to get there with this pledge.
Don't say that because now I have to pledge a certain amount.
Yeah, that's right. $7,000 is what I said. So please go ahead and get that done. You got all that Coins of Judas money, man. Like I know, like
I haven't got. No, I know. You know this.
all this mad Coins of Judas money. Don't play. Superheresies.com. If you love old school like public domain superheroes, Joseph Duez is great. Joseph Duez, he is my most frustrating friend, and I love him. So let me tell you why he's frustrated. I'm like, I want to do this. I want to do grand stings. I think Stokes would probably have the same opinion. Do you know Joseph Duez?
Yeah, no, actually, Joseph was one of the very first people that I started networking with. When I started making Kickstarters last month. So shouts out to Joseph.
So Joseph, he just wants to make comics. Like he just wants to make them for his friends. He has no bigger aspirations. Just kind of like, I want to make comics. I want people to enjoy them. If they get picked up and do something crazy, he doesn't want to. Like he just wants to make things people enjoy, and that frustrates the hell out of me because I don't understand that. Like I'm like, how big can I go? Where's the top? I'm not there yet. But I also love it because it keeps me humble. Because a lot of times when I'm going ballistic, Joseph is like, "But did you create a beautiful book that people like?" I'm like, "Yes, Joseph. Shut the fuck up."
He is one of the most chill creators, like
Yeah.
in the scene. He's like, I just did a book and I like it. And you're like, but don't you want the million? He's like, I want people to like my book. It's very chill. We love Joseph.
No, yeah, shouts out to Joseph, man. I think it's interesting. I think I enjoy a healthy balance, right? Like if everybody in the space was like the three of us, like you, me, Tyler, it'd be fucking chaos. Like it'd be a mess. You know, we need these like really nice guys like Charlie and Joseph, you know, and Nick as well.
Make comics just for fun. That's Marcus. I got you the rest of the way there. So because
Thank you.
Tyler didn't quite do it on purpose. So apparently you had to get both of our Coins of Judas money to get there.
I appreciate it.
So now there's not going to be any more issues.
No more issue 2 is canceled.
You know, Marcus, when people go for our Kickstarter, I thought you guys said we were gonna do like actual coins. Will be like, yeah, well, they're with Marcus, so we can make them. Go get the next Dauntless story. Get out of our face.
All right, where are you, bro? All right, where is your voodoo doll? So I'm scared of this, and it's a voodoo doll, and I do voodoo books, so like it's a little scary here. You have not moved an inch. Your stuff is scary to me. It's not comics, Rob. I don't know how to spell it. But I like your... Okay, listen, guys. Listen. Actually, I'm going to go solo for this. Listen. You motherfuckers. All right, here, listen. Rob is trying. He's done 6 issues. He's done 2 issues of Snowball. Fucking hired Maud Park. She's expensive as hell, I assume. I've never asked her her prices. He's working.
She's
really
definitely
hard.
more expensive than Carlos.
He's giving you tons of content in comic books, and he just wants to make a damn plushie for his kid, and you can't give him a couple of bucks, you son of a bitches. Okay? I'm sitting here. I put the show. I got all these motherfuckers around me, and they all want that, and you guys can't give them a couple bucks. You bastards. I even wrote pages in his book because, you're like, hey, if Rob's so good, why don't you write for him? And I fucking did. And like, it's still not enough. You guys are just not happy. So we're going to let Rob talk, and he's going to explain why we did this. And thanks, Travis. I think, yes, Joseph, thanks. It is a thank you. I said good things about you. Anyways, so we're going to give you one more chance to look at this campaign. All 100,000 scrolling pages of it, so you can buy this effing book. All right. Anybody else got any hot takes on why they should buy this book, please? Joseph, he did that dramatic glasses remove. Watch it. That's right. I fucking Superman. I went from Clark Kent to Superman. I'm the bad guy now, right? Yeah, Superman's a bad guy, Marcus. We'll discuss that later. All right. Let's get you some money. What's going on here?
Right on. All right. So for those of you who don't know what Nightwolf is a story about a young man who finds out that he's born a werewolf, gets thrown into a supernatural war against demons, witches, vampires, other werewolves. And yeah, the plushie is inspired by a pinup from the trade paperback for issues 1 to 4. And yeah, so the connecting covers is issue 1 through 6. And we also have the regular standard retails if you just wanted to get the regular standard retail covers. We have digital catch-ups. We have all kind of different options for everybody. If you like a T-shirt, we got T-shirts. You got a hoodie, you got a hoodie. You know, and you know, we got a lot of great art done by Carlos Herrera and Gat Melvin, who are my amazing artists for this book, and I am the letterer as well as the writer. And then, you know, got the pictures of the wolf pack. Here we go. Rewards. There. Check it out. And how
I'm
would you
always
say
glad
no?
I'm back in this, Rob, but I just saw that you had free shipping on the plushie, too. So I finally had to jump in. I mean, I was going to do
Finally
it
got
anyway,
him?
but you got me right now.
I mean, do you think people haven't backed yet because it takes so long to choose a reward from this enormous amount?
This, you know what? You say that, but this is actually half of what I normally have.
Oh my god, this is like, it's
Really?
like
How
if
the
you're
hell do you
wandering
do
into a
that, man?
Walmart, everything is available.
Yeah, I mean, this is like legit. This is the pared down version of what like my normal campaigns are.
Rob, do you do
Fulfillment must
socks?
be crazy.
What's
Sorry,
that?
sorry.
Do you do
fulfillment
socks?
must be crazy.
Do I sing songs?
Do you
Or
do
do you,
socks?
do you sell socks for your feet to keep your
Socks.
feet nice?
Okay, I had to change my pledge. Apparently, I wasn't getting the plushie, and that is just sacrilegious. So
That's insane.
That's unacceptable, right?
You know what I'm the most excited about is when this plushie.
it's fixed now. I have a plushie coming, so you will join my
What is-
plushie army.
I feel like I need to take a reaction video when this plushie eventually arrives, and I put him in my 1.5-year-old's bed, and my wife doesn't know about it, and she comes in, and there's just a voodoo doll in the child's bed.
Yes,
It's gonna be awesome.
You have to film that, and you have to send it to me.
So for me, I want to point out this add-on right here. This is the trade. You can get it as cheap as 30 that I have pages in. So what I like to say, my 4, I think it was 4 or 5 pages. I don't remember. How many was it, Rob?
4 pages. Yeah, you
4
did a
pages.
4-pager.
So Rob is like the Stan Lee, right? He created all the characters and they're all great, but I put them together in like the Infinity Gauntlet. You know, my 4 pages is basically the big epic thing, right? You know, they were great before, but you know, my 4 pages are really the big stuff. And look at it. It's got demons and badass looking angels. Like good stuff there. Good stuff. Funny, witty jokes. You know. I had to write that script like 5 times, you know.
And I'm pretty sure you did kind of, didn't you like throw in your coins of Judas like in that a little bit? If I'm not mistaken,
There is a Coins of Judas reference in there. Yes, there is. Coins
Before
of
the
Judas,
Coins of Judas
official
came about.
crossover. You need it if you're a Coins of Judas fan. You need to spend the $30. Let's see where you're at, man. But yes, so I recommend that 4 pages again. It's basically the Secret Wars, the Infinity Wars, you know, all the big crossovers that you liked in those 4 pages. Rob is the Stan Lee, and I'm just the guy who came in after and just made it awesome. You know. What? It's a bold blow there.
Is somebody restarting their Nintendo?
Yeah, right.
All right, so we still owe you one more backer, Rob, but we got you some money, man. You were at
Yeah, because
70,
I had to adjust it, so I don't count as an extra backer.
right? No, but we're
Sorry.
doing good there. We're doing
And
good.
thank you,
there.
Evan, and thank you, Chris. I appreciate you
Of
both.
course.
Yeah, Carissa, I think you count.
Thank you.
You definitely
Better
count.
than enough of
You
these
count.
conversations.
I mean, you are like the biggest cheerleader that I think I've had in so long, and I appreciate that. Like,
Anytime. I
and being able to
back
meet you
it 'cause I
now
believe
is amazing.
I back it because I believe in it.
All right.
And who could
so
say no to this lovely
Right?
little face? Look at it! You see how
You know
adorable.
how easy that
And he looks
inventory
so
is going to be
soft.
for you to pack flat in store too, Rob.
Right. I'm also thinking, I'm like, where am I? If I get like 300 of these things, like I'm like the minimum order is, where am I putting them?
That's what my
Yeah.
husband said. If I said I was going to do that, he's like, "We're going to put them all." I was like, Oh, that's
Yeah,
a real
Rob,
hard one.
That's a problem for a later day.
Rob,
I'm seeing Seeing a cosplay photo shoot of models laying on top of beds of plushies.
So,
Rob, I used to do a
Screw
dinosaur
pillows,
comic.
man. Just plushies everywhere.
I used to do a dinosaur comic called Blastosaurus, and I thought it'd be a good idea to order 4,000 pairs of dinosaur slippers to sell at conventions. And that was just a room of my house. Just
A room
is that why you
dedicated
keep moving? Because of sllippers, you can't. There's no place to sleep.
when I moved, I literally left like everything that was left. I left behind. I left like 600 pairs of slippers behind. I was like, I'm done. Someone's gonna find a fun treasure trove of slippers there. Their
I
feet will
want to know
never be
their
cold.
reaction when they
Somebody
found
turned
it.
that into like instead of a ball pit, they have a slipper pit.
That's awesome.
All right, so Marissa, you've done great. So we had you at 1,674 with $46. You're at 49 backers now.
Woo.
I only
Hey.
promised you 48, so that extra one goes to me. Just make sure that you write that down.
I'm taking notes. Don't you worry.
Yeah, print it out. Just save that one in a box. That one's mine.
I was gonna frame it, but now you want it in a box. That's fine.
But yeah, so you can be crossed off my list too, which is great.
Awesome.
So look at guys. This
I
is the
think
first time I
crossing
haven't let a lady down. So this is great. This is a
Crossing off
wonderful-
things on a list is such like a euphoric feeling. It's like woohoo!
It's nice.
really
It's nice.
is.
I like
Yeah.
crossing people off.
Me too.
Sounds very assassin-esque.
Thank you guys for backing this up.
But go ahead and share it one more time while we're here. Let's talk about it for just a second. Just give one more quick pitch this time.
As long as you don't mind chaos and nonstop action, the comic's for you because it doesn't stop. And the first 2 issues are the most chaotic because I mean you're merging with hell. What the hell do you want from me? It's chaotic. So yeah. But you'll never be bored. I don't know if you'll like the story. I love the story, obviously. I have a lot of faith in it, but all I'm going to promise you is you won't be bored. So,
Nice.
Yeah.
All
Thank
right.
you, Joseph.
Let's see where my boy. So guys, I haven't looked,
I have. I want to preface this.
but
I have had. I'm
No,
gonna spoil
let me
this for
talk.
you, Travis.
It's my show, Richard. It's
All
let
right.
me- all right.
Be nice to Richard.
Don't
dare
fuck
you.
me up in
I'm
front of
your
Richard,
favorite.
man. Like Richard, like I'm trying to impress him. I'm doing my best. I am working really hard. If you let me down in front of Richard, like other people, like Rob has realized that I am just gonna fail upwards since we've met. Stokes knows I'm just at where I'm at. Like this is just who I am. He's given up on me. Tyler only works with me because I signed him into a 5-year contract. The minute that's done, he won't even talk to me. It's just legally obligated. Evan likes me, so that's cool. Marcus, I have no. But Richard, I'm trying to impress. So Richard, where are you at?
I have got no new backers.
Oh
and
my
no more
God.
money. Now, here's what I'm going to say though. I was on last week, and I got a bunch more than you promised last week. So I think what we have is a situation. There's 2 things. 1, all the same people. 2, I was sitting here just like fully just going hog wild on 4 boxes of chicken McNuggets while we're on the stream, and I think now everyone thinks I'm a billionaire, so they don't want to give me any money.
I backed it.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Nice.
The second thing makes sense. I mean, that makes sense to me.
I mean, I don't know if they saw, but like I was refilling my McDonald's buffalo sauce thing with my own hot sauce because they didn't send me enough.
What's your favorite hot
Again,
sauce?
not glasses, just 2 monocles taped together.
What's your favorite hot sauce, Richard?
Oh, sticker mule, actually.
The fuck am
Are you serious?
I have
Because
like
I
20
can
bottles
send
of
you
those things.
so much sticker mule.
No, I've gotten to the point where I have to get like the woman who like runs the place where my post box is. Like every time I get a package, she's like, "Can I have the bottle this time?" I'm like, "Yes," because I have like 11 of the damn things.
My
What girl
husband loves
stick you
it.
know?
I just keep buying. I buy the buttons, but I saw their packing material, so I kind of want that because you can have your logo on tape and stuff. That's just cool.
Wait. You get your favorite hot
Please
sauce?
take them.
It
Please.
comes free with my stickers.
Yeah,
It comes
sticker
free,
wheel,
yeah.
every time you
There's some
do a
kind of
order,
Canadian
That
shit.
why
Is
it's
it
your favorite 'cause the
Oh,
prices, right?
I threw that out. I didn't know what that was.
It's
Yeah,
real
please-
good. They like, everything's free, and they
Please
send
take
you a
these.
bottle of
What do you
hot
think
sauce.
it was? Poison?
I don't know. I just saw the box and I just kind of
Listen. You take that hot sauce, you take a little bit of the Frank Red Hot seasoning, and you mix that in with some sour cream. Man, you get yourself a nice little sauce there yourself.
There you
Very
go.
informative.
Oh,
This
interview
is-
here.
How much
This is how
Cholula
we know
got?
Travis is collecting is getting out of hand. He's got collections of stuff he doesn't even want stacked up.
I'm even more disappointed in him now that he's walked away from his computer and I can see more of his collection.
I was really impressed by the way that he casually stood up and showed off the title of his comic on his shirt. Rob did the same thing with Nightwolf earlier. My shirt says "Time for Cock."
Is that more offensive when you look at the other side? Like it doesn't.
Well, that game system is kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie, and I still don't have my glasses on, so I can't see everything.
Was that Mortal Kombat?
Yeah. Mortal Kombat and Pac-Man.
All I see is Artlist
Pac-Man.
comments. Carissa, also, I don't know if you saw, I did an update.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely, yeah.
And Neil Gaiman, Sandman's comics are on that shelf. If you didn't know the whole thing, so it's just
I can get it.
Nobody really likes those. They haven't been very successful.
What's not successful?
Something called Sandman.
Sandman.
Sandman. Yeah.
Do people really love that show because the comic set such a low bar?
Oh my god! Like it's maybe the only comic where I bought like the issues, the trades, the absolutes.
What about Miracle Man? I thought you liked Miracle Man.
No, Miracle Man I just have to keep buying because like I keep moving countries and giving it away, and then it's always like it's going to be back in print, it'll be fine, and then it never is. I mean, it is now, but.
And this is where I'll go. I think Alan Moore was more influential on the Miracle Man stuff, anyways.
Let me say this: Alan Moore is a very good writer who has never like created something that has been great. He has reworked other things and made it great. But like look through everything. All of his big titles are him reworking someone else's stuff. Sandman is like whole cloth creation. Okay, I know that Dreams and Death already exist.
Sure, yeah.
Sandman already existed.
Yeah, but this character that they created and the character Sandman and they're very different.
What was the original Watchmen though? What was the original Watchmen comic series?
It's the
Charlton Heroes. Yeah.
How?
Come on, Stokes, rookie, not knowing the Watchmen knowledge, man.
He threw me off. Oh my god. No, but how much did that resemble the Watchmen? Resemble the original?
100%.
100%, yeah. Like, because his whole thing is he takes things that did exist and then reworks them to make them good and modern. Like you can make an argument for V for Vendetta, but even then, that's a thing that like it's him getting rejected for another pitch of his and coming back with that kind of as a vengeance thing, and then putting the original pitch as a villain in Promethea later on.
I have a genuine question because we had a conversation about Alan Moore with somebody that said they didn't want to market comics or some shit like that. What do you think? What if Alan Moore was born in the like social media era? Like, what type of person do you think he would be?
Canceled.
He'd be in Comics Gate.
Yeah,
Prison. Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh my. Oh, okay. Well,
no, like I think he would go against Comicscape, but he would be one of those guys where, but you are Comicscape. Would they be arguing with like, but you are?
He would be like the intense like anti-Comicscape, where you're like, oh, you're just as bad.
Right, you're just as bad. I don't think he would be Comicscape, but he would definitely be like heavy canceled. I mean, he's almost canceled almost now.
I mean, it sort of goes in cycles where he gets canceled for a while, then people are like, he didn't technically do anything bad, and there are so many people who have done technically terrible things. Right. When I say technically, I mean legitimately terrible things that you're like, oh, Alan Moore, you just said something dumb. Oh, Alan Moore, you just insulted everyone who reads or makes comics. But look at you with your snake that you talk to in the turlet. We like you. Look at you with your vague racism in the third book of League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Whatever. You made that good book a while back. See, Stokes learned his lesson for shitting on Sandman, and I'm sitting here with my campaign. I'm shitting on Alan Moore.
Listen, I wasn't alive when Alan Moore came out. I have the excuse. I think this is in poor taste.
I mean, he's came out. He just took his name off all his comics.
That dude was a nut.
But go ahead, Richard. Tell us about this beautiful memoir.
All right, look. It was. I think I kind of came in hot with my life is a big sloppy mess, and it is. I make decisions in the moment that are out of, I don't know, some desperate need to have more adventure. At the beginning of lockdown, like the first one, my husband and I were stuck in separate countries, and things were like very scary. I had this book coming out that was meant to be the big turning point in my career. I had this huge tour. I was doing speaking engagements with like some of my heroes from childhood, and suddenly it all went away. And it was like 3 years of work towards this, where I'd been kind of not in a public facing mode at all. And so then it was like, okay, I'm just going to start making whatever the fuck I want to and whatever the fuck I need to like get back to who I used to be in comics. And so I made this, and it's 7 stories about key turning points in my life across an 18-month period. They're told out of order, but in a chronological sense, it starts with me being married and cheating on my wife with a horribly abusive man. It goes through a suicide attempt, a divorce, a lot of sex clubs, as I mentioned, and some breakups, endings of toxic friendships, moving to Hollywood, meeting someone genuinely nice who I then had to spend weeks drawing while I couldn't be in the same country as him, and staring at someone's face and feeling guilty about every minute that you'd spent away from him because you were working, while then suddenly being trapped apart from him while scared for his life, is a really fun way to make books. It is an uplifting story. It's about hope. It's about realizing that you can be better, and it's about flailing toward that and trying to, to clumsily talk about the metaphor of the octopus. It's about throwing your tentacles out and seeing what you can grab onto.
It's beautiful, man. I wish Doc Ock would say stuff like that. He just wants to kill people with his arms.
I mean, I've seen Spider-Man too. He mostly wants to steal big bags of coins. He wants to fund science.
He does.
He's another
That's
angry
why they're
science
angry.
They're all angry.
So you did get one backer. So
I got Carissa.
What?
No, you got 2. I got your 142. You're at 144.
Oh, sorry, I'm too blind to see this. I should also mention I've got like 3% vision. I've got like this one's dead, and I can jam things into it, and then the other one is
Probably not recommended though.
No, it's
Our
fine.
octopus
It's
is
dead.
also mostly blind, coincidentally.
Oh. Yeah, it's a fun way to like get a back problem while drawing books.
Can I say something real quick? I think I'm really excited for this book because every time I read one of Richard's books, I get a deeper understanding of the medium and visual storytelling. I compared it to like, you ever have like a cheese and wine or a cheese and cracker, and you're like, I'm not feeling this cheese, and you keep going back, and then it's like you really appreciate the notes and all this stuff. I feel like that's Richard's work, and Richard himself. Like it takes work to appreciate.
So you're saying you don't like his cheese?
Cheese.
No, I'm saying I like the cheese. No.
He likes the cheese now. He got used to the cheese.
Anyway, yeah, this is a great book to learn how to make better comic books, I would say.
I mean, for me, I'm super excited about it. The reason why I keep promoting Richard, because I like him as a person. I'm really vibing with him. But the reason why I like it is I think comics as a whole have stopped getting very, very personal. And I think that it's good to see someone being really, really personal.
Why do you think that is?
I think that just that that time period, like I think that the culture for 90s comics was so superhero that they did a counterculture of like these like super personal stories. And now I think that with the manga influence, it's kind of like, oh, we want to tell like all these different type of stories. So it's more spread out, so you don't see them as much. It's not like one versus the other. I think there's enough horror, there's enough other stuff, and not enough personal.
Excuse you?
I think that's why you see books.
You say not enough horror?
No, I think there's enough horror right now in the indie scene, not in the mainstream, but in the indie scene.
I think that's why you see books like Zoe Thurgood's, recent memoir, why that took off and did so well. I think she sold like almost like 25 to 50,000 copies of her graphic novel.
And she's like an up and coming person as well.
Yeah.
And she was able to do those. Like she really, like I've followed her on Instagram for like 5-6 years and just watched her, and she really like just connected with people. And then she puts out this when she said I'm doing an autobiography, a memoir. I'm like, Zoe, you just like came on the scene like a year ago. Like you haven't done anything yet. And then it that's what she's most known for now. is that, and it killed it. And it was a really good story.
Impending Blindness of Billy Scott, that was her first like memoir-esque one. That one's great. And then that one's more about being an artist. And then you go into her latest one, which is insane. Really good.
It's a really weird field. Like I was in self-publishing for like a long time when I was living in New Zealand. And when I came out here, I kind of didn't really know what I was going to do. And I had this sort of plan of I will take a year, get to know the comic scene, and then while really jet lagged, I got an offer for a publishing deal on literally my first day. Like I'm the asshole who wandered into Hollywood and someone said, "Here's money, make books," and I kind of didn't get to like live a life here at all. I literally was suddenly working 7 days a week, 15-hour days to put out a monthly book that I was writing, drawing, coloring, lettering, everything. And then I was like for years working for publishers in the book market, doing all this kid stuff. And so when I made Octopus and everyone said don't show it to anyone, my first action after like the couple of years of agreeing, I started showing it to people. And we actually I got a couple. I keep saying we because I'm very used to this idea of like you always have to credit everyone, and then I'm reminding myself, no, Richard, you're the only person. Don't credit yourself multiple times. And I started showing it to people, and I got a couple of offers from publishers, and I thought like, I can't. This is like the book. I can't give this one up. I can't have anyone else have their like fingers or tentacles in this piece. It has to be. I can't like let this. I've done this for long enough that I know when I've done it how I want it to be. Whether someone else would have notes on it or not, whether editors can like alter my other work, I'm very open to that. But like with this one, it had to be entirely in my control, at least for this part, at least so that I can always point to this this book on my shelf. I can show you the book. I got the proof copy, and like I can always point to this and say like, this is what Octopus was meant to be from the beginning. If someone decides to rewrite it, if the lovely person who emailed me on the second day of my campaign and offered to be a better artist for me wants to take it over.
That's wild.
Weird.
That's bold.
It was
That is bold.
They were very polite about it. I just respond like they hadn't looked at the credits. They didn't realize that I'd done it myself, I think. And so I just responded and I said, unfortunately, I don't pay my artist. But like I couldn't like I have to have this one, you know. I have to have other ones. This one seems to have worked. I funded in 6 hours. You know, I'm gonna have the book. I'm gonna get back into the self-publishing full time over the next couple of years. But it was important for me to start with this one rather than anything else. And now I'll stop being so sincere and go back to being the garbage person who eats McNuggets on streams.
With burn low.
We have upgraded. We have downgraded to a Yingling, ladies and gentlemen. That's all I had left in the fridge. I think it's very brave of you, Richard. Like when I look at like my book, Granite State Punk, like that should have been a personal comic book, but I was a little bitch.
That's the one based on the T-shirt, right?
Right, based on the T-shirt. Right. I was taking Stokes' idea of buy your own merch.
Great advice.
Get your own merch. So I only wear my own T-shirts. But let's go over everybody's stuff again and stuff. But I really applaud you. I think being personal is really tough, and I think it's dope.
What you want to do though is do a Kickstarter where in the first week you do 6 to 8 hours a day of interviews about the most painful experiences of your life and doing deep dives into them while everyone expects you to drink whiskey on camera. That is a fun way to spend your time.
I tuned into one of your interviews and it was like so heavy. I was like, I'm already back this shit. I'm not watching this. I don't really anymore. Shit was so goddamn depressing.
First, we're gonna go to Evan. Let's see where Evan's at. He's still on my list of people, and he was close.
Well, man, I'm drunker than when I started this podcast. Is that acceptable?
That's what I'm going for, really. Like, it's basically I change the numbers as we go. Nobody's actually got any backers. I just make sure you're drinking.
I just backed you.
Yeah.
You must have a backer because I just backed him.
But look at it.
Oh,
So I can
yeah.
mark you off.
Oh, I thought you said there was no new ones. I was like, yes. Wait.
I'm kidding.
I was just trying to be technically funny.
Yeah, it's not working. I'm not good at it. That's not my best strength. But yes, we can mark you off. Thank you. Carissa is saving the day here, backing up fun.
Well, I only buy indies. I don't buy any mainstream anymore. So this is my form of entertainment.
But you would buy a Dawson Funko Pop if you got the chance, right?
I totally would. That's now on my bucket list.
I would
I'm glad you
also
said
buy
that
them
because
because
I have two. So if you're interested, someone buy me one for Christmas.
and Stokes is going to broker the transaction for a very high amount.
That's just gonna come up missing.
But I still need to get
Piracy,
Richard
baby.
onto my Substack so we can talk about.
Jeez, Travis, just suck his dick. Come on, man. Like, we get it. You want to be best friends.
And Tyler, he's 30 years too young for me. I have a type that is Statler and or Waldorf, or the two of them together, one at each end.
And Tyler, I want to know that he knows it was me. And with his eyesight problems, I don't know if that would be possible.
The whole time, Travis was like, eye contact.
You did that sound real well, Tyler.
Miracle Kingdom, by the way, is also a really good comic book. It comes out from Scout Comics. It is also till Sunday, so if you want to back stuff. And he's really good at it. He's seen this, some great stuff I'm going to show you, so stick around, man. And back some of these Kickstarters, man. Show some support. Brian Rose, which, by the way, does manga. So if you don't know about Tyler's book or you don't know about Marcus's book, we're going to go over them in a minute. I'm still working on the plot some. I was thinking about something comical, but I'm considering to change it up if it doesn't work. Okay. All right. So let's see who else do I got on my list here? I've got Rob. Let's see where Rob's at. Rob, are you still letting me down? Or did I let you down? Where are we at?
I mean, I'm just happy to be here.
You say that, but then the instant messages do not back that up. All right, so we got Rob. Damn it, Rob! What is happening here? We got you so close.
We beat the money goal, right?
Shut up. That's not what we're talking about. We need to go back. I promised you 108 backers, so we've got to get you at 108, bro. So give it one more time. We got Miracle Kingdom here, so maybe a miracle can happen, and we can get you that one more backer we get to make sure that you are back.
Right on. So if you're just tuning in, Nightwolf is a story about a young man who finds out that he's born a werewolf, gets thrown into a supernatural war against demons, witches, vampires, other werewolves. And we have this plushie inspired by the book. There's a lot of amazing pages, as you can see here. If you just want to try out the series, we got a couple, just a sneak peek. You can get the first issue of Nightwolf along with the first issue of Snowpaw. You can get the digital catch-ups pretty cheaply, as well as maybe some digital mustards. Apparently, I'm not good at the jokes either.
Is that a reference to Richard's fixation?
No, he's doing a catch-up and then mustard. Thing. It was.
And there it is. But
it took me a while, honestly.
I'm glad you didn't say anything bad about Alan Moore and Neil Gaiman, because you would.
I really like Alan Moore. I just think that I think it's really interesting that he's only ever reworked other things as iconic.
It's just an observation, right?
Just a heads up, Rob and Evan should have one more. I just backed both of you guys.
Oh,
thanks,
very
guys.
much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
This is the most supportive video ever.
That's what it's all about. Supporting and showing love to the community. He's done. Rob is done. He's got the 108.
I was about to make a fake account. I was like, somebody back.
He's like, I want to go to bed. Let's get out of here.
I don't know anything about plushies, so I'm just trying to get you all out of here so I can talk to Tyler. That's what I'm trying to do.
Rob, if you put some nice collectible packaging around that in a box and a limited edition sticker, Travis would be all over that shit.
Right? Yeah, exactly. That's it. But we have to hit our stretch goals.
Grab a Funko Pop and put it in there. Put it in the box.
It'd have to be one of those like early exercise ones, those big ones.
Just stuff it.
All right.
Like,
Yo,
Let's go back to Stoke. Stoke and his intrusive thoughts. And I want to show Stokes is an amazing writer. I think he's got so much potential. I'm really excited to see where this series goes. It ends on you. This book is one of the few books that I'm like, this needed to be 48 pages. I want to see more because it ends on like, I can't wait for the next one.
who's paying for that shit?
If you notice, I waited till Tyler was away from his computer so he couldn't clip it. So I'm safe.
Wait, is Tyler like a clipper or something like that? I did that laugh, man.
But let's see if we've got him. I was still a backer short last time we talked.
I got the backer. I don't know if we hit the money goal though.
No, we owe him $11. And if we get one more backer, we're at 69. So that's a good thing to be at. It's not as good as I like even numbers, but I also like the 69 nice comments that we put on the internet.
Travis,
Anyone
I
who backs
asked you.
mine, if they back his, they get those stickers.
In fact, hold on. There's two people that if we tag the nice at, we could probably get them. Hold on. I think I can get
I haven't backed this one yet, which I just did. And I pledged an extra $1 from the $10 tier because I had to be that $11 guy.
All right.
Travis,
See, that's what you do. You get people tired.
I haven't hit the button. But the button was not yet hit.
Travis, go to the updates on us. We can show off our stickers.
Yes, let's do that. And look at fucking people are ranking in, coming in, getting some intrusive thoughts. What's going on?
The truth of thoughts are winning in this right now and in this conversation as well. Also, Travis, I'm curious because you gave me I asked you for a prediction. You said 5,500. Did you adjust your prediction at all?
No, I still think you're going to be at 50, 55, 5,600. I'm still going to put you out there just because and it's not your fault, dude. Like the reason why I think those numbers, I know of next week being just as crazy busy as this week of hot creators coming on. So it's a wild month, and I think it's just really hard to get edgewise higher. But I think you said you got some covers and some other stuff that coming down the road, right?
Yeah, I got a cover I'm dropping, as well as the whole thing with Richard. I think I got a cover back. It's been a really good day, but I might have to do some hot takes to get me over the hump.
I got a question.
Yeah.
How much should you rely on followers, like people who follow your campaign?
I would say none.
Yeah, the
None, right?
on average, maybe like a certain percent. Like
it's 25 to 28% is what you end up getting. So if you're below that, the average is 25 to 28% of those followers will be.
Gotcha. Yeah, I started with like 63, and now I'm at like 300 and something, with like 42 backers converted.
So a lot of those will get that like 48-hour notice from Kickstarter, when your campaign is going to end. But again, the transition is still probably going to be in that like
10%.
Yeah.
You know what? I think I get like so many of my pre-launch followers, I think, from Twitter, and my conversion rate is actually really good. I'm at 30%, and I think being active on Twitter kind of reminds people, and I think helps convert. So I don't know. I would make. What sucks about Kickstarter is you don't get a reference link for where your followers are coming from, so that you can't like go back.
You can make them
after the campaign. You're not your pre-launch followers.
Well, now you can, but they don't tell you where they came from at that point.
Well, yeah, so that's like, that doesn't really help. But if you did know that,
Exactly.
you can kind of go back to wherever you got those followers from and then kind of like reintroduce them into the book. But
it is based on campaigns too, like because mine's closer to 30, 35, but I think it's based on how many campaigns you've fulfilled, haven't had problems with too, like that. It gets higher because I get 30, 35 as well when I end. Rob's like, Rob seems to, now he wants to check.
I know. I think
everyone's checking.
Last campaign, I think I was around 30, and that's usually what my average was. I think this time it's less. Again, the plus I'm going to have less conversion, and I'm rehashing,
Right.
It's interesting as well though, because like a lot of the kind of traditional advice that both Stokes and I have been given by people is that like Twitter is not a place where you can get a lot of backers from. And I know that like both of us, a high percentage of our backers have come from there. Like Twitter is my second highest thing for.
I think Twitter's.
But
Twitter's my highest.
Copy me, bro.
But here's the thing: if that's where you're at, that's where they're going to come from. That's not a fair assessment.
It's where, exactly. It's where you are mostly primary. Like if you're on Twitter all the time, and that's where you basically, spend most of your time.
All right. Let's see what we got here. All right.
Also, I don't use links on Twitter, but it's working.
That's wild.
Oh yeah. Stokes taught me that too. Don't use the links.
Well,
Yeah.
and
I listen.
So if you don't use links, you get the people to your page then.
Well, you got the pinned tweet.
Oh, you either say check your pinned post or you reply to yourself and do it.
Well,
I'm going to disagree with Stokes. Stokes, we're going to fight. Let's start it all over again. I'm out of retirement.
You can't disagree with results.
Hold on. Let's celebrate here. Rob just got a whole bunch of shit over here. Rob got some.
I don't want to celebrate, Rob. Let's fight.
I think Stokes got some money, right? Right? Stokes got some money.
I got some money, but people ask for the link. You give it to them.
Here's the sticker, by the way. If you'd like some, how much to get this? Like the stickers, like do they attach? Does the octopus go around the neck? If you position it properly.
What kind of shit are you on?
You just back both things at a physical level. You get the damn stickers, and they're
right there. The sticker. It's right.
They're nice stickers, and I'll order them, and I'll get myself some free hot sauce again.
Stokes, you're done, son.
Thank you. Also, I want to say that Richard has this really cool thing where he'll do a sketch cover, which I think is underpriced. Honestly, it's like $75, and he'll draw whatever you want as an octopus. So I'm gonna have him draw an octopus holding a copy of Intrusive Thoughts.
Yeah, I will draw an octopus tentacle holding anything you want.
Also, I don't know if I mentioned this, but Richard edited my book, and he's claiming me now. So that's nice. Speaking of being an orphan, and
all right, the last one that we need to get money for is my boy Richard's here.
This is awful because I was the first one to get it last week, but I really feel like it's just the same people.
It's not. I have people all the
Travis,
time.
shh. It's this. Let me feel better, or I'm gonna have to eat more chicken nuggets.
Can you send me some chicken nuggets? I'd like some chicken nuggets.
No, them shits are so old at this point. Like, who eats? That is something you have to eat immediately. The chicken nuggets from Wendy's? Or,
no, they're from McDonald's, and I got 40 more in the fridge to heat up later.
So, but I want to get you there, man. I want to get you there.
I think I picked the wrong mentor.
It's not real chicken, right?
Are you air frying them at least, Richard?
So I got a question, a serious question for a second. Mm-hmm. And Tyler, I want to hit you up on this. Tyler and Marcus, do you guys feel that the audience is different from manga? Like the way they back? Like, do they back towards the end more? Do they get it right away? What do you think?
This is my first. Marcus. Yeah, this is my first one. When interacting with the manga crowd, like for example, Tyler has DD Mark on a cover, and he has like a YouTube channel background. Like his followers are there, so getting those kind of retweets from those people, you start to see people backing right at the beginning of the campaign.
I've gotten none.
Yeah, I've gotten none in the middle. It's all been like the beginning of the campaign on that front.
Tyler, it's all in the beginning.
No, so I've been looking a lot at like my data, and like I think it's a little different. I have a pretty strong YouTube and Twitter base, and so I get a pretty strong start on most of my books, and then of returning backers. So that's that's where they come first, a 2 days, and then after that it's all new. Right. It's all new people who are coming either from the videos I'm putting out, Twitter, Instagram. I'm actually right now trying to get a hold of DD Mark and be like, "Hey man, for every cover you sell, I'll give you some of the money." Enter my DMs. But yeah, in terms of the manga market, I don't know how big there of a manga market there is on Kickstarter. One of the biggest Kickstarters ever was Let's Play, which is a webtoon, And I think when it comes to those kind of the indie scene in terms of webcomics and manga and webtoon, it's
Right.
really this like very strong fault. Like you have a very strong fan base who are gonna ride or die, in a sense of what you do, and they're gonna come in strong at the very beginning. That's my 2 cents.
I know, Stokes. You cater. You hang out with. You don't make like really manga books, but you hang out with that crew. Do you feel that you get a lot of people who transfer over from manga over to your stuff?
Yeah, so I actually made or I'm working on a manga actually.
Is that the sex one? I don't know if that's real. The one that the cheeky one that you make up with Pat. I don't know if you're kidding or you're really doing.
The Cthulhu
battle.
Cthulhu invades. I'm gonna tell
you. Had like a sex battle thing.
Let me finish. Cthulhu invades AVN was the idea that I kicked around, and you can't sue me for intellectual property theft because it's public domain.
But Cthulhu invades is trademark, but that's fine.
Cthulhu invades.
Look it up.
You own Cthulhu.
I do.
Where's the lawyer at? No, so I'm actually making a manga. I will happily tell you about it later, but I don't yet. So I'm actually working on manga. I do have, I have a completely different experience, I think, than Tyler does, because I find that, like, particularly on Kickstarter, I feel like people. I mean, you obviously have a preference, but I feel like, at least in my experience, like I read manga and comics. Like I feel like the younger generation, we grew up on, if not both, more so manga. So I feel like if somebody reads manga, I could convert them to not convert them to a full comic reader, but I could at least
get them to buy your book
to check it out. And there's also a bit of a manga influence in my work anyway, so it's easy to kind of bridge that gap. I feel like.
Is it because you can go? It's kind of like this, kind of like where I can with traditional comics. I'd be like, oh, it's a little mix of Sandman, a little mix of Watchmen. Or
yeah, a little bit of that. I think it helps that like a lot of like manga fans are black as well, so you have that kind of connection going on. Happy Black History Month, let's go. So that also might be, it's like a cultural thing as well. So there's all kinds of I think there's all kinds of reasons. Like I said, if you read like comics as in like the medium of comics, I feel like I can get you to read my shit.
And I so in my first book, Broke Down in Four Dead Bodies, it was semi manga ish, and one of the lead characters is a black guy named Denver, and like that was my bread and butter when I go to cons, was selling it to big black guys. They loved it. They were like, I love gangster stuff. Oh, Pulp Fiction, Reservoir Dogs. They love those movies. That was my target audience. It was crazy because I was not thinking that was going to be my audience, but that ended up being it. So. Because they like Quentin Tarantino.
Oh yeah, we love us big black guys. Love.
All right, I need one more backer over here, guys. Pitch it again.
I can't hear this shit no more. I heard this damn pitch like.
Look, it's 100. Shut up, Stokes.
Nah, I heard this shit. Oh, it's like a memoir of my failed marriage. I can't do it no more.
144-page memoir about.
All right, tell us why we shouldn't buy it. That's better.
Listen. If you hate gay people,
okay.
If you hate gay people, this will not be a book for you. And if you don't buy it, we'll know.
It's like playing Hogwarts Legacy, right?
It's worse than that. It's like sharing it's like sharing Instagram pictures of yourself at Chick-fil-A. It is that if you don't buy this book. And like, I don't know if you guys know about this, the secret gay council. We talk about it. We make lists. We put those lists on the internet, and
knew it.
Yeah, we listen. There's a lot of really. I'm going to use my words carefully here. I choose my words carefully here. There's a lot of queer content that is all about only putting out like the positive side of things. It is pride flags and rainbow capitalism, and there's the real push to bury anything or not address anything that isn't like the nicest parts of it. And I understand where it comes from, because like for a long time, we weren't allowed to put anything out there.
Right.
But as far as I'm concerned, like every Pride movement starts in protest. The thing that as a gay man, the thing that like I am judged upon, the only difference is the ways that I have sex, the people that I have sex with. So I don't shy away from putting that into the book. But I also don't shy away from like being honest about the fact that, you know, like as my mother always said, if you go to someone's house and they think you want to have sex with them, it's rude not to. And I've taken that approach for my entire life and had a lot of fairly mediocre experiences from it. Like, not to brag, I'm okay in bed.
Your mom said what?
Don't listen to it, Travis. It's not good advice.
Yeah, it's not good advice. Like, listen, my mother always said, you go to home with someone and they think that if they think you want to have sex with them, it's rude not to. This is bad advice, but it's also what results in me like meeting a guy on Grindr who's within walking distance, which is really like the 1-2 punch for me. And I get to his place, he looks nothing like his picture, and he's literally standing there saying, "How do you like your meth?" And I say, "No meth for me, thanks." And he says, "I'm already set up to inject though," and then puts a needle in his heart in front of me, and then asks me to like do him with a double-ended dildo while his front door to his apartment is open. And I do it.
Well, for safety.
It's rude
That
not
makes
to.
sense.
I don't know. I've lived a life. I've had adventures, and 7 of them are in this book, and that's it. That's as honestly as I can pitch it.
I think the art looks amazing. I don't know what the hell that person was talking about.
Listen, look, it's a sloppy style. I know what it is. I'm a blind person who draws comics, and I don't do genre fiction. I don't do superheroes. I don't do science fiction. I don't do like, and that's not to shit on any of that stuff. I read a lot of that stuff. I just don't make it. I have a style that is mine, and that's what I'm going to be doing forever.
So it is getting to 11:30 at night Eastern. So I am going to give anybody who has been funded and the chance, the option to opt out. I'm going to hang out with Richard until we get him that money.
Oh, God.
But anybody who wants to hang out with me is more than welcome to.
Save Rob and I's marriage, man. Save Rob and I's marriage.
The wife is giving the death stare.
Well, we had this conversation. And I knew you were going to be the guy, but that's fine. That's fine. We talked about this.
Hey, I told you. I told her I'd be here till 11. We're a little bit later than that, so we made it a little bit farther.
All right.
Rob, just back me for $1 and you're free.
Fair enough.
How low is he? How much more does he have to make?
I just have to get one more backer. Travis just promised me one more backer, and I'm just sitting here stuck until then.
No, you stay, Richard. You stay. But Rob can go if you got to go. Tyler, I'm sad that you're leaving. I want to talk about coins. We had so many things to talk about, but we had to sell all these books for other people. You got to unmute yourself, dude. Like,
sorry, I've got like 15 more minutes, man.
I love that I've ruined Tyler's night.
Rob, you could go. Jump. Marcus, you said you're gonna go.
I do gotta jump. I gotta get up early for work. So.
Good night, Evan. How are you doing?
I'll chill for a little bit. I'm just lettering some stuff in the background and drinking whiskey. So the hell else am I doing? Why not hang out?
Stokes, how you feeling?
I'm chilling, man. I'm getting some writing done.
All right. You can write. I have tried to write during I can't do it. I keep trying, but good for you.
I'm the kid wonder, you know.
Good night, y'all. Hey,
good night, Rob.
Nice
good night, Marcus.
Everybody. We'll definitely catch up.
Carissa, you taking off?
Yeah. My husband already went to bed like an hour and a half ago, but if you know what, I need a new chair so I can stay on.
But thank you so much for coming out. I'm glad we got you some backers. I'm glad you threw some support to people. We love you.
Getting married does not seem like a very good career move from my perspective.
He supports me full-heartedly.
He thought he had
Depends how much money they make. Could be a great career move.
Am I the only single man here?
I think so. I don't know. I'm not
no,
single.
Stokes, you single?
So.
I am painfully single. Yeah.
Stokes is single. Yeah.
I'm really married to comics at this point.
But he's gonna be fine. He's gonna take pictures at the Super Bowl, and then women are gonna be hitting up a DM and be like, "Oh, you got Super Bowl money."
Stokes is married to the game right now.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's not even my money, but I will be. I will flex a little bit. No, my mom got me the ticket. She's incredible, you know. And part of me thinks it's that she sees me working really hard, and she wants. I haven't had a vacation in like.
I love that your mom backed you 300 to be drawn in the comic. That's my favorite.
She is phenomenal. She's my biggest supporter.
Yeah.
And this is gonna be like a once in a lifetime opportunity. And I'm gonna try to be sober during the game because I want to just take everything in. And she's like, "Oh, of course, you want to be sober when I bought a drink package." It's like, oh.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised my mom is supportive as she is because she doesn't read comics, she doesn't like horror, and she doesn't read. So whatever. But she has bid more than most people, so it's pretty impressive. She may or may not read it, so we'll see.
I would like everyone else to talk about how supportive their parents are, so that it really hits home when I say that neither of my parents have backed my book.
Well,
My
Richard,
parents
do
are
you blame
dead,
me?
so
Hey Richard, my parents every year go, "You're still making comics," and I'm like, "Mom, Dad, every year it's getting better," and they're like, "Okay," and my mom's like, "What's that comic you were making? Like, it's demons." I'm like, "That was 6 years ago. I've got a new one."
Actually,
My mother really liked it when I made picture books that she could read to her grandchildren.
Aw.
Aw.
Yeah.
My parents are weird. So I started my own company 6 years ago, and from scratch with no experience. And now my husband works for me, and we pay for the house, and it actually makes pretty decent money. They don't support that. But I make a comic that costs me a ton of money and is putting me in debt. They're all for it. So whatever works. I don't know. My parents are weird. I think my mom considers it art, which it is. But I used to sketch, and she used to say you have to do something art wise, and I was like, I can't be an artist. And now I guess to her this is, creative. So maybe she's all supportive. But it's just weird. Don't support the thing that pays for my house. Just support the thing that might cost my house. But
Travis, I was curious. What is your longest? I know that like Cthulhu Invades is like an anthology, right? I'm assuming.
Yeah.
What's your longest running series?
Well, they all end up with four issues. So
4 issues.
yeah, so Broke Down was 4 issues. It's done. Voodoo Nation's 4th issue's coming out this year. That's done. So I go 4 issues, but I do like 28 to 32 pages an issue, so they're a little bigger.
Coins is right now 4.
Coins is right now 4. Yeah.
Why you landed on 4 for all these miniseries instead of 5? Coincidence or plan?
It's actually a plan because the sales. I was thinking for the direct market, the sales drop, and also any of my issues I can make. I have breaking points where I can bring them down to 20, 22 pages a piece, 24 pages when I all figure it out to make it a 5 issue to get more money. I thought when I originally planned to make more money in the direct market. That is not a thing, but that was my genius plan.
Are you not aware of how the direct market works?
Well, I was a little more naive back in the day. But that was a rookie mistake of me, Stokes. Like I really should have did what Rob did and what even Tyler, like these long form storytellers. I wish I would have just stuck with one and kept going.
That was kind of what I was about to ask you because I'm working on a spinoff to Decay, and I normally do like 5-6 issues, and I was really nervous about it, like doing this long series. I like the short ones because if you get a new idea, like I'm right now, I have so many different projects that I want to release, and like I have a manga that I'm not gonna be able to release this year. I have so much stuff to do, so like it's really daunting to do a long form series like that. It's gonna be like 20 plus issues, and then I'm curious about what the benefits would be of doing something like that.
Well, big benefit, like this right here is my Demons omnibus. It's 370 pages.
Sheesh.
And so the benefit of doing it was, you get 15 issues, and then now I can sell this omnibus. The sucky thing of it is, like, my sales after like issue 8 or 9 would just start. They just kept getting lower and lower. And if I was with a publisher, they would have been like, axed. They would have axed it. And I was just stubborn. I was like, I'm finishing this freaking story my way. Yeah. And so, doing 15 issues and like the last like 4 didn't really sell well. And then I did volumes 1 and 2, which did well. And then the 3rd volume did terrible. And so it's like the con is you might get to the end and the end's going to be on the floor with no sales because no one wanted the end. But also though is now that I have this omnibus, I make a lot with the omnibus through my add-ons, and it's like it's $30 for this 370 page book, and so a lot of people just will pick that up and.
But you're also talking about the direct market versus the Kickstarter market. The Kickstarter proves that it goes up, as it goes.
Not for this series. It went doop doop doop, which means the second volume wasn't good.
But again, you were doing wild shit at the time too.
That's true. I think I was on Indiegogo. I went volume 1 Kickstarter, volume 2 Indiegogo, volume 3. It was weird.
Yeah, don't blame your book on your stupid decisions. Those are two different things.
That's fair. Yeah. That's fair.
This would also.
I increased Richard, so now it took 3 tries to get it to go up because I guess Canadian money is.
Now we can all go to bed.
Thank you.
I don't know.
The Looney finally depreciated enough.
He's good.
Yeah,
well, he's good, but I'm still hanging out.
No, we're chilling.
But you
I will say, it's. The thing that I'm nervous about is I don't do single issues, this is one book. I've got my next Kickstarter is for a trade. And then I've got one ongoing series that'll come out in trades. Right. And then I'm going to have standalone graphic novels in between it.
I'm
not going to get that bump from
No, I'm with you, Richard. I don't do floppies. I only do trades. I've never done a floppy.
How are you doing 200 pages for $15?
It's all in black and white.
Okay, all right.
It's all in black and white.
I don't do anything short. I have 35 issues for this issue 1 already, and the spinoff's 25 issues already written, and I'm still writing it. So I don't do anything short apparently. So. I like to do things.
Did that answer your question, though, Rich?
Not really. I don't. I'm worried. What I'm worried about is that by doing standalone books,
I heard that was better. That's what everyone told me. Everyone yelled. Publishers wouldn't even talk to me or read my proposal because I had more than 3 issues. They said standalone is the best.
But through Kickstarter, it certainly is through the book market and the direct market. But if you're doing Kickstarter, the wisdom seems to be that you do the ongoing series, whether you're doing trades or whether you're doing floppies, and it builds slowly over time. And we're I'm coming in here with I've got 3 graphic novels this year, and then the first part of an ongoing. I don't know. We'll see. It's the part that I'm nervous about.
I think at that point you market yourself. So I market myself right now as Girl with the Megafist. I want people to go, oh, Tyler does the Girl with the Megafist, and so when you see that. You go, oh, that's what you associate with me as that's my whatever.
I'll be associated with chaos.
But for you, Richard, it'd probably be best you market yourself just as you. This is I am the how Travis does it. I actually used him in an example actually in a marketing thing I did 2 weeks ago for some authors. Travis, I see Travis when I see an IP that he puts out. I don't see it as necessarily the title. I just go, this is Travis's book, and because I trust Travis as a storyteller, so maybe you just gotta go, oh yeah, that's Richard's book. He's a good storyteller. I like what he puts out.
Right. And that's all my branding is based around Richard Sucks, which is my sort of imprint I'm building.
That's an interesting question. I'm curious on Travis's thoughts on this too, because obviously you have Orange Cone, Travis, but it seems like a lot of the marketing you do, you really don't mention Orange Cone too much. It's more about yourself. Whereas my thought process, I haven't proven this is good or not, but I'm doing all my branding around my imprint, Woven Press, and I don't even do Twitter as myself really. So I'm curious, if that's an intentional thing, if you just prefer interacting as yourself, or if it's a marketing move.
100% intentional. I don't want to be a publisher. I do a lot of books, and I'm going to do even more, and I'm publishing other people's books, but I don't want to be a publisher. It's never what I wanted. I want to be a comic creator. So I want to sell my IPs to other people. That's why I'm doing the Band of Bards and the Great Say Punk, and then another one with another publisher that I haven't announced. My goal is to get Travis Gibb the name of stuff. That's why when Stoke asked me, hey, what's your longest thing? My whole goal, Stokes, for me, what I thought was best, which I'm regretting now, was let's just throw a whole bunch of books to show them that I can write. So I've got this for this trade. I wanted to get as many trades as I could out as fast as I could. And I think I said that to you and you and your partner, Chris, when I talked to you, hey, you're trying to get to the
My co-host.
possible. You don't like partner? Partner's not good?
It implies something else. It's my
Implies an equal relationship.
Tyler, you're my partner.
in
You're not my
charge.
co-host. You're my partner in books.
I dig it. I'll take it.
I don't care what it applies. So when I do it, like I try to get that, but I also see that it does have a negative condescending too, because I need to use artists. If an artist, I find myself struggling when the artist is of equal name of mine, like Tyler. Like, how do I do that? How do I not take the spotlight? Like, so I try to actively make sure I mention Tyler every time I do something. And that's hard for me because I'm used to just going me because they're never sharing the book or giving a shit. You know?
Let me ask you another question. So I have sort of, I don't know if this is a good idea or not, but you know my series of K, and I'm working on expanding it. So I have it's something that can be described as either a sequel or a spinoff, or it's kind of like right down the middle. How should I market it, as a spinoff or a sequel, in your opinion?
That's hard.
Follow on.
I like on a trade where it says decay and then whatever the thing is, even if it's different, or vice versa, where it's like, let's say your story was Reapers, a decay story. You know, I like stuff like that. I think that helps your branding. So that's what I would do, something like that, where whatever the title is, a decay story. So decay is still the name of the world. Did I answer your question, or did I skip
Not
around?
really. I think you know full well you didn't. There may not be a right answer. The trends might change, but I honestly might do both. Like, depending on, like, if you haven't read the book before, I can say it's a spinoff. Maybe if you like the series, I can say like, it's a sequel. So
I might not do a sequel because it might scare someone from getting it because they haven't read the original.
Right.
So a spinoff, you know, it's like, this is new, and then if they like it, it gives them a reason to go and back the original as well.
This is why I fucking hate comics, because there's no right answer. Like, everything everybody said here, like, it tracks logically, but
that ain't just comics, unfortunately.
Yeah, but wouldn't a sequel? I mean, is it directly after what? I mean, to me, a sequel is something that directly happens after the last one. So, is it directly what happens after the last one, or is it a different story?
There's both. Like, it's directly, it's like 30% sequel. Well, essentially the way it works is that it comments on the theme of the first movie and examines it, and then it's more or less like it's like a separate story with themes from the first. And then there's like some hard references to the first one. So I don't know if I've written myself into a corner, or if I have the flexibility to go either way.
Here's a question. It's gonna sound really shitty, but don't take it like that. Why? Why would you? So, what's making you want to do a spinoff of Decay, or like a sequel off of, like, building off of this IP?
I think it's, like, obviously my most popular IP. I think that I mean, a lot of people really enjoy it. I came with a story that, like, really, I really enjoy, that I feel like really builds on it as well. And I think it also, basically just builds on it and just expands on it. Like, I'm not really interested. It's very rare that I'm interested in the direct sequel, right? But sort of like something that's like adjacent or diagonal just seems really interesting. But basically the story, I didn't seek out to make a Decay sequel or a Decay spinoff. Just the idea came to me, and it was really good.
You could be like, then this is a continuation of the Decay universe.
Or you can make it like a half. It's 1.5.
I mean, I'll tell you what I planned on doing. So for Broke Down and 4 Dead Bodies, and I'm going to eventually get to it, I'm going to do a sequel to it. It's called Broke Down and Tapped Out. And then I have other ones where Broke Down is the proper title, and then everything underneath it changes. So that's the way I got around it. So there's sequels to it, but you don't need the original. But if you do, you kind of can tell the branding from afar. But if you look at like Charlie, Galarian, the latest issue of Galarian 2, there's no even mention of White Ash except for White Ash Press.
Yeah, that's the. I mean, like I said, there's no real answer, but I thank you. I appreciate hearing the feedback because right now I feel like I'm at a crossroads, and like I'm just so many different things to do, and like I guess I'm going against traditional wisdom. Like I'm really considering doing the Decay 4 and 5, which we talked about at the same time, just so I can get to the trade. And then, once then I want to immediately do the trade so I can take the trade money and then make this Decay spinoff.
Sure.
And that's not the best. I don't think it's the best idea to like do 4 and 5 and then a trade because you're reselling it. So I'm thinking, okay, I'll add like a preview for the next series in there to like possibly entice people to kind of make up the ground. But it's also comic book fans like don't mind purchasing.
What if you did? So it sounds like you're going to be doing 2 campaigns no matter what. Why don't you do a DK4 campaign and then a DK5 plus trade? So
I was thinking of doing that.
People can either get all the floppies all at once, or the new people get all the trades, or you get people going, well, I want the 5th one and I want the trade at the same time, and you're still doing 2 campaigns, and it's kind of like the finalization of it. 5 or the 5 plus the trade.
I'm glad you said that because I was actually thinking that when I do issue 7 to do the trade with it.
I'm wise. I'm wise beyond my years.
I actually think that's the best. That's the best plan, Stokes. A lot of people do that where they do the last issue and the trade at the same time, and it saves you money if you don't know too, because they can print the guts for that last issue when they're making the trade.
It.
Guts and stuff.
I know that's the reason I unblocked you, Tyler.
Can I get back to Evan for a second? Did I answer your question, Evan? Do you feel like I answered your question good?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Travis, I gotta bounce. I gotta leave in 5 minutes. Let's talk about coins real quick before I bounce.
All right. So when do you want so for those who don't know, Coins Judas is out. We have the second issue out in February. We are going to do a Kickstarter. We haven't really talked about that a lot. And the Kickstarter is going to
I haven't talked about it because I don't really know much about it.
Yeah, we're going to do a Kickstarter in March, April. Band of Bards is going to put that together for us, and that'll have the other 2 issues. So we're going to do another 2 that's coming out later this year. I have a meeting this month to figure out when we're going to put out those issues, but we're making them like soon, right? You're the minute this is done, you're ready.
I mean, you can send me the script. You can send me the script like in the next week or 2, and I'll start sketching.
Yeah.
So wait, you guys are doing Kickstarters for issues after they've been out in the direct market? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So what we're doing a weird thing. So we're going to do 1 and 2, and then we're going to do a Kickstarter for all 4 for a trade with the single issues. But you're not getting the trade until
3 and 4
hit the direct market.
So those Kickstarter single issues will be the Band of Bards versions that were in the direct market.
Correct. Yeah, it's still going to be a Band of Bards logo for us, even though we own it. So Band of Bards, you own 100% of the right. Well, we do. Let me revise. Everyone's contract's different. Like we used to talk about us getting paid a lot, and then we stopped because we found out lots of Band of people aren't getting paid. That was a deal that I had. like getting paid to make the book. We got paid to make.
That's an important.
Yeah. Not the back end. Everyone's getting paid in the back end, but to make the book, we were paid to make the book, and got our rights. Which is
so. Their thesis is just hit the direct market. It did good. Why the hell not bring it to the Kickstarter audience to get the trade out there?
Well, we had already planned on it because it's stupid. Tyler and I have a huge fan base in the Kickstarter market. It's stupid not to get that money. It's really stupid.
I'd support it.
What's that?
I'd support it.
Yeah, even for the even for the Band of Bards, it's best for them because they have to pay us a certain amount of money. This allows them to recoup their money faster because they're through the direct market. It's going to go down, even though we were lucky, Richard. I don't know how often this happens. You're due to the direct market more than I do, but our second issue only had a 25% drop versus the typical 50% drop.
Yeah, that's good. Do you think is it like literally like the rest of the print run is what you're going to be fulfilling the Kickstarter with, or like will there be something
graphic novel
available?
It's a graphic novel.
It's a graphic novel. It's trade.
Oh, so you're not putting the issues out through Kickstarter?
No.
No,
Oh,
well,
okay.
yes, we will allow you to buy the individual issues. Yes,
Okay, cool. That was sort of unclear.
just as like add-ons and stuff. But not
Yeah,
like-
because we've got a bajillion store exclusive covers, and
yeah, that's not going to
Yeah.
be what the campaign's about. The campaign's going to be about the graphic novel, and we're going to give special things to the Kickstarter people that we're not going to give to the direct market. We'll probably
That's a good idea because there's a whole different Kickstarter market for graphic novels specifically.
Yeah. That's our plan, and we're
like that
hoping that
idea. I got
it'll
some
work out.
fucking wheels
And
turning.
it'll get us our money faster, which is what we want.
but no,
Yeah,
we've been really blessed with Coins of Judas. It's been really fun. It's funny because Travis said, "Do you want to draw something?" And then he sent me a thing, and I didn't read it. And then all of a sudden we got published. And then he said, "You should probably read the script now." And so yeah, it's been a good experience. And Travis has done a really good job communicating what we need to make things happen with Band of Bards. They've been good to work with.
Yeah, we're blessed, and I mean, I'm happy with the success of it. Like the copies we've got and everything have been really good. The story,
My exclusive cover is sick.
it is really good.
I need to send you, Travis.
Well, I owe you your comps. They're all here. I have to put
You're
them
good.
up.
You're good.
Yeah. But we're super blessed, and I'm super excited. So hopefully, you guys are back in the direct market for those who go to comic stores and check it out. I did find out that Diamond just released 20 copies into the wild, like that people could order, but 2 comic stores already picked up 8 of them. So like,
Nice.
That's awesome.
so.
Here's a related gripe that I have that's pissing me off about comics all the time. I'm as a not physical reader of comics or collector of comics, so I don't ever get on I don't have a pull list or anything because I just read digital, right? No, hardly any publisher that I've ever found allows me to pre-order a digital version. I would happily pre-order digital versions of all these fucking books, and to jack the sales up right away and show it's going to be successful. But I end up having to wait 2 to 3 months for every book to ever show up digitally after release half the time.
It's because it like I do e-commerce for a living, and it is just how you set up a digital product. It's just way nicer for you to buy it and then it automatically emails it to you. So like if you had to do all of these pre-order things, it's like extra work to program. It's extra work to program that.
Yeah. I don't disagree with you, but I'm a software engineer, so I understand what that takes, and it ain't rocket science. I mean, they should.
It's true. It's not rocket science. It's just one extra step. I agree.
To argue that Band of Bards, if you go on their website and don't buy it from Global Comics, you can actually get their whole year or a lifetime subscription where you'll get every digital. It's like $100, which is a pretty good deal. Like everything they'll ever do.
That is a good bundle, but I feel like CJ's Vigia, I haven't been able to buy that digitally, and all the issues have been out for a while. I just got them on Global Comics. Like all these, it's not just Band of Bards, it's every publisher.
Yeah.
And there's so many people buying digital, and they can't. Like we all want to pre-order these books, and they're not available anywhere.
Well, you can get 1 and 2 of Coins of Judas now. You can get the whole thing on Global Comics. You can get the second issue that's not released till the end of the month.
Nice. Yeah, I'll check that out. But I digress. I'm just saying that's always pissed me off about the whole comics industry is that it's the only physical backers and the pre-sales and the pull lists are all that's important to these publishers, but digital just gets thrown to the side.
Well, and digital shady as hell. Like they always hide their numbers. Like
It's
every
not
digital
for-
company.
Right.
Not for individual
Even though it's
issues,
100%
but for-
profit.
Right.
not for digital issues, like not for single issues, but for graphic novels. You can pre-order, like if you pre-order digital through like the ebook version through Amazon and things like that will count towards those first day sales still. I mean, I know it's not like the ideal for it, but
It's not just but also the pre-ordering of the physical. It's so that the publisher can get a gauge of how much they need to print.
Right.
That's a big thing. And like for example, we had a book that I work for a book publisher, and we thought that based off the pre-order sales, it was gonna slay. So we way over printed, and we just did not analyze those numbers correctly. So we had a ton of pre-orders, and then after that it just dropped, and now we have all this inventory of this book. So it's just this game of that's why pre-orders in the physical space are so important.
It was
Still
a
another
swastika
reason to
with the back
prep
cover
digital
on.
more. One digital sale is worth as much as 2 physical sales from the margins, right? They want to know if they should cancel something early or not. Like sell digitally earlier, make that extra profit. Just never sits well with me. I don't think any publishers connected those dots. But Again, I digress.
I agree with you.
Well, I'm at least happy. So it's shady, and it makes me happy at the same time that Marvel and DC stick to that firm. It's going to cost you the same for the physical and the digital. I don't know why they made that decision and didn't just undercut the comics market and kill it. But I'm happy they did, because it's keeping digitals at a good price.
What happened to the days of buying physical, getting a digital copy for free as part of that too?
They're still in there. But they don't do it for every book. So they'll only do it for like the big titles, like Avengers or Batman, things that they're like, we're gonna want to keep this online forever.
Also, then because they have the digital download, they can kind of claim it as double the numbers. You know, it's the old trick of the music industry where a song has to sell for a certain minimum before it can be considered an actual sale. So digital downloads or CDs given away with concert tickets couldn't be used, which is why you're now getting things like whiskey companies who a certain percentage of every bottle goes towards a song that you can download from a QR code. So then the record company can claim they have the highest selling single in the world, even though people are just fucking buying bottles of whiskey and never listened to the song.
Right.
Interesting.
I should do that for
comics. It's the same shit as like
sell a lot more comics that way.
It's like there's so much stuff in the comic industry that is like the Cowboys versus Aliens of it all, where that book sold incredibly well because the guy who created it mortgaged his house to buy hundreds of thousands of copies so he could walk into Comic-Con and get a movie deal immediately because he had the highest selling comic in the world.
That's my option 3 then.
And figure out why Sticker Mule has the highest selling hot sauce.
Yeah.
Because they fucking give it away and build it into the margins for everything.
Exactly.
Travis has them all.
But it's the same as like
anyone can have them.
There was like the highest selling comic at one point was one that was given away at some kind of like car racing thing. I don't know, some big whatever the car racing events are that people go to.
NASCAR?
And they're like, it was like a NASCAR event. Everyone who bought a ticket to that got a free copy of, I don't know, some comic that was thematically linked to it. The comic was never through Diamond. The comic was never really in the direct market, but it was technically the highest selling comic in the world. And that never seems like valuable to me because like who the fuck is reading it? No one. You know, you're like
you probably have dealt with this too, Richard. But like I've heard that about like people that sell books to hospitals too, right? Where they give a kid a book every time they come in, or they give them to people in the different wards.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there should be a comic creator that makes a comic specifically to sell to a hospital.
I gotta bounce. Real quick though, this is my publishing company. There was a book; it only sold 100 copies full price. The authors were like, "We want to be able to say that this book sold 10,000." I was like, "That's all you care about? It's just the 10,000?" And they went, "That's all we care about." So me and my friend Clint, we go, "Okay, we just gotta get 10,000. The book's $1." We sold 10,000 of the book at $1, and then they were like, "Yo, our royalties suck." And I'm like, "Shut up! You said that you just wanted 10,000 sales. I got you 10,000 sales. You didn't make any money. That's your fault." So now you can have that. So now on the book it now says sold over 10,000 copies, and now they're using that for their marketing. So it's what Richard says. It's just these weird marketing tactics. But I gotta bounce. See you guys.
Bye.
Meet you up.
The other like thing that happens all the time is there are certain companies that will sell authors copies of their books at wholesale, like so that you're technically buying them from your publisher, but through a middleman who don't seem to. I don't know how they do it because they don't upcharge on it at all from what you'd normally pay. But every sale there gets counted toward your first day sales. It counts as an official sale of the book with the idea that you will sell it later on tour or whatever.
Right.
So people, if you time the release of your book right, if your publisher knows what other books are coming out that week or whatever, you can buy 400 copies of your first novel and be a New York Times bestseller.
Right.
No one has.
I've heard that about comic publishers too. Some do and some don't count your comp copies or your ad cost copies you're purchasing towards your sales for the issues.
Yeah, it all depends if you're going through if you go through a secondary company, but it's the same bullshit as publishers who will give you a lower royalty if it's sold through a book club, and then they sell your books to their own book club, so they're making the money twice, and you're getting half as much.
Man,
yeah, it's a shady fucking business.
We're being too honest, I think, with how we're selling comics, guys and girls. We're being too above board with our straightforward marketing and selling strategies.
Listen, I firmly believe that every bottle of whiskey that I buy helps me sell comics. So it's actually all part of the same system.
It certainly helps me write them. I don't know about sell them.
Well, so here's the crazy thing, though. I'll give you some hard numbers here. By 10K, I'd be happy to sell 20K.
Me too, Brian.
So let's take Coins of Judas. Diamond buys it at like 270, 260. So really, and it costs about two-ish or so to print. The comic stores are buying it like 260, 250. So realistically, it's not that much more to buy my comps from a comic store ordering 100 copies than it is from buying it from the publisher. And that one gets me more recognition. So like that's why comics do it so often. It's because the margins are the things you have to get sell through Diamond. Diamond's all about quantities, not about stuff.
Well, and the publishers are all getting better print prices than we are for our own self-publishing stuff too.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, like I just my publisher on one of my new books is in the UK, and I realized that it was going to be a lot cheaper to buy like 200 copies of my own book through a comic book store than it would be to buy those and have them shipped over for him. Because
I bet your local comic shop really likes you.
Yeah, no, like fortunately I have a comic shop who's like, no, we'll sell you these at cost. We know what you're doing, but like it's still, even if it wasn't, even if I was paying full price, for me to get those shipped without the like whatever deals Diamond can do would have been insane.
Yep.
A lot of boxes of books.
That's why.
Yeah, people give Diamond a lot of shit for a lot of their tactics, but they're dealing with really slim margins and a lot of logistics in most cases too.
Yeah, I mean, and what we saw was that like Diamond collapsed in COVID by being shut down for 2 weeks. I mean, I know they were shut down for longer than that, but like it was 2 weeks in when it fell apart, which means they're working razor thin margins all the way up to that point, which is terrifying.
Yeah, well, and a lot of the people, one of the things that people don't talk about, especially in the indie comic circuit, is a lot of us who make a lot of our money through Kickstarter was because of COVID. Like we were making books and we had a good reputation when COVID hit, and a lot of people backed our books and supported us because there was no comic store to buy books. So there were people who came onto Kickstarter looking for new shit. So we got those audience. But those audiences are back at comic stores. They'll back my shit because they got a newsletter and all that shit. Like odds of them backing other people's stuff is pretty hard.
I didn't even know that Kickstarter was a thing for comics. Somebody on Reddit told me. They're like, "Oh, you should do Kickstarter." I'm like, "For what?" They're like, "For your comic," and I was like, "That's a thing." That just shows you.
And publishers are very happy about that. That most people don't know that you can buy comics on Kickstarter.
See, I really jumped in. Like, I wrote the 5 novels, and it couldn't be published because it's, an RP format. And in all honesty, I'm not a writer. I'm a storyteller. So I was just looking at artwork for a cover for myself to print it out. And stuff was like too cartoony. And I was like, this would make a good comic book. And I like hired an artist that day. And then when I was going to bed at night, I was like, I should learn how to write a script. So I jumped into it without even looking. So, yeah, I'm working towards getting something right eventually.
I mean, it seems to have worked for you.
Well, it's better to be lucky than smart. So it's my motto. I moved here, bought a house sight unseen, started a business. I had no idea what I was doing. And yeah, so far so good. So
where did you move to that you bought a house sight unseen?
I was in Connecticut and I found out that I was getting laid off. They weren't telling people. I just happened to read something that they probably didn't think I was smart enough to realize that my whole department wouldn't exist in a year. Jesus. So I decided to get them to let me work from home. I asked my husband, so it's his fault. I said, would you like to buy a house in the South or do you want to stay here in a townhouse forever? So he decided we'd buy a house in Tennessee. And we had to buy the house because we didn't want to rent. Mm-hmm. So we had to get a second mortgage because we didn't have a job in Tennessee. So we did all this and we didn't even tell our parents, especially me. I didn't tell my parents until like after my closing and I was 38. So And they sat me down and gave me a lecture. And I was like, well, the house is bought, so I'm moving. And I love it here. So, I mean, it's different than New York and Connecticut, obviously, and it was kind of a culture shock, but I like it so far. It's been 7 years, so. But I started my own business, and I faked it till I made it, and then I decided to start a comic book, and I'm still faking it, but I'll make it eventually, hopefully.
Well, what's your business?
I am a groomer. I started a grooming business, and I had no idea what I was doing, and I did the opposite of what everyone told me to do. So for the first year, I wasn't a very good groomer, and I said it. I said I'm not a very good groomer, but this is what I'm doing, and people loved me. And I think it's I told my mom it's my personality that that got me my business, and she's like, "Well, that just doesn't seem right." I was like, "Whatever, they paid."
Nice of her.
Yeah. And then when I got high enough that I could do it, I actually switched to baths only, and now I make more money, and all I do is bathe dogs and cats all day. So that is my business, and it's my husband works for me now. And yeah, that's it. And then all the money's going to comic books, so we'll see how that goes.
It's great.
But yeah, but I have faith in the story. I think if enough people read it, it'll take off. But it might take a while. But I pretty much just want to make enough to pay my artist for, and then I'll be happy, because then I don't have to go broke.
Well,
and then I can pay my artist for.
The people who make it are the ones that stick around. So
yeah.
Anyway, speaking of sticking around too long, I really actually have to go because I still have drawing to get done tonight.
What are you talking
I got to
about?
go in a minute too, but I wanted to bring one thing up before I go. Travis, you were talking about earlier how there's so many Kickstarters coming up like now and in the last couple of weeks, and it's just the market's insanely flooded January, February right now. And I've been doing Kickstarters for 5 or 6 years now. I have a tabletop gaming business as well. And the conventional wisdom, the golden rule is you do not do a Kickstarter in December because it's the holidays, right? No one has money to spend generally. But you can damn well be sure I'm launching a Kickstarter probably on December 1st this coming year, just to get something in the market when there's not going to be 100,000 Kickstarters happening at the time.
Yeah, Kickstarter is going to get worse. With
it is.
Publishers shutting down on the regular, like Kickstarter is going to get more and more full. And it's going to take, reminding people that, hey, I've been here a long time. I earned my spot. Like, I'm not just trying to take from the system. Not that they're taking from the system, but I think there's going to be a bunch of new blood that's coming in who've been doing a lot of stuff, who's going to really take that market. I do think there's enough money to go to spend around, but I do think you're going to have to work a little harder, and you're going to have to. The people who are going to make it are the people who are not just sharing it on Twitter and Facebook, because that's not the way to get money.
And we got the Zoops and the Backer Kit crowdfunding.
You get all this
other marketplaces too as well that are getting bigger.
I mean, every new person that comes in brings a certain number of people with them.
Right.
And I think
but my clients.
the reality is that like there are an awful lot of people at any point on Kickstarter who are here to have they want to have a published book. They want to have a published comic, whatever. They don't want to do this as their entire career. Like, no tea, no shade. That's totally fine. No judgment on that whatsoever. But like, there are a lot of people who come in for a 1 or 2 time thing, and I think we're always going to have that turnover. And like, then there's going to be assholes like me who come in and like, I'm doing 4 books my first year, then 6 the second year, and then forever. So I don't know. I don't think the worst is going to be as bad as people are predicting, honestly.
No, I just think you're going to see a lot of bigger name talent coming, and not Terry Moore level. Like Terry Moore is a good example. You're going to get more average level talent who are a little bit above a normal. Like, they've done Aftershock or they've done Vault, and they're going to be people who are not going to bring a lot of people to the platform, but take a lot of money out of the platform, because if you're really into indie comics, you know who those fuckers are. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
People who were selling books in the direct market before that aren't bringing those clients to you.
Or this Keanu Reeves that sold his for $2 million.
I think
Right.
I need to like something.
Indie comic writer.
Well, I-
Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, but
Campaigns
Keanu
like
Reeves
that, I
is
think,
great
are
for that
amazing,
thing
'cause
because
they
he
bring
brings
new
so many people
eyeballs
in.
to comics.
Yeah.
Yeah, Terry Moore right now is amazing. 500 backers on day 2. Like he's bringing
Damn.
so many people. You know, and I look at like stuff like Stokes. By the way, you were recommended on almost everything I clicked on. If you looked at the bottom today, so the reason I have no idea why you're not Projects We Love. It doesn't make
Yeah, me neither.
because if they're recommending you like you're Projects We Love, I don't understand why you're not. So that's
He's
weird.
on mine. I
Thank
recommend him.
I just want to find out who I got to send a bribe to a Kickstarter to get, all the extra high listings in the Project We Love on day 1 guaranteed. Like, who do I pay for that?
No, actually, you don't even have to pay anybody. You can email someone. I can talk to you about it offline, but you just email her, and she doesn't guarantee you
That sounds
get
a lot
it,
easier
but
than I thought.
you can let them know. Yeah, you can just say it's I can't think of her name right now. What's her name? Oriana. That's it. I can't. You just message her. I've never done it, but you can just message her and just let her know. Hey, take a look at it. Doesn't guarantee it, but probably 8 out of 10 times you'll get it. So,
Well, shit.
I got the 2
Don't
out
say
of 10
that too
this
loud.
time.
Yeah.
what's
Well,
that?
I think the make 100 thing fucked me, bro. I'm not gonna lie, because I did it. They basically said like you have to have made a project after, like you would have to made a project when they announced the make 100 to get the bonus, and like I think that's part of it. So I mean, I think it's bullshit, but it is.
Is that the 100 award? Is it 100 awards?
It's like, yeah, you have to have the
anything-
100 rewards, and then they
Damn.
give you like the make 100, and you feel like you get a boost. I mean, Travis is saying I'm popping up in the recommended, which is nice. I think we're also really adjacent. Like we probably back a lot of the same stuff as well.
Yeah,
So maybe that's
absolutely.
part of
But
it.
the fact that I saw you on almost when I brought up everybody's book when we went to the bottom, it was always Intrusive Thoughts as one of the recommended. And I've already backed you, so it's supposed to not. It should not even show me that, to be honest.
Rude.
Yeah, it's kind of. I think I'm not loving where the campaign is at, but I'm thinking after a second, like the second issue, I think the reception's been good. Then once I finish Decay as well, I'll have the trade and I'll have more issues to offer as rewards, and then hopefully we can.
I think you should show lettering for your books. I think you should. I think that shows that you're finished. I think anything that can prove that you're finished. I know that the way you write stories and stuff, it may spoil a little bit, but I think even though you have the picture of the book printed, there's just so many people who are good at Photoshop. They'll just assume that it's not, or like and that I think that may hurt you, believe it or not, the showing that it's finished, like holding it, because people are like, why am I back? Because many people believe Kickstarter is to make it happen. Like it's not like a pre-order system. It's like you need their money to make it happen. I think it could hurt you.
I think it can go both ways, Travis. Honestly, I think I've talked to people that say, like, if they see a book that's done, they're like, well, I'm not like getting into the ground floor and supporting something that's being made. It's already done. They're just selling it.
Well, yeah,
think
that's why I'm
you get
saying just show the
percentage of
letter
people
pages,
that-
but don't show the book, the physical book.
Right. Because I think I might have stabbed myself in the foot by showing like finished books on all the pages and everything in my own campaign.
I mean, I always do, so I don't think it hurts.
I'm gonna put out a tweet out to see what people think. I would personally rather back a campaign where the book is done.
Yeah.
No
because I
risk.
think that fixes the main drawback of Kickstarter is not even knowing if the book's gonna get finished. Like that means like essentially like 80% of the work is done.
All right, I really got to go, guys.
All right. Richard, I do have a whole bunch of stuff to talk to you about at some point for my wife's book.
Sorry?
I do want to talk to you one night to talk about my wife's book. So the next Kickstarter I'm doing is a kid's book.
Right.
I know I'm not going to make any money. That's okay. It's a kid's book. But
No, you can. Like, I mean, like, look
not
at
on Kickstarter. Like Kickstarter tends to be pretty low. Like the highest is like eight grand, and that was because it was like connected to like some African history, like island thing.
you can, but I mean, there's the ABC Cthulhu thing. I mean, I know it's Cthulhu, but whatever.
Oh
but-
well, yeah, that's actually a kid's book. It's a comic book has a song attached to it. I'm thinking about the secondary market though, so I need some advice on that because I know you've done a lot of publishing thing in Amazon, and what does that look like? How do I do that? What do I do for the secondary market? Because even like comic book stores aren't great, like Scoot and all those things. They tend to be, though they're great, they reduce the number to like $2 a piece, so there's no profit margin, and like it makes it tough.
Yeah, I mean, there are ways, like, if it's a kid's book, if it's a kid's comic book,
Yeah.
you want to get into the bookstore market.
Right.
Like fuck the comic stores for that.
Sure.
Like every comic store will have a small kid section, but it's new, and it means that they've like had to move something else out of the way to put it there,
Right.
and so it's never going to be as like well positioned or as well promoted. And it often becomes like a very cramped area because like kids are small, they can get in here, and then their parents can't come in to look at the books and buy them. The bookstore market, though, like you go into the YA section, the teen section, the middle grade section, and the kids section, and you'll see the same books appearing over and over again with decent shelf placement. And if you're doing it at the right size to match Dogman and Captain Underpants and like the Last Kids on Earth, all of those like manga sized or slightly larger books,
Right.
then you'll be golden. You just have to like get in with a chain. The person you want to talk to is reach out to Barbara Dillon. She was talking recently about the process for getting into Barnes and Noble. I can't remember anything that she said, honestly. I just remember it coming up in the conversation. And the other thing you want to do is get on Hoopla, because then you're getting into the library market and you're getting paid for kids reading your books. Every kid has a library card or access to Hoopla.
Yeah, no, it's a good idea. Yeah, her book is what's special about it. It has a song, so there's a song. The song, the
yeah.
whole
So
thing.
the digital world will be huge for you.
Yeah,
I will also say this: the song thing. We did a book that was meant to have a song, and then the publisher didn't put out the fucking song. You can do very well. Like the kids are the only people left who buy CDs.
Right.
Like parents buy CDs for their kids, and then you can also get digital sales through iPads and what have you that kids will get like hooked on. So like that can be a huge market for you. I don't know how to access it. I just know that there's like it's why Lisa Loeb is still rich. Just children's records. It's why Vitamin C is still rich. Children's records.
I didn't know Lisa Loeb does children's record. I just love Stay. And she made me realize that I had a thing for girls in glasses. I didn't realize that till Lisa Loeb.
Well, listen, I didn't know any of this about Vitamin C, but I still can't listen to Friends Forever without crying. Because like they're not going to hang out anymore, and it's heartbreaking.
Well, we'll talk about it later. I'll show you it, but you gotta go.
Yeah, all right.
I gotta jump too, boys and girls. It's been really nice chatting with all you.
Bye. I'm gonna leave too.
Bye.
Hopefully, I'm back out soon with some new books, Travis. There's a ton of them coming.
Yeah. We'll talk, and I'll look at your campaign tomorrow and maybe give you some more brilliant advice. See if I can help you get over this hump.
Yeah, totally done. Thanks. Nice to meet you too, Stokes.
Absolutely. Have a good one.
Right.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Well, I normally pitch everyone's book before they leave, so I guess I just got to pitch yours.
Let's do it, man. Let's do it.
So.
I'm getting close, man. I'm really excited. Like 400 away.
Yeah, if we were having a better night, I could normally get it funded. So I thought about being cocky, but we're not getting the views that I normally get. It's a little lighter tonight than it is. We've stayed at 10 the most of the night, but normally I'm in the 20s to 30s. So
you do these every week?
I do these when I feel like it. It's not.
That might be why, because you did one last week.
Yeah. I do them when I feel like it. So they're not scheduled. I do them when I can, and when I want to help people out.
Yeah, there was so many campaigns, bro. We had so many people like, "Oh, can we come on the show?" And I'm not gonna lie, no. It's just so many people.
Right, it's tough. And then you feel bad because you're picking people who are like of upper caliber. But then you feel bad for not helping your small guys out, but you also want to show progression during the show. Like it's all these variables that people don't think about.
Truthfully, I really just go off of like what I do. What I do is I think one thing you could do. I think the number one thing to do is like have a creator on and just like talk about their book, or you can have a creator on and then talk about a topic and
right.
Customize a topic to the creator. What I typically do is think of a cool like stream idea and then get the creators that fit. So we had a creator on Fleshy who was from the Twitter Spaces, and I mean she hasn't even dropped a comic book yet. And the reason why I got her on because I think she had a great personality is also she was a big part of the culture of the Spaces as well. So I wanted to give her some exposure. So truthfully, it's about whoever I think has the can make the best content. It don't hurt to have a passion though.
Doesn't the question here on this. Doesn't you have this with the logo, right?
Yeah, I do have it with the logo.
You just put it the Virgin.
Yeah, that was
Just because I think one of your strongest things that I noticed about you right off is the positioning of this. Like, because people don't think about their covers that detailed. Like that's one of the things, when you make those jokes about marketing, that's one of your things where you've thought about that shit right off the bat, where that takes years for a lot of people. It does better with sexy chicks each one, but
yeah, no, I mean exactly. It's I wanted to make it. I wanted to sell them. I just don't. I don't understand why it's so content. I understand why, because it's when you're talking about art, that people think the commerce is the unfortunate side, but really, if you make it fun, if getting all these covers is fun to me, doing podcasts and stuff, if you make it fun, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, my friend, let me show you. She did a cover very similar to yours. And it sold gangbusters because of the way she did it. She was very, very smart. Yeah, I'll show you. It's very similar to your concept. But I think you guys came out the exact same time, like your issue ones.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's comics.
So,
I like that a lot, man.
Very sexy, very close,
I think that is brilliant. that is fantastic.
Yeah. And she keeps doing it too, like she does it in other issues, even in a different stance. Can you see it still?
Yeah, I'm still looking at it.
Yeah, see right there. Oh no, it didn't change. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm okay. I was like, I'm still seeing the share screen, but I'm not seeing it change.
Like there's some of the other ones where it got closer up until it got revealed her whole face. Hold on.
That's really cool. I mean, I think they executed it really well. And what's interesting is I have the intrusive thoughts. I like that a lot. Yeah. That is brilliant. The intrusive thoughts, I have a motif, and I really want to break out of the motif. The second issue, it has the first issue has the guy with the snow globe, and then the second one is like a same color palette with the snow globe. And I love the motif, but it's also really restrictive. Like how much can you do with just the snow globe? I mean, you can do a lot, but I have other ideas. So I think the decay one really worked. I also wanted to keep the series super simple as well. So having motif was also easy to have like a point of reference for what the covers would be. And then for this, it's like different, I really want to branch out and do different styles and stuff. So here, let me see the cover real quick. Tell me what you think. Traps. There we go. There we go. All right. So I just sent you the issue 2
cover. Okay.
Yeah, actually inspired by Richard. Actually, kind of designed this. Not gonna lie, he's a genius.
Man, my messages are blowing up today.
Are you popping?
Yeah. I like that. I like your covers. Do you want me to show it or no?
Yeah, you can show it.
Okay. So let's get the one. You got let's bring that up to your main cover so I can want to show the other one. People who are watching this later. So you got the one here. Well, I kind of like if you keep going in this motif.
Yeah.
If you keep going in this motif where basically the thing is, escaping, right? So now in this one, it's like the first one it's in its head. Now it's fully in the globe. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I know what you mean, man. If I keep thinking about it, but I already have like an idea that I think will be like amazing, but it won't be the motif. Also, the series is going to change tone a lot, so it also kind of works in that way that the motif will change. Well, the style will change as well, like with the covers, with the change of tone in the series as well.
Well, I also think that if you flip the colors, if it changes that drastically in the book, if you change it to a black tone instead of a white tone on a cover, but still kept the same type of look, I think it could definitely say something.
I'm thinking about right now because Tyler gave me a great piece of advice earlier, where he was like, do the 4 and then do the 5 in the trade. But
Yeah, I think that's good advice.
it's so good. It's great advice, but I think my pledges are so low. My average pledge, it's like 20. If yeah, it's like a little bit over 20. I don't think people are going to be spending more money. So I'm like, with the trade, I really want to make as much as possible. And if people like issue 5 in the trade, people might just buy issue 5, right? Because that's cheaper. So I think with my audience,
but there is a people who will buy everything. They'll buy all the issues,
right?
It's finished.
But they'll I know they'll do 4 and 5, right? Like I know they'll buy both 4 and 5. I think that's more likely than 5 in the trade. So it's great advice, but I just know my audience. Like I raise my prices, and it's a lot of digital, which is great. You know, like it's a lot of backers. If I can get like more average pledges, if I thought my audience would spend like the bigger money, I would definitely do it. I'm still considering it,
right?
But for me right now, I kind of want to play it safe.
But you went down on backers from issue 2 to 3.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, and because I didn't do a lot of promo for issue 3, there's also that whole marketing is a mainstream. Marketing is a comic book. Is a combo skill. As well, that was going on. I think in May that year, that was when Twitter Spaces kind of had become a thing, and it was like the community, like the dams bust open for the community, and everybody was backing everybody. You know, and I think that was a big part of the pledges that I was getting. Right. But this campaign will be bigger than that. And my third campaign, I didn't do a lot of promo. I was just burnt out. And I only had 1 cover. Oh, I only had 2 covers as well.
Right.
So, you know, I feel like I just know my audience.
In November, like my Granite State Punk went lower too. A lot of things went lower that time. A lot of people, I saw people fail. And they've had like 4 successful campaigns, and their 5th one failed, like at that time. So I don't think it could have been the market as well at that time. Trying to remember if that was October or if that was November.
I think November is the new December. I don't think there'll be any time. Yeah, nah. I don't think there'll ever be a time where it's like there's never going to be a dead zone with campaigns anymore.
No.
Richard theorized that people will kind of like exit the market. They'll try it, unfortunately fail at it, and kind of like the people that are consistent with it will continue. I'm not sure, man. I think it's the beautiful thing about it, and is kind of the worst thing about it. There's such a low barrier of entry that anybody can do it, and people will, you know, which is the best and worst thing. You know, I broke into the industry as relatively nobody knew me when I released to KSU1, so I see the beauty in it as well. But it's also like, what time can you launch a Kickstarter and not worry about competition? You know, I think
no. I mean, the best Kickstarter month financially tends to be March and October. March is because of tax returns. That's when most people have their tax returns.
Thanks for reminding me. I think one thing that I think one strategy is to have the network, right? And if you can get these bigger creators in your network, if you can get like a Charlie Stickney, a Pat Shand, I think the competition at that point is like mitigated because they're doing updates. They're using their influence to get you back.
Sure, but you know, I have learned that you only get about 1 backer for every 100 they have.
I mean, that's fine, but that's still how many backers are you losing? Like, what's the scenario where me and Pat are like launching at the same time? How many backers are not going to back my stuff to back Pat's? We don't have the same audience, really. You know, it's horror versus like pulpy. I would say pulpy romance and stuff like that. Like, so I still think it's better to have gotten that 5 backers or what if he has a 500 backer campaign. Yeah. It's still a net positive. My point. So for me, I think what I've done really well is have a network with a Jason. Well, I'm doing an update with Jason Inman. I'm doing one with Clay Adams. I'm doing one with Charlie Stickney. You know, Pat Shand. We have people in our area that came up with me, like, you know, Chris Moses and Trevor, who are doing really, really good. So I think that's kind of my plan, is to kind of ride in with these.
Sure, but I have found if you stay within what you're making, the numbers wise, you tend to get more backers. I don't know why. It doesn't make sense to me, but I tend to be, when I stay in my lane, when I've got out of my lane, like lane sounds very like harsh. I'm not trying to say that, but like when I was at $6,000 backer campaigns, when I stuck with other $6,000 campaigns, we kind of grew our stuff together. We kind of all fought it together.
Yeah, it can't be a massive drop off. You know, so you can't be
right. This guy's at 10, you're at 2. Like they're you know, that people can see the difference. The big key, man, is getting those big people to back you day one, and that's what makes the big difference. Is if you go live, Charlie, me, all these people back you on day one.
Yeah,
that really floods the algorithm. Like all of these high level people who I look up to are backing this cat. I need to know why, and you'll get backs that way.
Yeah, I mean that's more or less what happened.
Yeah,
I got like 100 project followers since I launched.
Yeah, people, that's the big thing of doing it, you know, and then if you get a little bit of direct market success, you know, like Pat has and like Charlie has, you know, like I have, like that helps a little bit too. If you can find a little bit of direct market.
I have a bunch of things I'm gonna try because I want that 10K so motherfucking bad.
Sure.
Like, oh my god! Like I think I'm gonna try Reddit. I'm gonna try Reddit and like Instagram and Facebook as well. I think I'm gonna have. I mean, because I'm obviously on Twitter primarily, and Twitter that's second nature. But I kind of want to like take a day out the week, like Mondays Facebook, Tuesdays Instagram, Wednesday is like Reddit, and just kind of try to like build communities or relationships, Discord as well, just on multiple platforms to hopefully get that pushed over. And you know what, that's also part of the reason why I want to get this decay trade done, is that I picked out an artist for the sequel spinoff, and it's a really great artist. I want to keep pushing the envelope for the art, which I think will help. And you know, it's gonna be expensive. It's going to be really expensive.
Yeah, I mean, art's always a thing. You know, the minute you spend more for art, you get better results. It's just period. You know,
yeah, this will be my best campaign.
That's just money. Your money makes money. You know, but a lot of times I'll take a hungry guy who will charge me $200 for a cover, who will share it every fucking day, versus paying $400 for a heavier pro who's not going to share it once. You know.
Yeah, like I said, there's no perfect answer. There's no perfect answer in comics. It's rough.
And then even me, like on Facebook, like my biggest Facebook group is Indie Comics Conspiracy.
Yeah, I'm in that
I get all my backers from that group, but I've referred people to the group, and if they don't vibe with you, like it doesn't help you, it could hurt you because they're very vocal.
Yeah, I'm in that group too, and I see a lot of people like kind of posting. I have the temptation to post like on the
your Twitter stuff. Yeah, I don't think you're
no, hell no, fuck no. I tried it one time, and a certain person was like, "I don't see why you posted this here," you know.
Yeah.
But I was gonna post my campaign now there, but I haven't been active in the group that much. Partially because it is kind of like from what I've seen, it's kind of like a what is it, campaign graveyard. Like, unfortunately.
A little bit, but they have days that you can post. Like you can post now, actually, because it's free post Friday, so you can post whatever you want.
I feel like it'd be disingenuous to post there because I'm not part of the community. Like when I post on Twitter, I ask people in a Twitter space. I'm like, hey, can you back my campaign? I feel good about it. I don't mind doing that because I'm part of the community. I'm not part of the indie comic conspiracy community. Right. But that'll be a point of emphasis going forward, is networking on these other platforms. So on a Friday, I can post because it's not helping me if nobody really cares. I haven't been active in like 4 or 5 months, and it's not helping the group either, because then it's just another campaign just sitting there, you know, just gumming up the TL, you know.
Yeah. No, it's tough trying to figure that out, but yeah, that's where I get my biggest stuff. But like I told you, I've referred people to that group, and they use it as all right, cool, I'm going to post a whole bunch of times. Yeah, and you didn't get any backers. Why is that? What did you learn?
Nah, yeah, I really look at it like you got to try to add, like you talk about, you got to add something to the community, and Like I haven't added anything to the community lately, so it doesn't make any sense
No,
to
that's
post it.
wise. That's wisdom. You know, like even this, like because I've done this 2 weeks in a row, my mailbox is full of. Can you do it next week for me? Because of all the people who came in this week.
Yeah.
It's crazy, and I'm probably not going to do one. I'll probably skip a week and then do one in another 2 weeks. I don't mind doing it. I love getting people backers. I love it. It also is really good for the algorithms because I've seen a lot of people get projects we love after this because they'll get like, you know, 3 to 6 backers randomly at a certain amount of time, and if they did some, if they were marketing during the day and then they got a whole bunch at night, it convinces the algorithm that like, oh, this book is lasting for the whole day.
Mm-hmm. Nah, yeah, 100%. I mean, that's the, yeah, man. It's a lot of campaigns, and I'll give you credit, man. I think to have like this amount of people, I think you host these things incredibly well.
Nice.
Honestly, it feels like a Twitter space to me because when I'm in a Twitter space, it's basically a series of one-on-one conversations,
Right.
like that. Try to set it up and structure it like that because you get people talking, it just gets crazy. People, I hate the sound of 2 people talking over each other. This shit is like a fucking fork on a plate. Is the worst sound ever. So I try to like mitigate that as much as possible, and I think you've done a great job from the 2 episodes that I've seen.
Yeah, I think it's you know, that's why I try to be over the top when I'm asking for money and begging, like kind of showing that there's a little cartoon to it. You know, it's not really who I am, but it also helps. Like, this is what this is. Like, we're not fucking around. We're not messing around. And it's sometimes it's a lot of backers, creatives backing creatives like you saw tonight. But other nights it's fans who are in the audience who really love this stuff, who are fans of my stuff, who back it. You know, it's mostly Facebook things. It's not YouTube. It's mostly people on Facebook.
I saw that. I saw that as well. Yeah, that's definitely interesting. I need to learn how to simul stream as well.
You should be able to do it with your StreamYard. I mean, you don't pay for it, so I don't know how it works, but you should be able to just connect to your Facebook and it'll stream on your Facebook at the same time.
Yeah, man. I think what's so important is that is just using your resources. I say resourcefulness in is like the main. Adaptability is like the 2 biggest things for being successful in comics, because like these guys, like I would say these bigger creators, right, are definitely making great books, but we were joking earlier, like they're not making Neil Gaiman books, like they're not making like the highest echelon of the medium. So what's the decider? Like I don't think like Intrusive Thoughts is that much worse relative to like the biggest comic book on Kickstarter. Like what's the difference? And I think the difference is like ingenuity. It's coming at the right time as well, like you said, coming in the pandemic where it's probably way less competition, right? Now so many projects came out of the pandemic, just like mine, but it's like it's just like ingenuity and just thinking outside the box, and that's what's so frustrating about the community. I understand that, like it's like, okay, the mainstream comics, they have to be frigid. Like it's like these 70, 60-year-old IPs, they can't move. Like that's fine. But we're indie comics. Why are we trying to enforce such rigidity in the community? It doesn't make any sense. It's supposed to be the opposite. Like we're supposed to move independently, and people just have such a like kind of stuck in their ways mentality. And you can do that, but then they impose it on other people, and we just end up like, I feel like the creators that know what they're doing are rising to the top, but it's people wondering why they're not seeing the success they want. And it's because you're thinking about it too. You're not having that adaptability, right?
Well, and it's how the secret to Kickstarter is what makes your campaign special. Like what makes it different than other people. So for Charlie Stickney, it's always been about the packaging, like his packaging and the maps and like the branding of the way things look. That's what makes his stuff special. For me, every one of my books has something special. So for Broke Down and 4 Dead Bodies, I did sketch covers that were hand numbered. For Voodoo Nations, I do a day and night because it's about voodoo. So I do a day cover, and it's the same cover, but there's a day and a night version. And I keep it super affordable. For Granite State Punk, I do a punkified cover. So I punkify it with like markers and shit.
Yeah, I like that.
Stuff. But all of those little things make like oh, I need to get this special cover to continue what's going on. When someone comes into the market, if they don't have booby covers and they're just variant covers, they're just looked at as there's nothing special about them. They're just variant. This one may be foil, this one may be that. But if you make something special, David Byrne, I don't know if you know him, he does Stake. He does an archival edition, like it's leather bound cover. Like you can do some, like you got to figure out something for your brand that makes it special. So those high tier backers always back at that high tier. They never switch because it's not about what the cover art is. It's about that specialty to it.
Yeah, and that goes back to genuinity, right? Or excuse me, I'm sorry. That goes back to like the adaptability and trying new things. And I agree with you 100%. That might be why my campaigns to have the lower average pledge, you know, right. Is because there's nothing like uber specific that stands out. That stuff takes infrastructure, right? Like it's easier to spend for it. It's easier to spend that money when you're getting the money coming in as well. And I get that as well. But I'm like looking at things that are like super cheap, like doing the ash can with the QR code on the back or something like that, or doing the postcard with the QR code. It's just trying to starting small, essentially, to the point where it's like a leather bound book, which sounds like insane, but that might be something like a real possibility, you know?
Yeah, I mean, and there's ways to do it too. Like, have you ever thought about adding metal covers?
I have, absolutely.
And I mean, metal covers are the easiest thing for you to make money if you have high tier people, because they're only $10 a piece and you can buy them one at a time. They're 10-ish. So depending on when you get them, they're 10 to 16, but you can buy them one at a time. So you can just buy one for that one guy.
Yeah. Okay. It's not in bulk.
Yeah. The other thing that you should do too, if you want to know a trick that I do, collector's kits. So you put collector's kits together, you put them in one of these bags. So you're like, okay, but I don't want to buy a whole bunch of bags. There's a sample pack on Sticker Mule where you can buy 10. You're not going to get more than 10 or 20 people buying that, and they cost you $9. So you're paying $18 for specialty bags, and you have your art. Little things like that make all the difference in packaging. That helps you get that extra, like when someone wants to buy that extra cover, they're just like, oh, this guy gives a shit. He's putting it in a bag. He's doing this little shit. Yeah. And you can do that for anything, man. All the Sticker Mules, if you look, there's a sample section where you can buy it. Where you can buy one magnet or one coaster. So you don't have to have tons of this shit. People think I got to buy it in bulk. You don't have to.
Yeah. That's the kind of stuff that people need to do. Yeah. I know we joked. I always talk about like the marketing is making scale, but people didn't had a lot to say about that post. But
I own a marketing company, so I said nothing about that.
Yeah, the people that agree with me were real fucking silent when that was happening. Thanks, but I mean, it is what it is, and I think now people understand. I feel like, I'm gonna make that post. Like literally, probably as soon as my Kickstarter's done. Like once the check clears, I'm gonna make the same exact post. And so I wanted, because I'm seething. I was like, I can't believe y'all fucking ratioed me over this bullshit. I was like so pissed off because like, oh, y'all just don't like a mirror being held up to you. Okay, that's fine. So I was like, blank is a compliment making skill, and like 6 people wrote marketing, and I was like, okay, cool. Like we hopefully there's a change of consciousness in the community to where they understand that. It's just not optimal. It's not optimal to like, if I were to build a car, the marketing people don't come at the end. The marketing people are going to do market research and then come back and say, these are the features we need so that we can market it later. Like they're not going to come at the very end. It's just not, I don't know. It's just so bad. It's the way people.
I think the reason why you get so much resistance of that is because of it's art. The art should speak for itself. People believe that art should speak for itself. It's just not reality these days. Yeah. And it should. I wish it did. And there's certain things that do, like Clerks. Clerks because of the way he did it, the way he marketed, not even the way he marketed it, just kind of, it was such a different voice, and it was black and white. It was saw it, but the right person saw it. He got lucky, right? Yeah. Right. That's not a final end all be all,
Yeah, but I just, and it's unfortunate. I just wish it was other. I feel like with the community, I feel like it's either people are like cotton candy soft, or you have like people that are just being assholes, right? Like there's almost nothing constructive to add. And I just wish there was, at least from what I'm seeing. I mean, I think I follow like a lot. I follow a lot of people. Just more constructive conversations that aren't like so worried about ruffling feathers, right? Like the fact that that conversation blew up and pissed that many people off just shows to me like a complete lack of awareness in the community, you know, like, and I'm hoping that lack of awareness has gotten better, but like, what do you want, you know, like, and even people are saying, oh, what about hobbyists? They don't care about that. But it's like, how many people on Twitter specifically are making a comic book and then don't care if nobody reads it? Like, you make the comic book, nobody sees it, you're fine. I'm just going to keep chugging along. It's not a lot of people, man. Why are you on Twitter?
And most of those people are doing it through Drive-Thru RPG or direct on Global Comics, or they're doing it on Webtoons. You know, they're not even in the space of Kickstarter. You know,
exactly. And even Global Comics will promote your shit. Why put it on Global Comics? You don't care if nobody sees it. Like, so that it's just the thing that applies to so many people, and they're not ready for it. I don't know. I feel like there's, like, in comics, right? Like you have the Granite State Pump, right? Sure. Like there's like wrestling, there's sports is like a big thing. It's like all these intersections of the culture that are about being blunt, being braggadocious, being in your face, and then when people are like that, people lose their minds. I can't wrap my head around it. Like, what's going on? You know what I'm saying?
I think that's something that may be semi-unique to you, because I think that you're very smart. So a lot of times when you respond to someone, you're like, but that's not what I said, or I didn't mean it that way. So no one feels that they can freely speak, which agitates them, which gets them to more engage, which is great for, you know, algorithms, but not great for, you know, conversation.
Yeah, I mean, but that's also part of the problem, is that when you have a hard question, when you try to make people choose, right?
Right.
Would you rather be successful independently or primarily through a publisher? Either, both.
Right.
Dumbass. Depending on you have a preference. If you don't have a preference, then that's embarrassing. If you don't have a preference for which one you prefer, they both sound great. Depending on which one you pick, might be the way you want to move, right? My co-host Chris, he has like 5 or 6 different series. He wants to go through a publisher. He's always pitching new ideas, always working on new ideas, always finding new artists, right? If you don't care about that, who's the guy? Magic Powder, right? That guy. I think Jeff Schiller. I'm thinking that guy probably is just good with going through Kickstarter. Like, he's doing one series from my perspective, like from the little I know, that's just what's standing out. He probably he's probably fine doing Kickstarter. Probably doesn't feel like he needs the infrastructure.
Yeah.
So why are we unable to answer this question? Why are we dancing around it? Which then prompts me to be an asshole and say, you can't say both. Sometimes you have to choose in life. And it's like these conversations that we'd be better off having. I don't want to say need having. And just go nowhere. Like, the point is for you to sit there and think about, what do I prefer? What's my outlook? What route should I take next? When you just say both, it's just a cop out. Like, let's fix this.
Here's where I'd argue, but I would say both, but it's an educated both. It's because I think I need one for the other. I need Kickstarter to make the quick money so I can do the publishing route. Like, so I can. That still sounds
like you prefer publishing, though. Like
no, actually, now that I've done it, I prefer Kickstarter. but if I could do it right, you know, if everything was ideal, sure, I'd prefer publishing. But,
well, this is just a specific example, right? But it's a simple question. It's not a question that should like be like make people angry or should draw ire. This is a pretty simple question. If you don't think it's a fair question, don't engage. But people aren't really good at that.
But like, Tyler doesn't give a shit about. He cares a little bit about publishing. Like, he wants to do Kickstarter forever. He doesn't care. No,
exactly. Tyler's a great. I probably should use Tyler because he was in here. But he's a great example of not caring about a publisher, right?
Even though he has publishing deals, like, he doesn't care.
He doesn't care. It's probably like an extra thing.
Right.
But yeah, that shouldn't be a big deal. You should be able to answer that. And then like, yeah, when you dance around it and say, oh, you say some bullshit, I'm gonna clarify. Yeah, no, that's not what I said. Like, if you can't handle people disagreeing with you, stay the fuck off Twitter. Like, like I made this post yesterday. I was like, if I come off arrogant, it was like my first table, which was pathetic. This shit was like 3 books. It was like 3 books and like some posters and like 2 stickers, I think. And I got the 8-foot table. I didn't get the out of Artist Alley table. I got the 8-foot table. Sure. And it was like one of the most embarrassing days of my life. But I was like, okay, cool. I'm here. I'm gonna have a good day. Then at the next con, I had like a full table. Like it was like a much better presentation. And like I was like, oh man, this is so great. Like this is so cool. I'm motivated, whatever. And one guy was like, that's not an excuse, right? Like, and I was like, what? Says who? Like that? Oh, that's not good. It turns people off. I said, says who? Keep in mind, you're a fan of metal. I'm a fan of rap. You might like wrestling. I like sports.
Right.
All my favorite athletes are, or you would call braggadocious, or that's a part of the culture. Then the guy says it turns most people off. And I screenshot the comments and say, most of these comments are saying like congratulatory or like positive responses. And he was like, well, if you just, what did he say? Basically, he was like, just keep arguing with me because I disagree with you or something like that. Like, that's not what happened. I'm just giving you evidence to support my argument. If you can't handle that, why reply? Why reply in the first place?
Yeah, I think you're a strange cat when it comes to those things, and like arrogance versus confidence. I actually, when I was prepping to this, I normally give an intro to someone. I was going to be like the only person who debates arrogance versus confidence more than Webster's dictionary, Stokes. Like,
it's so subjective. That's the most tedious thing about it, and that's why I just don't understand it. Arrogance or confidence is not an argument that I have in my head. Like it's a thing of like, all right, this person either they got it or they don't. Like there's no such thing as arrogance, and even like the fake it till you make it can be a thing. Like the manifestation can be a thing as well. So it's just not something that it's weird to me that pops into your head. Like, oh, this guy is arrogant. It just doesn't even register with me. But it's so subjective. So what's the point of even talking about it, right? Because what are we taking into consideration if something like that happens? We're talking about success, which is subjective.
I mean, people could be upset, they say make comics every day. Like I almost made a comment when you posted the sticker, and it's probably my own like thing. I was like, hey, should I do the sticker? I was like, to promote that you do comics every day. Like why would I want to promote you more?
It says I will get better. Well, it doesn't say Stokes will get better.
Right. No, but because it's your line, like it implies that to me. Again, this is why I didn't comment or anything, because I knew that was me putting it through a filter that was not what's there.
No, yeah, I mean, I guess I get that, but I mean, for me, it's supposed to be like a rallying cry. Like, yeah,
Sure.
we're all getting better. That's what I would think. And even worst case, if you're just a fan of me, you want to buy a sticker, fuck it. Like, but yeah, some people could consider that arrogant. I don't know how you would consider like trying to get better every day. Like,
right. I think people, I think people when they see it every day, they eventually are like, so you're saying I'm not? Like it's their own self-doubt that comes to attack you.
How do we fix it, Travis? How do we fix it? How do we fix that?
Oh, that's a deeper thing. We're in a field. We've chosen a path and thing where art, regardless of what I don't care if you're having booby books or you're having a deep intellectual stuff like intuitive thoughts stuff. It's art. So therefore art comes with a certain sort of passion and a sort of pride because you're putting it out in the world. Yeah. So therefore it's all personal because art is personal. So that's where it gets tricky, even though the best artists in the world can separate the two.
Yeah. I agree. I'm being a bit facetious when I say how we fix it.
Sure, you're not.
my goal is to like just make everybody less soft, right? Like the people that are willing to, what I'm saying? Like let's not take things so personally. let's try to look at it from I always hate the argument that like, oh, art shouldn't be this art being commerce is like some kind of new idea. It's like, no, this shit has been around forever. Asshole, you heard of the Sistine Chapel? You think he painted that shit for free?
Right.
You think he painted that shit just because it was fun? He sat on a fucking ladder for God knows how long painting that shit just for the fuck of it? Like, no, like it's always been a part of it. Like, I'm getting frustrated.
No, absolutely. I mean, and art used to actually mean more. I mean, it was the first Patreon. The word Patreon is because that's what people used to do. They used to pay people, hey, I'm going to give you some of my money so you can continue to make art this year.
Yeah.
Why I'm working, because I think you're better at doing this painting for the next fucking year than going to a real job. Like that's what it was.
I mean, that's great, but you can look at Kickstarter as a form of that, right? Like, it's like things haven't changed that much, you know what I'm saying? Like, ultimately. And then especially in the conversation where Kickstarter exists, where for like 10% at most, you know, like you can have a successful career.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
The world has changed, you know. And you're probably, because you said you're in your 30s, right? No,
I'm 29. I turned 30 this year.
So in your life, have you had social media your whole life?
No, but it's been a big chunk, if not half, if not maybe a little bit more.
So I have a 20-year-old, and when I think about her, I think that there is a certain breakdown in her life that she doesn't get, that people abandon her. Like, she has the same friends because they follow her on Facebook and they go through her whole life. They just like their friends, but they're not fake. They're not real. They're not really going to do that. Where in my generation, we didn't have that. So when I get to college, all those people said they're going to be my friends, they're going to take my call. They stopped taking my call. They stopped doing it. You were alone. And you had to gather a new group of friends. And there's a skill that, and there's a safety in that. And I think that the newer generation coming up has done that. And then like, I'm going to use the church as an example. So back in the day, if I wanted to be a missionary, let's say I wanted to go to Honduras, I would go to my church and basically beg and say, hey, I feel like I'm called. Jesus has called me Honduras. Can you guys support me and do that? Nowadays, and they can look at me and go, oh, we're going to support you. Or they could go, dude, you're a fuck up. Like, you just want to go there for a vacation. You're not the best fitted to do that.
Yeah.
And then the internet came, and the internet's like, fuck them. You can make your own decisions. Go ahead, do a GoFundMe. You can go. You don't need anybody to tell you that you're good enough anymore.
Yeah.
And we were just talking about it, the hobbyists who come into comics. There's no barrier of entry. So me, who takes it extremely serious, and I think you take it very serious too.
Oh yeah.
There's no difference on Kickstarter than the guy who is an engineer who has a lot of money and can afford a better artist than me. Like, our skill level, our study levels are drastically different, but on the surface level, there's no barrier of entry. That's where publishing and all the other stuff come in, where it gets different.
Yeah, no, that's interesting, and you know, that was, nothing hurts worse than getting critiqued, and the answer is like a lack of resources. Like, when I dropped my first comic, it was 28 pages. People were like, "This is too short." I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about? This is bigger than the standard. What the fuck are you talking about?" Like, but that was a thing, and the critique the art. It's like, man, this is the best you can do at this time. Like, that's a really shitty feeling. I mean, you get over it, but
yeah, sure.
But it sucks. It sucks to hear.
Yeah, my art for Broke Down, like, it is not good. Everyone who's ever published it, they're like, we love the story. You think you're very talented, but we're not going to take it for that art. And it's just reality. And even though my name has more merit and I could probably force it into a couple places, like I have to respect these people who do this. Like, why make someone put it in the direct market and it doesn't produce like something better?
You know, it's so funny. I'm talking to somebody, and they have their friend, and this is like one of the weirdest situations I've been in, where, you know, they read my comic, they like the comic book.
Just chatting.
Hey, what's up, Don? They read my comic book, right? And then so it's this guy that's like talking about intrusive thoughts. You know, this is interesting because, like, you kind of brought this up earlier. People think that this is like a made up situation. Like, it's not. Like, this happens. This exact scenario is made up, sure. You gotta accept rejection as well as good. I mean, yeah, sure, but my point was that like I think it's unfortunate when the critique is you didn't have enough resources, essentially. Like that sucks because you can't fix that. You can't fix that in your first comment, you know.
Right.
But they're like, oh, it feels like you just got this from Twitter because it's like a Twitter talking point, and they were just being super condescending, and motherfuckers know I don't like that shit. Like that's almost worse than talking over me. Like, and they're just like, oh, you know, like if you can build on this, and they're like, oh, it's like the episode of Invincible, blah 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 blah. I'm just like, I don't know how much of a better writer old boy is than me. Like Invincible is fine. I mean, it's cool, but using that as a positive example, it's completely different. And they were like, I'm like, yeah, you know, like I'm doing this over here. It's not from Twitter. Like you can say that about anything with social issues. You can say, oh, you got this from Twitter, right? It's just really dismissive. And as you pointed out, it's a real situation. I talked to somebody. That's where I got the ideas. I talked to somebody that was in foster care and stuff like that. And then they're just giving me like, you could just tell they were underestimating me and stuff like that. And I'm sitting here like, you're giving me advice. I don't want to be rude. Like I don't want to come off as defensive. And they were like, no, look, you have to listen to me because I read a lot of manga. It's like, oh, you're the only fucking person reading like the single most popular global phenomenon. Like it's like so fucking annoying. And they were like, nah, but look, this isn't. And then they critiqued. They were like, the art for the first one was good, but the art for the second one wasn't good because they read Intrusive Thoughts and then Decay. I'm like, yo, it's the opposite, dickhead. Like the art got better. Right. The art got better. And then so they're like, yeah, nobody's gonna buy this book. And I had to screenshot the Kickstarter campaign. It's like I made $3,000 in 8 days. Like people are buying this shit. Right. Like, and most of the people, I would say a lot of the people that bought Intrusive Thoughts have already read it. And he was like, all right, man, you got it. It's like, it's so unfortunate that conversation had to devolve into like, you know, like basically flexing essentially. But it's like, what else do I have? You know, like I work my ass off. You're not going to validate what I'm doing because you've read Naruto. You know, like it's not happening. You know what I mean?
Well, you got to take credits are. You know, when I first started, I hung out with this guy who was a big promoter of indie comics. In fact, I've actually been thinking about doing a series about arrogance. But because you talk about it so often, I'd wait and like write it on my blog because it have nothing to do with you. It's about like a Marcel Dupree and this other guy and like these people who do these things and they can't like. Let's use Marcel for example, just because we both know him. The other guy, I don't want to throw him under the bus because you don't know him necessarily. Marcel will be like, "Hey, can you give me some feedback why you don't read my book?" And they will, and then he will yell at them. Yeah. Don't ask that fucking question, dude, if you can't handle it. like, do you really, and he'll say specifically, hey man, I'm not gonna get mad. I really need this. You don't need this because you want to do it your way. And that's fine, but you're never gonna get better and you're never gonna fix that problem or that self-doubt that you have until you're willing to fix that problem, right? Yeah. Like you can pay, his books have great art, this stuff, but his writing isn't up to par and he's got to figure that out. He's just got to figure it out. Where the opposite when I talk about Decay, you know, you could that because of the lack of sound effects, I couldn't get myself into the story. It took me 2 and 3 to go, oh, you're a good writer. But if you only gave me Decay 1, I would have been like, dude, you don't got the stuff, and you're a hobbyist, right? It wasn't until I
yo, can you imagine? Oh my god, somebody called me a hobbyist. Oh my fucking god, no, but that's a legit thing, you know. Like I know, like I said, my only problem with that was that like, look, don't say the shit is too short and it's 8 pages longer without the ads than your superhero comic book, your Marvel, your DC shit, right? But it's also. I mean, I can look at Intrusive Thoughts issue 1 right now and kind of see where I could do better. You know, kind of see.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, I made this shit in August, so especially like it's been damn near like 6 months, and no, I understand it. Like when you get critiqued, it doesn't always feel great, you know. But you know, you gotta take that and you gotta. And part of my attitude on the timeline was the fact that like I had Richard in Twitter Space who would Honestly, it sometimes be hard. I'd be looking for a layup, like, what do you think about this? And Richard would be like, this, this is that. I mean, it's like just almost looking for that approval and all the other people in there. And it was sometimes it was never easy to get like approval, get a thumbs up. But through that, we all got better. Like I feel like everybody knows Twitter. I feel like you learned some things. I learned some things from other people. It's just like this great creative environment where we're not always going to be the nicest about it, but you're gonna get better. You're gonna learn some things. You're gonna get some other people's perspective, and that's the kind of thing I would like to bring to the timeline, But we have to preface everything, right? This might bother some people. If you're doing something wrong, it should bother you. Like if like that means you're doing something wrong. If I saw a tweet and you were like, make sure to include onomatopoeias in your first comic book. It's embarrassing that my first comic book doesn't have onomatopoeias,
Right.
But it is what it is. I'm not going to take it personally, like that's not your fault. I didn't have onomatopoeias.
Yeah, I think it's hard, because I paid for groups where they take apart my script, and I want people to rip my shit apart. Like for me, I want to be the best at this. Like I don't want to fuck around. So if someone wants to rip apart my shit, if I respect your work, I'm gonna listen to you rip them apart myself. But much like you, I'm like, don't tell me my shit's not good because I know bad.
No, exactly. No, don't act like I'm not. Like consider the fact that I might have considered something and something might be a conscious choice, right?
Right.
And that's all it is. We talked about that. It's just framing certain things like the other person isn't an idiot, basically can save a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, we used to do script writing rooms. So we used to have a couple of groups that they canceled recently, but we used to have script writing rooms and 6 people would review your script. And the word of thumb was you don't have to change anything. But if you notice like 3 or 4 people have the same comment, that's the shit you got to listen to. Whether or not you agree with it or not, it's not resonating. It's either not making sense. It's not there's something about it, and you've got to try to make that better. And I think that's the key. And I'm not saying all my shits are perfect. Like I just heard an interview with, Matthew Rosenberg. He does a lot of DC books. All right, that's cool. He does a lot of DC books. He does a really hot indie book called First Place From Here. But he went to Brian K. Vaughan, who I hope you know.
I do know Brian K. Vaughan.
He gave his book to him, and Brian K. Vaughan goes to him. He's like, "What do you think of it?" He's like, I like it. I'm proud of it, but there's stuff I could have done better. And Brian K. Vaughan's like, keep that. He's like, the people who don't think their shit is good because they've made it, they're not hungry anymore, and those are the people who lose it. And you see that in comics. That's why I think comics has such a rotating door of writers and things who come in and out, because at a certain point they're like, oh, my shit doesn't sink. Well, you had 4 fights in a warehouse last month on all your books. So maybe it does, and you're just repeating yourself.
Brian K. Vaughan is a Something's Killing the Children guy, right?
No, Brian K. Vaughan is Why the Last Man. He is Saga.
I'm fucking with you. No, I mean, that's something that I always wanted to keep. Like, I think you should push yourself as a writer. I think that's one thing is that like you can have I think that's a way to like avoid if I keep making like revenge thrillers, they'll be fucking great. Like I'm sure it'll be kind of hard to tell like if I'm getting a rut or something. But if you're pushing the envelope, you're trying different stuff. I feel like that's a way to keep improving while also not making like some bullshit, right? Like, so I think that's something for me. I always want to push the envelope, as well. And I think that's a way to stay hungry as well. Because nothing is more frustrating to me than I'd rather read something that's like bad than just lazy, just something. And that's, I'm gonna be honest, that's a problem I have with a lot of like American comic books. So I'll just read it. It's like, this doesn't have any flavor. This doesn't seem very inspired. And maybe I also want to be fair that like maybe having to write a 20-page comic once a week might do that,
Sure.
Like I do think that's something to consider. If you're doing monthlies, then it's like you have all that time in the world and you're making some bullshit. And I think that's something like for me, it's just like when I'm like when I read a story for, it's like a lot of comics aren't providing. You know what I'm saying? I want like great dialogue when I read something.
Right.
I want like a story that I can't see coming. You know, I want understanding characters on a psychological level. And for me, so much of what's popular is like, I understand it has to look good, right? Like I get it.
Right.
We talk about girls by Luna Brothers. Like, you know, we disagree on whether or not that was good, well made or what. I don't think it's not the most aesthetically pleasing book, you know.
Right.
It's like, but it's like the first thing is like the art, and you see these comic books that have brilliant art, and you read the shit, and it's just like, like you couldn't have spent 10 more minutes with it. You couldn't have come up with better dialogue. The dialogue here, it's. I feel like and this part of the like the arrogance I feel. Hey, what's up, Phil? Is that I'm looking at like I said, the best comic book coming out right now. Like Watchmen is an incredible comic book. I'm joking about Sandman. The writing of Sandman was incredible. It's like I don't know anybody writing books on that level, you know. So it's like, why not me? You know, like why can't I be the best if people aren't reaching the bar set by like an Alan Moore or a Neil Gaiman or what have you?
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said about that, and being dialogue heavy. You know, I pride myself on my dialogue. Like I took everything in my bounds to be. I want to be the best and thing to not be cocky and arrogant and go. That's already me, good sir.
What?
I pride myself on my dialogue.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you should.
By dialogue, like that's my strength. In fact, I think I'm weaker. I think my dialogue carries sometimes my story stuff. Not that I don't have great stories, but dialogue is the shit. Like I'm really good at that. I'm really smart at dialogue. You know, I don't know where I was going with that, but
you know what's great is that we can have that conversation because I think I write better dialogue than you, but it doesn't have to be anything. That's what would happen in any other industry. If it's like, yeah, I think I'm better at you with this. That's it. If this was on Twitter, it's like, oh, you're arrogant. Like, oh, they probably look at me and be like, oh, who's this new guy coming in here telling this, you know, that'd probably be the first thought. But like, that's just you're supposed to think you're the best.
Yep.
You know, you're supposed to think that. I'll tell you this: you had more bites at the apple than me, but I think we'll pull away from you soon. But
like I said, I defend you. You know, I defend your comic. You know, whenever I hear some stuff because I do think you're talented. I hate to tell you that. I keep telling you that. But
even that phrase "talented," it's like, man, I've been writing for like I said, 15 years. It's not talent. Like it's just entirely just like hard work and just this obsession. I mean, I'll take the compliment. I'm trying to figure out who's talking bad about it.
I actually can't even remember like what, but I could tell when I was talking to that guy because I've come from a broken home. I don't talk about it as up, but I mean my parents are both drug addicts. They're all both dead now for drug related stuff. Like I came from a broken stuff, so I get broken things.
Yeah.
Like I get that shit. That shit resonates with me. So I get that kid saying not being able to fill out that form, being frustrated. Like I was that kid. I get that kid. I have ADD. I was so smart, Stokes, in so many things. Like, so I was put in the like special classes, but I was smarter than all of them, and they knew I was smarter than all of them. So I would do things like my grammar's horrible. You know why my grammar's horrible? Because when they were like, "Hey, you need to learn this," I would give them 12 pages instead of the one they asked for because I could outright anybody because that's what I was doing because I wanted to tell stories. And then I would convince them because I'm really smart that I did more work than that guy, so you should grade me higher so I could get past my grades. Instead of any motherfucker going, I don't give a shit about 12 pages. I need you to know which is which. You need to know there's theirs. But no one did that because I was smarter. But I get that. But that person didn't come from that place. And you could tell in that conversation because there's just like, this is like this scene right here is unbelievable. I was like, no, that is very believable. You were just never in that spot. You're too privileged or whatever the case. You don't want to ever say it to somebody, but the fact that you don't think that happened is its own thing.
Yeah.
That's its own problem.
I also wonder how much of that is a bias, right? And you know, everybody has bias, and like my thing is purely, I get it. I'm like the loud voice. I'm like the loud guy with the hot take guy. I'm fine with that, but just keep it above the belt. That's my only thing.
Sure.
That's my only thing. You can come at me. You can say whatever you want, but let's let's keep it honest. Like that this is a very, I don't know if it's the most realistic reflection of the foster care system, but or I would say it's kind of like just, I mean, but when you watch the movie, is Die Hard fucking realistic? Like,
Sure.
no, it's not. What the fuck? What kind of scenario? What kind of scenario where it's like an entire building is taken over and one guy can't, like, what? Like, yeah, it's called fucking fiction. You know, like.
I mean, just like your review of, I never seen your thing for Spider-Man because I choose, because I love that movie because I want those characters. I can tell if I know looking into it that it doesn't make any sense. I'm not going to like it, any of that. But I chose to, knowing good storytelling, right? I chose to go, I'm going to just accept this, you know, because it doesn't make any sense. You know, if one thing affected the other, you can't really pull them out of time. Like, it's all like ridiculous shenanigans, like not possible. And they fucked up even more because they didn't have 6 of them. Like, you literally get the best of the best and you didn't put 6 there. Just fucking put 6.
Just throw anybody. Why? I mean, well,
you should have threw the Vulture in. The Vulture, like, had one of his regular ones there.
Oh, I mean, well, that sounds, I mean, I was about to say that sounds repetitive, but that's essentially what the whole thing was. I mean, yeah, it's like kind of, I have a saying, and you didn't watch the video, so it's fresh.
I didn't watch a video because, again, I want to love that movie. I know 100% I'll probably agree with you, but I want to love that movie.
I have a saying. In a dumbass competition, I'm coming first. Like, if you're gonna make a conscious effort, like if we're just trying to have a conversation, trying to piss each other off, like I'm resorting to ad hominems. I'm throwing the kitchen sink at it. Like, why not? If you're gonna like do all this fan service, if you're doing all this fan service, then why not take the extra step and make a Sinister Six?
Right. No, exactly. It's because some exec somewhere was like, no, we need to save that. No, this is literally the best Sinister Six you can get. You literally took the only things that people liked and took them. Like, this is the time.
I wonder if you like the solution. My solution, briefly, was, so the problem is that there's no reason not to press this button, right? Like, they might die, but if you fix them, it's too flimsy. It's too flimsy of a motivation. Like, they might die already. We know some of these guys don't even die. Sandman shouldn't be in this movie, to be honest, because he wasn't broken. So like what if there was something like, we need a character that the audience likes that we know there's going to die, so that if you press the button, they're fucked, and they have to be from a previous Spider-Man movie. I said you should add Gwen Stacy from Amazing Spider-Man 2, and then have it so that there's real tension because we like Gwen Stacy. She's the best part of those movies. You press the button, she's fucked. And I said, what if Sandman's daughter, right, has surgery or something like that, and he gets, so now he wants to press the button. So now you have like a real conflict. You can have pretty much the same exact thing happen.
Sure.
And then I was saying you could have Toby side with Sandman. You could have Andrew side with Gwen. It's just like that. Like, why not? Like, why? I just get frustrated with wasted potential. Like, this shit literally, it like actually pissed me off because it's like, bro, you had the movie right there, right? Why? Shit is annoying. As far as confidence can lead to success, humility, I really don't know. I just don't know what these words mean. Oh, I know the definition, but I don't know, like.
But I think the best humility, like, I believe in humility. You know, I live my life by a book called Ego is the Enemy. It's a huge thing, but I think the best humility is like forced humility, like someone who has to be humble to get to where you need to go. Right? Like, that's how, you know, talk about Dave Ramsey. That's how his money thing works. Like, you have to have fucked up your money so bad. Like, dude, I need you to just fix my whole thing because I don't know how to do it anymore. Like, that's humility. Or like someone who's like, I cannot survive if I don't get someone's help. Like, you've got to teach me a better way because this is gonna. That's the only true humility. All the other one is faux pas humility, where you're just using humility to kind of gain something. I think, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's so, but it all goes back to perspective, because what if somebody was humbled? I've been humbled in life, and
Sure.
through being humble so much. Now on the other side of it, there's not the floor. I've found the floor, right?
Right.
So like, yeah, you're not like there's nobody in comics that like Jim Lee wants to come and smack the shit out of me. Sure, that's about it. It's I just like, what about just genuinity, right? Like, what if we just do? What if the people are just honest? Like, what if people are just who they are, and we don't have to categorize it as confident or arrogant or humble or what's the word?
I just think you're probably just born in the wrong era. I think if you were not era, like area, if you were in like Ireland where you could call people cunts all the time, I think you'd probably do better.
I've never called anybody.
but the Irish, the Irish, it's like a word that they can say all the time. Like, it's just a thing. Like they're okay with like swearing and insulting people. And it's not, no one takes offense to it, right? You can be harsh, and that's just the society they live in. It's unfortunately not America.
I mean, but you can be harsh in America. Like,
you can, but then you get labeled as
what is prideful? I don't understand. I just don't understand what these words mean. They're just like, what do they say? Buzzwords.
Yeah.
It's just like empty. It's just, I just don't. I can't wrap my head around it. Why we keep using these words? What if your honest self is flawed and requires improvement for somebody else? Why would I change myself for somebody else? Like, I don't know. Like, that doesn't sound like being yourself. That sounds like sounds like being disingenuous.
Sometimes you need to change for the better, and sometimes a person can be an inspiration to have a reason.
No, 100%. But you would be making that decision for yourself, though.
Oh, I guess, yeah.
Like I said, I just don't. Another thing is like, yeah, you're gonna rub people the wrong way, Like, I love Chuck Sat. I don't know how to say his last name. Like, I love Chuck. We disagree a lot, but respectfully, of course.
Sure.
But the thing about Chuck is Chuck will preface his statement so hard that you don't even end up having a real conversation about the shit that you're like. It's like, I'm not trying to make you mad or here, buddy, but like, don't take offense to this. It's like, yo, like, just say what you right. and when you're trying so hard, like, people aren't gonna like you. People are not. I've never understood the idea of trying to make everybody like you. It's not gonna happen, bro. It is a futile attempt to make everybody like you. Like, what? There's no point to me.
See, that's where you and I did. Like, I can't stand it if someone doesn't like me. Like, I go crazy, even if I caused it.
You got to work that shit out somehow.
Yeah, I do. It's working fine for me. It's fine.
I'm glad it's working for you. Like, yeah, but Travis, people just aren't gonna like you. People, it's in like, I mean, sure, if you can like use that effectively and you can use that kind of thing, cool. Like, that's amazing. But it's just gonna happen. What happens if somebody just doesn't like you? What, you gonna blow a gasket? You gonna like?
So, my brokenness, like, I think everybody in the world has a brokenness that we can't fix, that you can't fix, that your whole life goal is to fix that one brokenness. For me, that it's a religious thing. Like, that's why you need Jesus and, all that. But on the core, like, for me, my brokenness is I am never enough. All the things I accomplish is because I just have to do it so someone will see my value. So I'm going to keep doing things until I see my value. Now, because of that, I have great success in comics and all that because I'm going to use that. But it's still a flaw. It's the difference, though, is someone who has those and can recognize that and know how to use it for good and not use the toxic part of that, right? Where, because there was a time in my life where I would do everything for everyone. Dude, I met a guy, he was a friend of mine. I was putting on his floor within 24 hours of knowing this guy. I had shit to do, but doing that for him was more important than anything in my life because I wanted this guy to like me for whatever reason. And it's weird, fucked up scenario in me, but it's also why I know a bunch of shit because I spent most of my life studying as much things as I can So I'm useful in whatever field. All right, cool. You don't want to talk about comics? Let's talk about football. All right, cool. I can tell you the basics to hold a basic conversation and make you think that I can handle that. But if you go too deep in that particular subject, I'm going to fall off. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's definitely. I think a lot of people are looking for validation.
Right.
I mean, for me personally, like so much of my motivation. I saw this post by working on 4 comics. He was like, some people have just the worst opinions, and they won't shut the hell up. So you have to put yourself in a position of power. Like that's just. I just want the ultimate validation. Like that's all I want. Like if I were to sign an image, right? Like, what could you say at that point? Like, even now, I feel like I'm getting to a point where, like, people were coming, like, the way people were talking to me, like, 4 months ago. They can't do that now, like a Pat Shan's cosign will do that. Like, Charlie Signey cosign will do that. They're, like, just building a community and stuff like that. Just imagine going from this to, like, Image or a Boom or something like that, where you just have the instant validation. Like that's all. I mean, I want to tell great stories too. Like that's the number one thing. But on my way to telling great stories, I can get like immediate, like the ultimate validation. Like that's.
But here's the reality of those things, because I know a lot of people work on those. You don't have good relationships with the publishers. You're just a kind of a number. You're just doing a book and you're doing your thing, and that. You're like, all right, get there. So you're validating me, and then just like, send in your finished work. All right, we're done. What? Like I thought, like we're on this together. We're gonna do cons. It doesn't really work that way, and that's a scary. And then you got to find your own path.
Well, I'm not saying Image or whatever, right? I'm talking about the motherfuckers on Twitter, like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like no. So
you're talking about the publisher itself. The using that clout to go. You need to shut the fuck up. All right.
Yeah. No, exactly, and because it's fucked up. It's you being vulnerable, I'll be vulnerable. It's like the first half of my life, like most of my life, right? Fisticuffs and violence was a big decider, right? You know what I'm saying? It was fights and stuff like that. Unfortunately, right? And I didn't want to do that, but that was the environment I was raised in. So I got really, really, really good at verbal jousting. I got really good at talking shit. And it's helped my writing as well. Now I'm in a situation where I can verbal joust with anybody, but it's bad. In an atmosphere that's full of writers. An atmosphere full of writers that were inspired by Aaron Sorkin, Quentin Tarantino, George R. Martin, stuff like that, right? It's just really sad to me, like if you lost an argument, then it is what it is, or you just say agree, disagree. But it's so much of like, I think Pat Shan says like bitch assness. It's like I can't use I'm just fucked. Like I can't use the skills that I've grown, from my earlier part of life, and then so like what do we do at this point? You know what I'm saying? And you don't have to respond to everybody, granted, but I just think it sucks. Like
you got to Hamilton it, man.
What do you mean Hamilton?
So Hamilton talked a whole bunch of shit, but he wrote his way out, man. Like it was his hard work, his effort, and his writing that got him to where he needed to be.
Yeah, no, I'm cool with that. It's just and to be honest, I probably engage. I just like I said, going through that shit. Like I would go to school, be scared about getting beat up, whatever. I'm not gonna sign into Twitter and be scared of anybody. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not happening. Like it's not fucking happening. And like there are times where I grant people too much like access or whatever, but it's also like you're not just gonna talk to me fucking crazy. I don't care. I've worked too hard, and frankly my comments too good for me to be like disrespected by anybody. The case you won, sure. Like fucking maybe there's some people in the space that I respect enough, but like now at this point, nobody's respecting me. If Pat Shan is gonna grant me respect and be nothing but nice, and we can disagree, then everybody else should do the same too.
But here's the thing specifically for you, and I've said it because you're smart. A lot of times when you post, because you've said it to everyone, you use poster engagements, we don't know if you're being sincere. Like, is this the real Stokes, or is this the guy who's trying to bait me in an argument? Right. So that's a different, so that's kind of a situation you've kind of put yourself into, this weird hole, right? Like, is this the guy I'm talking to, or is this a guy who needs engagement so his Twitter gets better responses, so hopefully someone will see that pinned tweet. which Stokes am I talking to that day or that minute? And then even some heartfelt stuff where, hey, I've got this really good idea, or hey, I want to do this. Like, what are we talking? Like, do I trust to engage in this? And I think that is going to affect your sales long term, because someone needs to be able to feel that it's safe to engage. You know what I'm saying?
I think that's come around, because, like, to me, I mean, obviously it's gonna be clear to me, right?
Sure.
Like, what the fuck did I tweet? I tweeted out like, "Oh, Mr. Beast couldn't use his wealth to stop my wife and kids from leaving." That should be pretty apparent. That's a fucking joke, right?
Sure. Yeah.
I've actually toned down, I think, the antagonistic thing. I don't think it's as necessary. I think people get it. Like, when I came into the space like last year, I was like, yeah, there's a lot of bitch assness here that I think, needs to be addressed, and I feel like it's been addressed.
Addressed all the bitch asses.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I can't help them, but they're gonna realize when their comics aren't selling. Like, I mean, money doesn't validate everything, but like, when you look at somebody looks at me and says all you care about is marketing or whatever, it's like, no, my comics are really fucking good. I just have to do the marketing to care about the comics. You can't do either. Like, you're capable of neither one. Like, it's gonna bear out, like we'll see. I mean, you can also ask for clarification. I don't know why that's so hard for people. Like, what do you mean by this, or what have you?
Yeah, I've never been able to master that without sounding confrontational. Like me personally.
Yeah, no, I mean, you could just say, is this sincere? Are you it's not, but the whole, even like the engagement baiting thing doesn't work, because it works, but people aren't going to engage. I mean, the perfect tweet would be both, right?
Right, sure.
The perfect tweet is like, we have a conversation, I get the engagement. Maybe you don't love it, but it's a productive conversation. That's the best case.
The best case is that I love it, and now I love you, and I want to back you. That's the best case for you.
That's happened. Well, right, but but that's that's the extension of the best case scenario. Right. But when you made up in your mind that, like, and I get it. Like I said, I'm the hot take guy. When you get up in your mind that you can talk to me however you want, that's not gonna go how you think. When you think the hot takes and stuff like that, like that's gonna cloud your judgment or stuff like that. It's a shame, because these are conversations that could be productive, and people can't answer. People can't engage in them in good faith. It is so rare that I like at somebody one of these threads. It's like one person who will go through and just the whole shit ever, just like it's like that. This person replied to, they liked the reply to your tweet, right? And I'm like, all right, bro, you're not going to just sit here and just fucking like 50 comments and then not say something like, what do you think about this, right? That's the only time you can just scroll on past. I prefer it, because I want to have a real discussion. I want the discussion, and I want the engagement. Sure. Like, what's the purpose of just ignoring the topic? It's like people are trying to have a nice guy contest on the timeline. And not in a way that's actually helpful, right? I'm gonna make a response that's gonna take all of the constructiveness out of this conversation, and then just be like, hey, I'm just a great guy. Richard had a post that was, what did the post say? It was how many panels per page you use, or some shit like that. Yeah. And a bunch of people commented and was like, well, I don't want to put too much stress on the artist, so I don't do too many panels. I'm new, but I don't think there's a direct relationship between the amount of panels and the amount of detail that goes into it. A 24 page, if I give an artist 24 pages of splash pages, that sounds fucking grueling. That sounds horrible. Versus a 24 issue comic book, a 24 page comic book with 6 panels. That to me, the splash pages sound worse. Yeah. So it's like you're just displaying a lack of understanding of the medium, and you're moralizing something that doesn't need to be moralized. So we had a question that could have been technical, and we could have had a better understanding of the medium. But you're rushing so hard to be like, I love the artist in a way that's not even genuine, because it doesn't even make sense. Right. That the conversation is ruined. This opportunity for us to understand this medium better is ruined, because you're not only scared to ruffle feathers, you have to rush to be first in place, to be like, I'm the best bottom. Like, it's like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, it's just so counterproductive, you know?
Well, has any like true artist like ripped apart your stuff, like the iFlow shit and all that? That stuff's humiliating when someone goes through it.
It's the iFlow, the like this.
Yeah, because anyone who does storyboards or any of that stuff, they can really tell you, like, here is the way the iFlow should. This is where it should be flipped. I've got a couple of pros who are Marvel and DC guys, and they'll rip apart my artist, and I'm just like, I think it looks good, and they're like, it looks fine. The problem is, people know that the iFlow doesn't work that way, so there's a disconnect in their heart. It's so crazy. And these same people will be the people who will go, let's talk about the stock of paper because of that experience, because I want to have that experience be part of the comic, the whole thing. And that shit gets wild. But if you want to get better, you got to have those conversations, and they're weird.
No, I actually don't mind it if the person is being sincere and the person is good information.
Yeah, always sincere. They would never give you it for negative.
It was great for me because it's great for me because it's a reminder of where, like, what I don't know, right? You're telling me what I don't know. You're also giving me like a flag to plant to know where I need to get better at. Right. For instance, coloring. Like I thought the coloring was good for X, and somebody pointed it out. So now my eye for color is developing. When I look at like a Marvel, that's something I notice is like the difference for me between like what really makes it like a pop when you see these mainstream comics books is like the coloring. And I'll sit there and I'll count the amount of different colors in somebody's face, which makes sense because you look at my face right now. There's like 4 different colors. You know?
Sure.
And that's something that I look out for. So I actually love it. I really enjoy that.
I actually think that's really important with the black complexion when you're doing comics.
With the different tones.
With the different tones, yeah. Because I noticed that a lot when I was doing Broke Down with one of my characters. The main character was black, so if they just did the quick, every time he was quick, I was just like, it doesn't look right, it doesn't look real. And it wasn't until we added the extra tonnage that it made sense.
But yeah, like I went to Baltimore Comic-Con and I spoke to a colorist, I spoke to an editor, and I spoke to just this artist, the 24x4, the one I ended up working with. They just let me know, like, I talked to Pat too, I talked to Kevin. And these are like these are experts at worst, you know what I'm saying? Like these are staple. These guys are brilliant. And like I said, just let me know what I didn't know. Like it kind of put things in perspective for me.
Yeah. But
it also lets me know, like, okay, also what kind of information, like, have I inspired anybody like this? Like, has somebody talked to me and felt like, oh wow, I have a whole new perspective on this particular way to make comics, which is, just by the sheer amount of people like I network with, I talk to, it definitely happened, and I was like, that motivated me as well to try to understand the medium better, so that like I can give somebody this moment where they figure out something new and they learn to master as well.
Yeah, I think that's just learning, I can definitely see like your artist choice between Decay and Intuitive Thoughts, and I can see my path, like not that everybody's path is the same, but I could see the exact same mistakes that I made in my first one that I went to the next guy And then it was a different set of mistakes that I needed to learn until I got to someone who like really, until I figured out exactly what questions I need to ask, you know?
Yeah, like one thing
I won't say anything more. I'm being vague because we're live and I don't want to, you know, throw any.
Yeah, we don't want to show the arts, but no, yeah, that's one. Like that's one. The undesirable effect is like, oh, you know, oh, you think you're perfect, you know everything. Like, no, that's the opposite. That's why I say I'll get better every day.
Right.
The confidence comes from knowing that if I have to apply something or if I have to learn something, I will. I'll put the effort in. That's what people are missing. Is people will sit here and complain about I can't do this, I can't do that. It's like just learn it. Which is the significance of marketing being a company making skill, because if it's a skill, you can learn it or get better at it. Right. So why, like that's why it's important to frame it as a thing that you can get better at, as opposed to some black magic, you know what I'm saying, that is like incapable of understanding, you know what I'm saying, or incapable of being understood by only certain people. I saw Pat make a point about you can do this. And the motherfucker was like, nah. It's like, yo, even if you disagree with him, like to say nah, like to not even add context or give your opinion on why you think that or what he might be missing, what context might be missing. You're just like, nah, that's insane. It's like, well, we know that guy's not gonna be on shit. Like, because that's the cardinal sin of like being in a space and trying to learn. Like it's fucking insane, man.
Yeah, you know, how do you get that? And I think it's also confidence, right? Like I think when our comic creators start,
it's that word.
We're afraid of telling artists exactly what we want, right? Because we've all learned the lessons or heard the lessons. Hey, pick your battles. So we know on page 6 we want that shit perfect. So we're willing to sacrifice 1, 2, 3, and 4 to get to 6. But then we got to 6, and 6 still isn't what we wanted. We fought back, and it still didn't get quite there. But then we want to move the shit forward. So things get crazy, and then also knowing what you like. Like I don't like manga style. Like Tyler is not my ideal artist for something. Like Tyler, like this is known. I'm not talking shit. I wouldn't say that. I love Tyler's art. It's just not what I love. But when I put the different color stones, the non-manga color it made this beautiful, unique look for Coins of Judah. So I was like, oh, I can dig this. I can get behind this, even though it's not exactly what I would envision if I was picking an artist from scratch. Because I don't think Tyler's bad artist. It's just he does manga. I don't like manga. So
yeah, it's a art preference, and nothing is more frustrating than when somebody's like, oh, this art is bad, and it's like, you know, there's no, I mean, people don't think there's such thing as objective when it comes to art, but like let's say it's relatively pretty good compared to like most stuff. It's like, oh, you just don't like the style. Just say that. Right. Like, why does it? I should typically, like, for instance, the Granite State Punk is like, it's not the kind of art like that kind of frenetic. It's not that kind of, the Nightman Cometh as well as another one where it's like, yeah, it's different. It's not, you know, I'm not saying it's bad. It's just not for me. But I'm not going to sit there and say like, oh, you should make this more traditional, or oh, the art is bad. Like it's so important to.
Sure. And it was done intentionally, right? Like I wanted
exactly.
I picked someone who was grittier. It's a grittier style. I wanted a more dark style. Like that guy's art. I think I have. No, it's not here. When he normally does art, he does a book called Discordia. It's dark. He does everything in like nighttime. Like, believe it or not, I'm getting a light, more friendly version of that, even though it's still pretty dark. Like, because he does like dark, like dark everything. And I was like, no, punk rock has to have light and color. Like it's kind of their thing. Like they dye their hair pink. Like you've got to have this color, and then mixing those two styles. Again, that's just learning and figuring out what's best for everybody, and then leaning that he knows a lot. There has been many a times where I've been like, no, this needs to change because of this, and this. And then he explains why he went through the artist process to do that based on my script. And how can I lose when he used my script as a fucking reference? Like, we're like, but you said this and we went it this way to imply this later. I was like, fuck, all right. Because he cares about which foot is, like on his, the guy, Granite State Punk, he has life and death, because New Hampshire is live free or die. when he's in trouble, it's all die. When he's trying to fight for it, it's all life. Like it's all intentional. So we have to do the perspective. No one picks up on that except for a very few people who are art. But the people who pick up on it, it's fucking extra. Like it's better, you know?
Yeah, no, I had this great moment like that in Intrusive Thoughts. That was like, this is a lot of also like a lot of the creative choices were mine, like which felt really nice. Like the opening, like, you know, I hate exposition dumps. I don't know why the fuck people keep doing. Like that's another thing that is like I can't stand exposition dumps. So I was like, how do I get across the requisite backstory? So I was like, okay, he can be creative, he can draw. And then so I'm like, okay, he's gonna be drawing, and you can get a lot of information. You can get a lot of information fast, right? It's like 3 pages. Yeah, it's 3 pages. And then like so on the page, like everybody has a face except his foster parents. They don't have a face because he can't. He's drawing from memory, so he doesn't know what their face looks like.
Right.
Which is like a really cool moment, and that I did that. You know, that was the kind of the cool thing when I understood, when I realized I understood the medium better.
Yeah.
Like that was an amazing feeling. Like anytime I have a moment where I can just be like, because honestly, like I said, I watch Richard, and Richard I think just has, like, from what I've seen, the best understanding of the medium. You know, like he just gets it. Like he's been doing it for so long. He just I don't know. It's like a fourth dimension or some shit. Like it's in. I love those kind of moments that can only happen in a comic book,
Right.
like where the restriction becomes like a strength, and like little stuff like that, man. It's just the best film in the world.
Yeah, no, those things great. I mean, that's the beautiful thing about comic versus any other medium that people don't appreciate is you dictate how fast or slow something is.
Yeah.
You know, you can dictate a page. So a talented artist, like let's say you're having someone walk across the page. Well, if you have the footprints go in like a circle or a weird path, you're keeping them on that page longer because people will follow that path.
Yeah.
And things like that make such a huge impact in pacing that you don't like, and leads to better page turns, which you don't like to hear about, but it helps.
I don't. It's just so it's just I don't like this word, but it's just so toxic. It's like the initial conversation was so stupid.
Sure.
The initial conversation was so stupid. Now we can't have a genuine conversation about it. But
well, you're using it as pull quotes on your.
Oh, you saw that pull? How'd you like
yeah,
that?
One of them has a pull quote of the lack of page turns was the best part. Like,
do you remember whose quote that was?
I don't remember.
That was me.
That was your own quote?
I quoted my own book.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, is that what you're talking about when people don't know if I'm being like, that seems pretty trolly to me. Like
I actually didn't realize it was you. I assumed it was just one of your crew who made a joke at the end of a serious like pull quote. You know, they made a serious pull quote and then added a joke for you, and then you're like, "Fuck it, I'm going to put it in there."
No, but I'm saying understand that I made my own post. Like I made my own post.
I didn't even notice it was you. I didn't even.
But let's say theoretically you did notice. Like, is that one of those posts where you can't tell if it's sincere or not, or
right?
Is that one of those?
Yeah, that would be an example of one where you're kind of tongue in cheek.
Yeah. I wonder how many of those posts that people. If that post pissed you off, that's like.
Oh no, that post didn't piss me off.
Not you. I'm saying general. Like I know somebody got pissed off. It's just like because, like I said, people just have such. I mean, social media is supposed to be fun. You know, like there's nothing wrong with making it fun. And I don't know exactly who said it. I don't know who has said what, but I remember a knock or something being said was people were talking about you and not your comic books or et cetera. And it's like, I'd rather be one or the other than neither, frankly. Also, if you make your identity comics, it's not the same exact thing, but it's similar, right? And I'm not like, there are plenty of people I feel like just make great comics, but I feel like it's far and few between. I feel like a lot of the people that are doing these big things are selling themselves, their comics and their personality. It's it's more efficient to sell your personality. Well, it's cheaper, like, than to sell comics. Why is that? Why is that a knock? And you know what I want to say to people, that like people are talking about you and not your comics, I'm like, who are you? Like, I don't know you for either. Like, but can't say that on.
I mean, you can, but
oh man, I'm on a tightrope. I mean, I could say it, but it wouldn't be. I don't think it'd be well received.
Well, and I think that though that is, I see where you're coming from, and I agree with you. But I see them trying to, like, I think they may have come from a genuine place of, like,
yeah,
hey man, I want to know more about your comic. I can give a shit about you. Like, tell me more about your
oh
comic.
sure. Well, there's a way to say it, right? And there's repercussions for words. There's repercussions for words all, like, anywhere. Like, why would Twitter?
Is there, like, because you're a writer, so I think you hold people account. Maybe you should only hold other writers accountable on words.
No, say what the fuck you mean. Nothing is more frustrating than when like, what I hate. Oh my god, what I hate is when somebody says something stupid and you're like, that's stupid, and you explain why, and they're like, oh, I'm just saying this, and they end up backtracking to a stance that is like, all I'm saying is the sky is blue. It's like, no shit. Like, you're just walking back what you said. And no, like, but like I said, like, you have to watch what you say all the time, and you have the benefit of being able to sit there and type something out. But what people, you want to hear more about our comic? If you want to hear more about our comic, you can find it. Like, that is so disingenuous. That is such bullshit, because it's in the fucking pinned tweet. It takes 2 clicks to figure out more out. It's just a knock. It's just a knock to say that, oh, I don't like the way you're carrying yourself. If you guys, if the people, if the general Twitter sphere wants to go, I would say the hard way, which is the more expensive way, is getting recognition just from comic books. Right. You can do that. Don't impose that on me. Don't punish me for having charisma or personality that I can sell. And if you want to learn more about my book, just ask. But I think for me, I think the idea of the comic book nerd, being somebody with spectacles, broken skepticals, like, just like SpongeBob, like human SpongeBob, like, I don't believe that to be the case. But it's also, for me, understanding that this can be a very lonely hobby. This can be a very lonely, like I said, you may not interact with the same amount of people as if you, say, do sports, right? Or music or what have you. So it's something to keep in mind as well, that I tell myself, is that these people may not have the social skills or the amount of social interaction that I have, to where they understand, like, this is a bad thing it's a bad thing to.
Well, I think that when you're listening to music and music is kind of subclassed by genre, where comics are superhero and other. Like, I think there's more option than sports. Like, you're into whatever sport it is, and you know about your team. You're not expected to know about other people's team, where in comics you are, right? When comics, you're like, I want to talk about Marvel. I don't know anything about Marvel. Let's talk about DC. I don't know anything about DC, or I don't know anything about Image, or I don't know anything about Boom, or Source Point, or Scout, or Mad Cave, or Vault. Like, you have to know it all when it comes to indie comics, versus I think for music and for, like, sports, we're a lot more forgiving, going, oh, you don't know everything about my team because you don't follow my team, but you know everything about your
That's
team.
not what I'm saying, though. I'm saying that, like,
okay.
For instance, if I go to a bar, if I watch football, right, I'm going to a bar, I'm going somewhere. Like, there's an opportunity to socialize with people, right? To spend several hours, at whatever setting. If I'm going to music, I'm going to a concert, or whatever. But, like, from my perspective, I was not around during the early 90s when comics were kind of taking off. I mean, I was a baby or whatever. Based off of, like, the Kevin Smith movies I've seen, the idea of the comic book shop where people go to hang out is like that. From what I can see, or it's certainly not as prominent as, like, sports, or, like, it's definitely not sports. Let me stick with sports. What I'm saying is that, okay, if I go to watch a team, I'm gonna interact with a bunch of people. I'm gonna sit there. But that may not be the case when you're making comics, right? And that's something that I keep in mind, or I try to keep in mind, is that, again, this can be lonely. It can be a lonely. It lends itself a lot of times to be. You can't read comics with somebody else. Like, you can watch a movie with other people, right? At the same time.
Right.
You can't read a comic. You can't read a single comic at the same time with somebody else.
Right.
So I think it, like I said, I think it lends itself to isolation, and I think that's part of the disconnect sometimes as well.
And low bar of entry, right? Like if you go to a con, like there's many people who I look across, and every one of their issues is different sizes and this and that. That's not the same fucking, they're not the same effort that I put in. So therefore, it's not that their opinion means less. It's that I don't want to associate with them because I want to associate with people who are doing things on my level. And maybe that's a wrong take on my end, but it's a fact. Even though we're doing the same thing, it's not the same thing,
I don't think it's necessarily the wrong take. I mean, you're very clear that you want to. Oh shit, Richard's back.
Hey.
Oh shit, I guess we'll stay up another 30.
So we've been arguing. We are cutthroat. We've said a lot of things. I may have got a little racist, and I apologize for that. Hopefully, I won't get canceled tomorrow. So welcome back.
Wait,
was
what
not
did I
being
miss?
No, we just been chopping it up, just talking about the nature of indie the indie comic space, talking about like comics. I mean, we just chopping it up.
Just talking about comics as a whole and having like one-on-one conversations about what can make it better,
All right, you guys are going to be blurry to me because I cannot wear glasses any longer today. So I'll try and remember which one's which.
No, what were we talking about? We're talking about like, oh no, we've been talking a lot about discourse, right? And because like I was saying that like terms like arrogant, competence, humble, humility, like they just don't mean anything to me because they're so subjective.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all about the perspective of the person. I don't understand I understand the obsession with it. Like it just doesn't. When I look at somebody doing their craft, it's just not words that come into my, like, I think of words like lazy or talented or something like that. Like something that's like still subjective, but I feel like is more tangible or more productive to talk about.
Yeah. I mean, like, you know how, sorry to like, if I'm rehashing things here, because I've missed a couple of hours, but like, Stokes, when people are like, you're new, so therefore your confidence becomes arrogance.
Yeah.
Sure. Like, we work in an industry, like how often are we told every comic is somebody's first comic? Right. Like every fucking Twitter interaction is somebody's first time ever seeing you. Yet we have this like dogmatic approach to who gets to be confident versus who gets to be arrogant based on how long they've been around. There are plenty of fucking people who have never heard of me. There are plenty of fucking people who have never heard of you, Travis. Like none of us are whoever the most famous comic person is right now. Yeah, none of us are Brian Pulido. None of us are Pat Shan. None of us are whoever the fuck did that How to Draw book. Like, sorry, I read the list of 15 books today.
Ain't it?
What?
Scott McCloud.
No, there's a list today came out of the top 15 comic Kickstarters of last year, and this person made like $1 million from a.
Brian Sanderson.
Sorry.
Brian Sanderson?
Potentially. I just remember it's a How to Draw book, right? But like my point is, like none of us are that person. There are the majority of the world. Like if each of us have a few thousand Twitter followers combined, and I have the least of all of us, and I've been here the fucking longest because I'm bad at social media. There are 7 billion people who have never heard of us.
Yeah. I
don't know. It becomes this. Stokes, you are as new as Travis is, as I am, as Chuck Satterley is, as fucking Methuselah is to the industry, to every single person who's seeing us for the first time. It's only us that care about it.
Yeah, I mean, and listen, I mean, I mean, we talked about it. It's gatekeeping. I don't have all the answers, but certainly give me a better. There's so much response as well. Is like so tedious. It's like this is the way things always be done. And part of the page turn conversation, why I was so stupid, is just that was the defense. Like this is what always been done. Okay, well, give me another reason. And other people that know what they're talking about can provide another reason, right? They can be like, oh, it's for pacing. It makes a better reader experience. Blah blah blah. It gives you structure. That's good answers, but just being like, this is what's always been done. It's like, I'm sorry if it's arrogant that I need a better explanation to do something. Like, my apologies, insincerely. Like, motherfuckers are supposed to be geniuses. You sell me on the idea, but don't just be like, that's just what we do. It's like, that's a bad argument.
But this is the same fucking thing that keeps coming up, because when I talked to you about page turns, when it was you, me, and 5 to 7 other people, and I was able to say to you, here is a way to use page turns, and you were like, oh, that's really interesting, and this is much clearer than what other people have been saying. But that's 5 to 7 people who were there for that conversation, and then you are getting to have, 10 or 11, which will feel like a million because they'll come at you one at a time, people saying, you're the person who made this one fucking tweet, I'm going to get on you for it forever.
Yeah.
Because they weren't there for the bit where you had a normal conversation about it, because you're a fucking fully grown adult man who can talk to people.
I mean, even the initial conversation, I understood the benefits, but I was saying, with while having limited resources, my priority was making something that was paced to me out just in general, like just on the script stage. Paced to me in the script stage, and then there's a 50% chance it works out, right? Mm-hmm. And I think it's disingenuous to say that chasing a page turn wouldn't result in a different nut page. Like, it could. Like, it's possible it could. And when you're paying for a page, when you have a lack of resources, it just made sense. Like, so even while you did break it down and like it was a much better explanation, because I knew what the fuck page turns was.
Yeah.
You're just like, I don't do that. What? Why not? This is what everybody does. And then it becomes.
But it's like there were two things that became really fucking clear from the like Twitter debate of it all. One, 90% of the people who were arguing with you didn't fucking know what page turns were. Like, that was really fucking clear. Two, like they were jumping on the bandwagon and they didn't fucking know what they were talking about. And two, like people who are, anyone who is doggedly chasing one thing. It's the same thing as people like my thread about panel counts. Anyone who's insisting on a certain number, they're limiting themselves with what they can do. Anyone who is talking about comics having to have page turns when we live in an age where most comics are scrolling now. I don't like scrolling comics. But I also don't particularly chase page turns. Like, I don't do action-based comics. I do emotionally driven comics, so the words matter. You're not going to get a huge fucking shock from turning a page for some more words in another panel. Like, there's Stokes, you don't really do action-based comics. It's dialogue-driven. It's character-driven. There's a really good reason you do not need to turn a page to give someone a visual shock.
Yeah.
Like, I don't chase page turns. I very rarely have them. I chase chapter beats. I chase issue structure. But, like, sometimes I'll look and be like, oh, cool. There's a visual reveal happening there, kind of by accident. Or sometimes I go, oh, I wish that visual reveal was happening later. But if I did that, I'd be, like, watering down some pages in the build-up.
I'm laughing because, like, I know you don't engage in bad faith, but I be getting cooked and motherfuckers will later be like, yeah, you were right. But I mean, yeah, that's also that is a brilliant point. I don't make action comics. Like, I don't make action-based comics. It's character-based comics, dialogue-based a lot of times. And let me say I pace it based on like dialogue.
I want to argue Richard's statement. Though you don't make action, you make things that have reveals, which are where page turns are very important too. In both Decay and like, there's a big reveal. It's better on a page turn than not. 9 times out of 10.
Well, 50 times out of 50, it will be.
like Travis, there's a huge percentage of people who are reading digitally where every single page becomes a turn.
Sure.
There's like I've read enough of Stokes' work now to know that every single page, every single time there has to be a reveal, it's always on a next page. Whether it's a turning page or not, it's on a next page. in a scrolling sense, in a digital sense, that always works. I think that there are a couple of moments where a page turn could have been absolutely used, but like we are talking about people who have been doing this for 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 years who do not hit those beats.
Sure.
Who, like, we expect that level of expertise from. We are, like, Travis, you've read enough comics that you know that when you see it done well, you're like, shit, that's mastery of a craft. So, when, like, if Stokes hadn't said anything about it, one, there would be no discussion about it, which means that there would be hundreds of people who still didn't know what page turns were because they didn't know in the threads, right? And again, I'm gonna get cooked for that myself, but I don't fucking care. I get angry about it when people are spouting off bullshit. But like, if Stokes had never mentioned it, you would have never looked at his book and been like, "Oh, the problem here is page turns." Like, you may not have thought this is a fucking masterpiece, but you would have been like, "This is a pretty good comic." I cannot immediately identify what is not working. It's that you can immediately identify the things when they do work, when you go, "Oh shit, that's a thing."
I agree with you 100%. 100%. Yeah, as well as the way I structure my books, like I'm trying to have like a reveal every page, like the way I pace. So even I think that's the big thing is like, okay, so do I wait to have something cool happen, an extra page at that point? So I mean
it's hard. There's all these like for me, Coins of Judas is an example. This middle, like I know better. Like this is a boring middle. You're supposed to have an exciting middle because when someone picks it up, it folds out naturally to the spot.
Yeah.
But that didn't flow with my story, and I didn't think about it, so it didn't happen. And my editor didn't catch it because my editor is my wife, and I didn't. Some of these things I have to tell her, like teach her, like she's really good at story and make sure my voice comes through. But little things like this, I need to teach her. You know, does that make sense? Mm-hmm. And again, it's not the end of the world. Someone read this, they loved it, fine. And you know why that happened is because I wrote the Coins of Judas. The original part is an 8-page short, and I kept that almost verbatim, changing a few bits of dialogue instead of doing what I should have cut down to 5, which what I knew to made this an action page. Because if you go a couple pages later, there's action, explosions, and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
No big deal, just something that I care about on the shelf and when people pick up the book because I want that experience.
You also know that if someone like me, and I know that I'm in a minority here, but not a tiny minority. I'm gonna call it like ladies, gays, and smart folk. If we pick up that book and it flops open to, like, I saw a few pages you flipped through there. There's heavy dialogue in that book.
Sure.
If it falls open to that, I'm like, oh, this is going to be a read. This is going to be a worthwhile use of my time. If it flops open to, oh, look, that dude's being like punched so hard in the stomach that his head's exploding or whatever, or look at all that cool fire, Superman hit the sun super hard, then I'm going to be like, I'm going to put that book back on the shelf. Yeah. Like that idea, all of these things were like, if you do this thing, it must be this thing. I don't know. I think that's.
Yeah, I mean, Chuck Dixon, not that he has a good reputation anymore.
Yeah.
He used to say, if you read any of his books, every 4 page has a cliffhanger, which is wild, but it does. And it works for the way Chuck Dixon tells a story, and it works really good in a Batman universe, right? Where it's a detective story. So a cliffhanger or some new part of the mystery gets unfolded to go to the next part of the mystery really works. But as I started doing that and really putting that in my book, when I started doing books that don't kind of fit that pattern, that shit didn't work anymore. So it's great advice for certain types of books.
Yeah. I mean, like Haunted Hill is all 6-page chapters. Every 3 chapters becomes an issue, but like, you know, that was just based on how I was posting it online. I've been doing this long enough that I can be writing a script and go, oh, I'm coming toward the end of 6 pages worth of dialogue now. I need to make sure I'm hitting like a hard beat for the end so people will come back next week. But it's usually Eva flashes her tits, or like Eva makes someone uncomfortable, or I don't know, like she fails to light a cigarette and has a tantrum. Like, it's very small moments,
Right.
that it works.
Yeah.
And people came back.
Do you think part of the reason why something like that would bother somebody, obviously the being new thing, right? And I think Richard made a great point. Is like, I'm never gonna read a comic book and be like, damn, and have a great moment, right? Like, and be like, damn, this doesn't impact me because it's on the wrong side. You know, it's never gonna happen. It's something that people are looking for.
I disagree.
I mean, I was speaking subjectively. You can't really disagree, but I'd also say that's something that that's something that you're looking for, right? If I'm reading a comic book, honestly, and I'm thinking about the structure of the comic book, I don't think that's a very good comic book. Like, I don't think, like, when I'm reading something I'm engaged with, I'm not thinking about the technical aspects.
It's the good design is invisible idea, right?
Yeah, and then I'm wondering, is it people that are trying to be master or students of the craft? Does that sort of comment like really dig at you? For instance, I think when you're learning and you're taking in new information that you really want to apply, you can try to apply that to other people, and it may not be necessary. I'm trying to remember. I had a comic book script that was a rough draft, and it had a lot of it was a TV pilot that I was going to switch to a comic book, and this guy. Oh no, I know what he said. He said, "Why this character? Why is your main character here?" And then I was like, I mean, I don't know. I didn't have the answer immediately. And he was like, this guy says, if your character, it could be a different character, you have a situation and not a story, or some shit like that. But it's not that hard to pick apart and be like, well, what about Speed? What about Die Hard? That doesn't necessarily have to be John McClane. There's all kinds of stories where it doesn't work. And then when you find the exception, when something's being shoved down your throat, now it sounds like you're invalidating the good advice, but you're not. You're just pointing out that this is advice. It's not a law. It is a thing to keep in mind, but it's not a necessity.
Yeah,
I wonder if that's why it upsets people. And I understand it. I understand it to an extent, but the way that these conversations get so contentious, and that the way that people take this sort of stuff so personally, I just cannot understand. I cannot wrap my head around it. If I'm like, yo, you could be doing this thing and do it better, but you're not going to do it, fuck you. I'm moving on. What's this kind of thing of like, no, I have to like make you see why you need this thing. That's the shit I just don't understand.
Yeah, I think it's that thing of like, if someone is passively like putting information out there for you, like, we all know that we can get better, and it's very rare that people know what their weaknesses are, right? Yeah. We just like, we'll see someone say something and we'll go, oh shit, I kind of do that. But there's this like dogged idea of what is right and what is wrong that people bring on board. I remember I was dating someone when the film adaptation came out. And there's that scene where he goes to see Robert McKee, and there's the joke that there's like so much voiceover in that film, and then McKee says, never use voiceover. Voiceover is lazy and all this shit. And the person who I was dating was like, that was the one thing they took away from that movie. And literally every time they saw anything with voiceover, including like comics with fucking narration panels, they'd be like, oh, that's really lazy. Like, no, it's not. You just saw a fictionalized version of Robert McKee say it in a fucking movie, you idiot. Like, that's nothing. You're doggedly following this one thing you've learned, because that's what we do. We grab onto one thing, and then it's a combination of like Bader and Meinhof and Dunning-Kruger, where we're like, we don't know enough, but then we notice the one thing we do know everywhere.
Yeah.
See, the way I see it is, I think you, if you want to be like a Quentin Tarantino, or you want to be someone who breaks the rules, I think you got to really have a heart for the rules, right? You got to understand them. So when you break them, they're special. And like, not only am I breaking them, I'm going to break it to a point where it's going to frustrate you and you're going to enjoy it after. Like, because that's what Quentin Tarantino did when you look at Pulp Fiction. Like, I'm going to break these rules and stuff. Because I've edited that film like the way, so the story is perfect. And it's a horrible film. The only way that film's good is if you put it in that context and make things out of continuity, make you think about things that you shouldn't be thinking about. So I think it's important to do that, because there's been many times that when I've read a comic, especially when you're talking about the indie scene, where they do continuity errors that are a mess, or the characters are switching positions, right? They're supposed to be talking left to right, and then they'll switch all of a sudden in the middle of it, and there's no rhyme or reason why they switch. Those things, and it's maybe because I read a lot of them, but I think it pulls you out of your experience. And I think even people who don't read a lot of comics, it pulls you out of your experience, because your brain is telling you something's wrong and you have to think about that instead of being involved. So that's where I think about a page turn or a story beat that if it's not done right, you could take someone out of the experience, or they may think that this doesn't flow the way it's supposed to flow. And unless you have a purpose for doing that, I think it comes off flat and doesn't make you the best creator as you can be.
If you were never taught though about page turns, do you think that's something you would pick up? Like, because
yeah, totally. I think everyone, and I think you're right when you said, when I first contradicted your, like, you need to think of it, like, you subconsciously, I think anybody can figure it out. Even if you don't figure it out when you wrote your script, you'll figure it out when you're doing the lettering. When you read the letter, you're like, oh, that shit's not right.
I mean, this is, I think, like, I kind of agree with both of you to a point, but, like, I like that it's this perfect triangle where I'm exactly halfway between them. It's visually represented here, too. Like, I like page turns. I'm not particularly good at them.
Sure.
But I thanks.
I mean, I haven't read enough of your stuff to actually, everything I've read of yours is digital, except for the one.
No, I know. I just really enjoyed the timing on it.
The one page that I read that was not was one page. So you did successfully on that page turn.
What did you read? That was one page of mine.
The Nightmare Theater.
It was 8 pages.
No, I read a one-page thing in Nightmare Theater 2.
Oh, you've seen the number 2, right. Okay. Yeah. Where do you see my butt? Sorry. The like, I'm not particularly good at page turns, but like, it does become a thing where, like, I always say every single writer should draw their own comic. I know that you said that Neil Gaiman did this for Sandman, but like, I think, like, draw a shitty version of your comic to learn how your brain works, to learn that visual storytelling. Yeah. Every single, like, film writer should be on set to see how everything looks before it's put together. And then at the same time, I think that, like, it is one of these rules you said, like, people facing the wrong way. The 180-degree rule in film is the most commonly broken rule. It's broken in every single TV show you watch, every single film you watch, and you don't notice. Because if a director is good enough at understanding the geography of the room, it doesn't fucking matter if the characters are facing the wrong way from shot to shot, if it has been well established where they are in the like a more three-dimensional space. We only notice it when it's done by a very boring filmmaker who's shooting everything from one side and then everything from the other side and then fucks it up. Because everyone moves. In a good scene, everyone moves.
I think it's harder in comics.
I mean, it's much easier in comics. People face the wrong fucking way all the time and no one notices. Everyone does, like, close-ups on faces pointing in different directions from one line to the next.
I notice it a lot in comics, the comic space, but maybe because I care about the art form.
But you might be noticing them when it's done badly. It's like,
sure.
I care about the art form very deeply. I spend my entire fucking life.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Exactly how a comic page goes together. Like, but again, my characters are literally always moving. Someone made a joke once. They were like, "You'd really enjoy it if we had a scene with 2 people sitting at a table talking." I'd be so fucking bored drawing that. I want them to be talking the entire time, but I want them walking through a space. I want them moving through the environment. That's what I do.
Well,
That's
and
why
for
I
an
do all
artist,
those things with like a giant panel broken out into little pieces to show the characters moving through them.
and good editors, from what I understand, if you bring like a fight scene to like a Marvel or DC guy, they want to see your kitchen table scene. They want to see if you can tell a story and the boring parts too, because that's part of comics.
Of course you can, but when you do that, you do the close-ups on the hands on the coffee mugs and the things being poured and the dishes being scrubbed, and that's why I have like wait till you see Octopus. I mean, you've seen the bit in Octopus with the
Right.
several panels of the wine being poured. This is what I do. My point is, if it's two people sitting at a table talking, or like the thing that takes me longer to draw than anything is like. You know the pages in Powers where it's 5 widescreen panels with a face in the middle of each one talking back and forth? That would take me 2 fucking days to draw because I'd be so bored. Whereas if you give me like complicated, weird layout and perspectives, I will never get up from my desk and it'll be finished in 3 hours. It's about making it interesting.
I'm looking at the octopus thing earlier, and it's true. It's like people, you see the stairs, they're walking somewhere, they're always in motion. That's interesting.
Thanks.
I think it's hard. I think it's hard once you start studying the medium to like kind of separate. Because I get a disagreement with Richard as well, like the same thing where it's like Richard will be, to me it's a nitpick, right? But to him it's like, yo, this person will subconsciously know that something is worse. And I'm just like, if it's subconscious, why is it like if it's subconscious enough, it doesn't really matter. But I will say is that you study the medium a lot. So I do think you pick up these things. Like I study movies, like I fucking love movies. I can nitpick a movie all day. So I think that's part of it. I guess the question is like at what point is it nitpicking? Like when does it stop becoming practical? You know? And I would say, forcing a method or a technique on the people, I would definitely say it's impractical.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to. Sorry, I was going to cut you off and say exactly what you were going to say. So sorry about that. Like when you're enforcing a rule on someone, I think that when you are analyzing it to a granular level as a creator, I don't think that's impractical because I do think the subconscious is the difference between like good and great or mediocre and good. There's no fucking difference between Die Hard and every ripoff of Die Hard except those tiny things that 99.999% of people will never notice that just make them enjoy the movie a little bit more at every second.
I cannot disagree with you more. What about dialogue?
I said Die Hard.
I said what about the dialogue? What about
the dialogue?
Most movies are not written like most of those movies are not. That's what makes Die Hard. Anyway,
I mean, one can argue that the dialogue for Die Hard 1 was bad. It's Bruce Willis's the way he said them made them bad.
I would damn near say that would still be. I mean, I remember it. Let me say, I think the Die Hard dialogue relative. It's like Predator. When I talked about Predator with somebody, and they were like the dialogue was bad in Predator. Where I was like, no, I disagree with you. I think the dialogue is good. It sounds cheesy for sure. It's not perfect, but relative to what, if we're comparing genre, relative to like the cheese, relative to like if you took the satire out of Commando, relative to that, then it's fucking Shakespeare, you know? Like if you pick up some Jean-Claude Van Damme movie, it's not going to be as well written as Predator. I see what you're getting at.
But yeah, it's not the DiGiorno, it's the delivery of like the dialogue in The Social Network is as good as the dialogue in The West Wing, but The West Wing has significantly better actors and a significantly better director of photography putting it together so it feels like an incredibly realized world as opposed to some assholes trying to be smarter than each other.
We know, Richard, we disagree on that about The West Wing. It's like as soon as we leave the realm of comic books, because you know what? Like, I'll defer to you with comic books. But when we step out of this motherfucker and we talk about movies, that's when I'm like, okay, like I can kind of like, stick my chest out. I'm like, no, absolutely fucking. There's some of the corniest moments I've ever seen in television come from The West Wing. Like I can't go there, bro.
No, sure, it's corny as shit. I think all of Sorkin's stuff is corny as shit. But I'm saying that the delivery from those actors elevates it to a level that is so much higher than The Social Network, which is pretty fucking bad.
Nah, yeah,
in terms of.
That's
I mean,
insane. That's insane. That's insane.
I
There's no.
I don't think anybody can argue for film like chemistry, like makes or breaks anything. You know, especially when you're talking sitcoms or dramas, like the chemistry of the characters are going to make and break that when you're talking about it. Obviously, film and perspective and the way you do it, you know, it does stuff, but I think it's very easy to see. And same thing in comics, you know, a good artist is going to elevate a bad writer, period. It's just, you know, you may forgive it. You know, I've forgiven a lot of bad books because Jim Lee drew them, you know?
I mean, it's if you read the original script for Dogma, it's brilliant. It's a shitty movie.
I don't believe you.
No, genuinely, the script is really clever. A lot of it is not in it in the final version, but the script is really clever and really well written. And if it was handled well, it would have been an amazing film.
I'm just laughing because you're like, Social Network, trash.
No, I'm saying
Dogma.
Social Network is equally as well written as The West Wing. I'm just saying the acting is terrible, and so it brings it down. Or the acting is, or the chemistry of the characters is nowhere near as good. I'm not gonna say the acting is terrible.
Okay. You specify. You're saying the West Wing characters have more chemistry, which makes more sense because they had like what 6 seasons together.
Sure, but I'm saying from the jump.
Okay.
I think Allison Janney is better than fucking Jesse Eisenberg. Yeah, a hot take.
And not in that role.
Well, I mean,
he would have been great.
Jesse, the strength of Jesse is he doesn't have chemistry with anybody. That's what makes him special. That's why he plays a good Lex Luthor. Why he plays a good.
You're the only other person in the world who thinks, other than me, who thinks he plays a good Lex Luthor.
I think he played a great Lex Luthor.
I love him as Lex Luthor.
Do you think they play? Do you think how are you gonna feel when they cast you, Jesse Eisenberg, as you in a movie?
That would make sense to me with the hair and everything. That's perfect.
Make a lot of sense.
Travis is clearly going to be played by Jason Mantzoukas.
Jesus, I would think Jason Lee.
I would like that, but Jason Lee, like, he looks homely now. He's struggled. Like he needed to keep that. He's not doing well. Every time I see him, I'm just getting a little sadder, even though I love the dude.
I'm curious, like, what do you got when you say like comic book is poorly written? Because I feel like most comic books are poorly written. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's so rare that I read a comic where I'm like, okay, this is like great storytelling. I think people fall in the like pitfalls of genres, especially superhero stuff. I think like we talked about earlier, like the dialogue to me is just, I get it. Like why would you focus? Like people will suggest things, right? Like somebody, I forgot who it was. Somebody suggested that every writer letter their own comics, which in principle, sure. In practicality, no. I don't want to learn how to letter right now. I want to focus on other things. I feel like when writing a comic book, there's so much other things that's considered like pacing, story, character stuff. So I understand why there's not an emphasis on dialogue, but there has to be a floor, like there should be a floor. And I
think
I
comics
agree.
are a forgiving medium.
You said what?
I think comics are a forgiving medium.
Yep.
Because as long as you were entertained, you're okay because there was only a $5 investment. I think that they get away with a lot, and that's why people like an Ellis or a Hickman really blows people away because they're like, no, I'm making this fucking art, and I don't care if I'm writing X-Men or I'm writing my own creator own stuff. It's going to be like this crazy in depth. Like you have to think about it for hours. That's what they do. That's why they're good at their craft. But I also think you need the other fun part of comics. What makes comics fun? Spider-Man's little quips that don't make sense. Why he would say those quips. Spider-Man's life's going good, so Peter Parker's life has to be a mess. Like those dichotomies are what makes comics fun. When you're talking about superheroes.
I'm thinking of Bendis. I'm thinking of Bendis, and I'm like, oh, George hates when I talk shit about Bendis, but I'm like, dog, the motherfucker. I think he's like a great writer for like 90. Well, I think he's a good writer for like 80%, and then it'll be like a line of dialogue that's just like why the fuck would he say that? Like, why? It just drives me crazy.
That shouldn't be your problem with Bendis. Your problem with Bendis should be that he has more word bubbles than action, and two, he cares about he takes a middle ground with continuity that nobody else does. He'll be like, I want to take this continuity and not this continuity, and that's fucking infuriating.
Well,
like,
you would have to you'd have to read. You have to be a big Bendis reader for the second part, and then I read House of M, which didn't have a lot. I feel like didn't have an excess of stuff.
No, it didn't have a lot of exposition.
So like that's more or less what is considered a good comic book run. And yeah, every once in a while, Spider-Man, it was like, because it was a point where somebody said something off screen. And have you guys seen Black Dynamite?
The movie? Yeah.
The movie. It's like this really weird scene where like Black Dynamite walks to a room, and I think it's like prostitutes, and he's like, here comes Black Dynamite, and then this girl walks off. She like something like, it's gonna be all right. He's like, Patricia, shut the fuck up. I know you. I ain't gotta look. Like Spider-Man talks off screen. It's a bubble, and I'm like, I just know that's fucking Spider-Man. Like I just knew it, and then he fucking cuts, and it's Spider-Man. It's like,
I will say, Travis, the two things you listed are the things that I love about Bendis. I love middle ground continuity because comic book continuity is so fucked. I don't give a shit. And two, I'm so happy to have more dialogue than action. I think that Bendis is at his peak when he is writing Daredevil, and it is like courtroom drama with like where the action is conveyed through like the DeLuca effect done by belief of Matt Murdock walking through a courtroom. That's amazing. I love it. I mean, it's the fastest read in the world for me because I will never look away from the page. When it is Bendis doing fucking Superman flying out to space, page one, and then and with a huge set of boxes explaining why everything that happened in the last story happened, page two, and then I decided to go home because like that's dog shit storytelling, you know.
I mean, Daredevil's his best run, so I can't argue that.
Sure, but Powers is also very good. It has some weak moments, but Powers is in general very good, and I think that Avengers Disassembled is very good, and I think that.
And that's what I was going to say to Stoke. House of M. The reason why people like House of M is because Avengers Disassembled. They make a mistake and read House of M. Avengers Disassembled is where the shit is.
Yeah, Avengers has huge problems. Alias is the best.
If you were a good writer, like for instance, I couldn't say like, oh, you say it was Disassembled before or after House of M?
Before.
Disassembled is before. That's where she says no more mutants.
Yeah, like so it's like, wait. She says no more mutants at House of M, I thought.
She says it in the beginning to catch you up to speed if you haven't read Avengers Disassembled, but she says it at the end of Avengers Disassembled. That's where she says it.
Yeah.
Fuck it. No, but like, yeah, but like, look at all the storytelling potential like that he had, and that I was well, House of M is great until all the Avengers get together, and then it's like just another Avengers story. But if you look at the potential, like you have all these characters, you have so much potential, and it's just to see where it ends up at, it's always disappointing for me, because like who like is Bendis is like the Tarantino of comics, right? Like, or Aaron Sorkin, like relative to at that time.
Yeah.
It's like I feel like Sorkin could write a comic book, right? Like I feel like I don't think Bendis could ever write a movie. Like I just think the skill gap between like a great writer in the different mediums, like I think movies is the highest, you know, and then I think comics is definitely below movies.
I mean, I disagree with. I agree with you there, if it's in terms of profit, but like I disagree with you there in terms of like the things you can do with the form. Comics is the only medium where you can control time. Comics is the most versatile of mediums. The only thing you're lacking is sound, and even then you can make up for it if you're a good enough writer.
I'm not talking about the medium. I'm talking about the writers of the medium.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Like if Bendis is like peak like comic book writer, like then he like if I'm just comparing from what I read, like he wouldn't be like the sixth best writer in Hollywood right now, in my opinion. Like after a Sorkin, after a Tarantino, after I mean this is obviously like 2000 whatever the fuck he came out. After Martin McDowell, like it would just be so far down. And I think when Travis said it's a forgiving medium, that makes sense. You can't hear the dialogue, right? I think that also plays into it.
I think that's what the big difference is with Bendis, though, is that the way he paces it was so that you could hear the dialogue. That's why, like, people criticize him now for his ums and his ahs and his, like, mammoth approach to dialogue, but it was done so that you could hear it. He wrote it like it was a film. We have to also remember, like, if you read Total Sellout, Bendis came to Hollywood to be a film writer and didn't,
Yo, what? Like, so you telling me Bendis was the original, like, one of these motherfuckers that it's like,
yeah.
I want to make a movie, but I can't, so I'll make a comic book. You tell me that was Bendis.
Well, kind of.
That's
and like it's why
hysterical.
He went to art school and hated it, and he drew his own comics for the first three. And a lot of people, I think that like they show potential, but I think they're kind of dog shit.
Well, he didn't draw him. He took a picture and drew over it, traced it.
Yeah, okay, that's still drawing.
I disagree.
There's a lot of stuff in there that he didn't draw over. Like Goldfish, Jinx, and Torso have a lot of stuff in them. He also did letter his own comics. He lettered all of them.
Sure, yeah. I'm not saying he's not talented, but...
Yeah, I mean, like, the first thing he got told at Marvel was, as long as you don't draw it, we'll hire you. It's such a good burn, right? It's sort of the equivalent of, like, you're ugly and your mother dresses you funny. But, like, I don't know, like, Stokes, you and I very strongly disagree on who's a good writer in Hollywood, but... Yeah, because I fucking hate Tarantino.
But you would say he's not a good writer?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it depends on your parameters, right? Like...
Yeah, like good stuff. This is subjective.
If you're talking about... Because his story... No, well, you know what's funny is I might not disagree with you now, but I would disagree with peak Tarantino. Because Tarantino now is like... It's like damn near fan service at this point. And the structure is fucked. Like I don't think he's had a well-structured movie since like
You're right, there is no end to that sentence.
Pulp Fiction?
No, I think the not Django, but the other cowboy one. I can't think of it right now.
Hateful Eight. I mean, the structure.
Structurally, it's a fantastic movie.
You were right. The structure of that movie is. You're right. The structure of that movie is fine, but like the structure of. No, I agree with you there, Richard. Like it depends what you're looking for. In terms of like dialogue, I think in terms of writing dialogue that is spectacle, I would argue that he's the best. And that is a lot. Hey, Passion, there is a lot of that right now. That is kind of a trend. If you look at the MCU, you look at like Sorkin, you look at Martin McDowell. There are entire movies that are coming out now that are about like dialogue is an aesthetic, essentially. Mm-hmm. Which is why, Travis, I disagree with you when you said the Quentin Tarantino characters like talk they all talk differently. Not to me. There's a rhythm. There's verbal motifs. Sometimes they repeat the same fucking thing.
Yeah, I honestly think if you looked at a Tarantino script and you covered up the characters' names, you would not be able to identify which character.
See, I read Pulp Fiction before I read the screenplay before I saw the film.
You nerd.
I wasn't allowed to because I loved Quentin Tarantino. But I found here's the interesting thing about Quentin Tarantino, which is a huge like thing that hurt when I learned. My favorite Quentin Tarantino movies are probably better plays. Reservoir Dogs and Hateful Eight are my
Mhm.
two favorite. Those are better plays. If they were a one-stage play on a one set, because they're both one set basically, there's only one scene in both of them that take place outside, they would actually have made better plays.
I don't know if that's.
I agree, and they would have done very well at the fucking Echo or whatever, and then been.
Oh yeah, I probably would have never seen their plays.
I mean, look, and my point was like, we have very different tastes in who's a good writer and who isn't. I also think that like Bendis is someone who fundamentally understands who Spider-Man is. I don't like his Spider-Man comics. When I see Bendis's like fingers in the pie of Spider-Man, it's in that really like that one really good Spider-Man show, the MTV one. And you can see that Bendis has a strong hand in how that is being put together. I don't like his Spider-Man comics. I don't like Spider-Man showing. I was so happy when Spider-Man showed up in New Avengers, and then as soon as he was actually there, I was like, God damn it, why is he here?
You know what's so funny, and so let me be clear. Like, through a specific lens, I think you'd absolutely call Tarantino not a good writer. Like that's fine. So it's not even a subject. I mean, that I guess that's our definition subjective. But we can agree. We don't disagree with as much as we think. And talking about breaking rules, it's like he's breaking rules, but now he's not subverting them, or he's not doing interesting things with them. So it's also that's
Pat being wrong there.
Huh?
I said, look at Pat being wrong.
But Pat like loves it makes sense. Like he's a dialogue head. Can you give me the thesis of what we were talking about?
My point was just like you brought up Tarantino.
No, actually, I know what I'm talking about. So when you look at, I think like, but this is why I hate the idea of a comic relief character. Like I can't fucking stand it, because what you're going to do is reach in the bottom of the barrel and give them something to do. It's the problem with like any like it's what happened with Chang and Community, where it's like, okay, sometimes we have funny things for this guy to do who's like a really good comedic actor, and sometimes it's going to be just he's Asian. Like, you know, sometimes, or Chevy Chase, it's like he's a great comedic actor. Sometimes I'm just old. Like, it's like when you have that structure where like we just need an easy joke, and I feel like that's what, again, I'm not a Bendis fan, so I don't know for sure, but that's the impression that I get, is that Spider-Man is the comic relief character, but which I just hate. Well, if you're gonna do it, make sure it's funny. And honestly, I hate the idea that like, oh, this writing for Spider-Man isn't funny. It's like, it's not supposed to be funny. It's like, well, then fuck this character. Like, if Spider-Man is not supposed to be funny, he's gonna be comic relief, then fuck him. He sucks. Like, what kind of shit is that?
I think that like where we forget with comic relief, like one on the Community thing, like there's this I can't remember if it was like an injury or a commentary or something. Like Dan Harmon is congratulating himself for this line in Community where Abed refers to someone as being like, if this were a show, he'd be the E, or the Johnny Drama, or the Turtle. Man, that show is sloppy. Talking about Entourage, right? But the thing is, like, when you look at that same basic logic, you're right. Like, Community has Chevy Chase, it has Chang, it has Donald Glover, who are all basically the punchlines for being the dumb guy, the old guy, or the fucking weirdo guy who's sometimes just vaguely racist Asian guy. And like, it's the exact same thing. But like, the thing about a comic relief character is they are there for relief. They do not have to be there to undercut the moment with a joke. They have to be there to release the tension by offering something different to the other characters. They can be a character who uses their comedy for kindness, uses their personality to bring another character out of a difficult situation and like ease us as the viewers or the readers into a difficult situation or a difficult scene or conversation, whatever. Like, it doesn't have to be fucking Screech coming in to say dumb shit or be so wacky that he eats Chinese food in the morning. Like, that is bad writing. That is what Spider-Man and New Avengers is.
You know what example?
It's what, like, a problem.
You know, example I think of what movie had amazing comic relief was Infinity War. Like, I felt like that was a perfect example. I think that's probably the only example I've seen where something was equally tense and funny and kind of kind of like effortlessly kind of went back and forth as well without undercutting the stakes. Like Pat said, I think that's kind of I think that's one of the examples that I can think of that.
I think James Gunn does it in both Guardians.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and he wrote the Infinity War, or he wrote those parts in Infinity War.
Yeah,
Well, no, I would say that. No, I would actually say that. And there are times in Guardians, especially Guardians 2, where it just ruins the taser face thing, where like that just completely.
That took out.
That was terrible.
They're looking for
terrible. Or even the Suicide. Oh my God, the Suicide Squad was fucking worse. So yeah,
Well, I think Suicide Squad. I think Suicide Squad is done on purpose to. That's kind of the way that film was designed to be made, to one up each other, kind of like a one, which is what the characters do too. Like villains one up each other. That's what they do.
You still need to have stakes though. Like if you don't have, that's the key. Is that it's a contradiction, right? Like it's like a parody.
Well, stakes is Starro. There's no real stakes.
Like a satire, right? Like a great satire, you can judge it as like a great spy. Give me a good satire. Undercover Brother. Y'all seen that?
Mm-hmm.
That like works as a blaxploitation movie on its own. It works as a spy movie as well, but it also like is really fucking funny. When you look at, I don't know why I didn't just go straight to Edgar Wright. When you look at Hot Fuzz, like it's a funny cop movie, but it's also like it has an engaging like mystery that makes sense. It's like it's one of those things where like, yeah, you want to let the air out of the situation, but you better not undercut the tension too much. Sure. And you better have like funny jokes. And that's where I think the Suicide Squad failed kind of on both, is that the first half of the movie, it's like this is a like black comedy, nobody's safe. And then you get to the second half and it's basically an Avengers movie. Like there are characters that die, but it's very telegraphed. It's very like, okay, yeah, like the state you've why the fuck are the Suicide Squad fighting Starro? It doesn't make any fucking sense. Mm-hmm. Like, so it's everything's a tightrope with writing, like it's a, what they say, it's more craft than skill. What the fuck? It's more art than craft. I don't know.
Have you seen Skeleton Twins?
No, that's your boy, right?
Who?
TT? Didn't he do that?
What?
With Taika Waititi?
No. It's the one with what's her face from Saturday Night Live, who I like a lot. And
Bill Hader and Amy Poehler.
Bill Hader and
Amy Poehler.
No. Fuck.
Oh yeah, no. So this is recent. This does look like one of his movies, though.
It was like 2014, 15. It's not. I'm not going to defend it as a good film. It has some like, exactly what I'm going to say. Yep. Thank you. Oh no, he ended it with a different film. I thought he was describing Skeleton Twins. It's a film that does really well to handle very heavy topics with the thing that functions as comic relief is someone coming into being a genuine friend and then making jokes to make the other person feel comfortable, delivering jokes to the other characters rather than delivering jokes for the camera.
Yeah. Great point.
Spider-Man always feels like he's delivering jokes to the camera. It's there's the line in Studio 60 where she says, when I said pass the butter, I got to laugh at rehearsal and not at dress. And he says, yeah, because when you asked for the butter at rehearsal, you were asking for the butter. When you asked for a rehearsal, you were asking for the laugh. And like it's a subtle difference that you have to be incredibly good at what you're doing to do. But if you know how to do that, you understand that line.
Have you watched what was the Aaron Sorkin movie with it had Javier Bardem and was that? Let me look this shit up. It was basically like I Love Lucy, right? Yeah.
I didn't see it. I dropped off with Sorkin at Newsroom because I was like, you're getting a little too idealistic and, a Republican pretending to be a Democrat for my taste.
Yeah, Every Aaron Sorkin movie turns into a Hallmark movie for sure. No, you know what's so funny is he made what was that shit called? The Trial Chicago 7.
Yeah.
And the critique that I thought like it's unknowingly a great critique of the DNC. Like it's like literally like it's quite literally, but it's like I don't think he meant to do that. Like I don't think he realized what movie he made, and it's kind of hilarious.
That film is like it's so fucking enjoyable if you're just enjoying Sacha Baron Cohen as Abby Hoffman. If you're a big Abby Hoffman fan, if you're a big Aaron Sorkin fan, I guess you probably like that film too. But like anyone in between those 2 points is probably like, why am I sitting through this?
Yeah, no, I mean the dialogue is good. I mean he writes aesthetic dialogue, and it was called Being the Ricardo. I can't believe the movie came out 2 years ago. Being the Ricardos was.
God, I forgot that existed. I didn't even know he'd written that.
Yeah, I mean it was what I liked about it was it kind of like showed why she was a genius, and it kind of went. I think you would like it because it kind of goes into like.
That seems like my kind of film.
I want to say real anal, but nothing else really. I can't think of any other word like where you're kind of like really dissecting jokes and stuff like that. That's what she does. She was like, "Oh, Lucy can't be too stupid because then it ruins the suspension of disbelief." Like it was real particular in the way that she would execute the jokes. People would be like, Lucy, it's not that big of a deal. No, I remember what it was. She was like, it was something, and then where she, I don't know, I can't remember, but it was okay.
Well, it's like when I used to do stand up, one of the things we would do is like the people I worked with, we would literally like do our sets. And then we'd like get our scripts, put them up on a fucking overhead projector because this is a long fucking time ago, and project them onto a whiteboard. And we would like break them down word by word as a group and figure out this fucking granular shit of like, what is the pacing on this line? What is the cadence of this sentence? How do we make this piece land more? How do we up the tension on this part? Like, and you know, like if you look at like Lucille Ball lasted for a reason. This is what I like when we're talking about that subconscious shit. That's what makes it that's legacy building.
Yeah,
sure.
You know.
Well, that's why when I think about people who can make commentary and then also add humor and then add suspense, like I look at like someone like Kevin Williamson in the early Screams. You know how he could make commentary on the genre, make you fear like make it a horror movie as well as make it funny as fuck. Like they were hilarious, and you would and horror movies that we saw before that was like a Freddy Krueger, right? Like that those were the funny movies, and not two fucking stupid people trying to kill people.
Yo, do you think the Scream movies are funny, Richard?
I do. I think that.
Oh no.
Scream 3 is a masterpiece in comedy, and it's a masterpiece in visual comedy.
Kevin Williams didn't write that one, but
what?
Kevin Williams didn't write that one. It was 1, 2, and 4 that he wrote.
No, I know that, but I think Scream 3 is honestly the best of the entire series. I think that it has like the middle is just a drag, but I think that the beginning and the ending are so fucking fantastic. I'm gonna say like I don't know whose idea it was to have an out of focus background gag that Lance Henriksen's character literally has a diving board out of his office window in case he ever wants to kill himself because Hollywood sucks is so fucking good. That's like that is the absolute epitome of like putting in a joke where you do not have to add like you know how good your joke is, you don't even have to draw attention to it. And obviously second best is Scream 1, third best is Scream 4, then Scream 2, then Scream 5.
I haven't seen. I just hate like that self-referential humor. Like I just like it. I like Scream 4 a lot, but I felt like Scream 4 also like kind of played. I'm just so sick of meta humor, bro. And I think it's not fair.
It's true. I mean, we're older than you, so when we saw Scream, that was very original, and nobody had done it before.
I mean, Ninja Turtles had done it. Raphael had been talking to the camera since I was 3.
Is a fourth wall break off? I mean, that's not the same thing as Scream.
It would. He would comment on the things that were happening within the scene, and he would do jokes. Like I'm saying, like, no, I'm kind of joking. I actually agree with Travis. Like, Scream was very revolutionary.
I'm about to say, what the hell? Like,
no, I'm doing a joke. I'm doing a joke about other old.
I don't get that old ass movie. I don't get that reference.
Have you seen Turtles Forever, Richard?
Yeah, I've seen the original fan cut. I never fucked with the Nickelodeon because I'm cool.
They had all the different Ninja Turtles from all the universes come and meet each other, and the 90s cartoon was talking to the camera and like telling kids not to do drugs, and the other Ninja Turtles were like, what the fuck are you doing?
Did you see that? So like the fan made one's amazing. The Nickelodeon re-edit of it is sort of weird, and then Nickelodeon did a remake of it as a single episode of the 2012 Turtle series.
Right, it's like an anniversary. Yeah,
awful.
You know, also the thing, quick slide, the meta humor is
Pat, that. Can Pat just come into this thing? Like, I don't have time to read this.
Well, I'm going to be going to bed in 7 minutes. So.
Yeah, no, that's facts. I think what hurts too is like when you look in the mirror and you thought like, damn, I really wanted to be Josh Whedon. Like,
no, whoever did that?
The people born.
Yeah,
after 92.
I never thought he was that great. Like I thought like his actors are what made him what he was, not necessarily.
No, but I mean that's fine. But I didn't have your foresight when I was 17 years old. Like when you first realize what meta humor is, you just think it's so impossibly clever, and it's just like it just makes my stomach. It causes it makes me like cringe. Like literally, like physically cringe. And I think that's part of it as well. And you're seeing a rise. You're seeing a rise in it. And you know what? I was watching the Animaniacs years ago.
True.
But I think you see stuff like that where it works so much better. Like it's so much more subtle. You know, Looney Tunes. You know, it's just like Working on 5 had this great comic book where somebody who did like an Akira bike slide, and the first time they just did it, and then it like references then, and then like references now. It's like, yo, I just did an Akira bike slide, and then a person was like, yo, check out that Akira bike slide, which I'm pretty sure was a knock on Rick and Morty. Mm-hmm. And I am a huge fan of Rick and Morty. I was a huge fan of Rick and Morty. But like the worst parts of it was when they would just shove the plot of its own ass. I mean, it's a Dan Harmon. Yeah, it's the same thing for Community.
But Dan Harmon, you know, he's also really smart at knowing what people are good at. You know, if you look at first in the Community, you then look at season 2. It's because he's like, all right, Donald Glover, you're a Mormon. You've been through all this stuff. Let's play on that. Let's stop you being a football jock. Let these characters, let the best parts of their personalities that are funny play out, so we can play with that. And you got better stories.
Do you think that with the Joss Whedon thing, a lot of it was that people growing up with him, it wasn't just that he was breaking the fourth wall. It wasn't just that he was like addressing the culture that was within the culture. It was he was talking directly to us as the viewer, being like, I watch the same things as you. Like I grew up at a point where it was still impossible to know if a TV show was new or not, because all TV was on and you just accepted what it was. There wasn't the advertising wasn't geared toward this is a new TV show. So like Beverly Hillbillies and Fresh Prince of Bel-Air were kind of equal, except that one was black and white. There was this turning point for me that I remember really clearly where like I remember Mighty Morphin Power Rangers was a new show and they pushed it hard as this is a new thing. And then there's an episode of Fresh Prince where Lisa kicks someone on a date and he says, what are you, a Power Ranger? And I was like, oh, this show is new as well. That's really interesting. I didn't know this was current. And like Joss Whedon comes along and he's like, I'm gonna have fucking Andrew do a reference to Trogdor the Burninator, the thing that all of you are like watching on the internet right now. And that suddenly felt like so fucking current, and it made us all go, oh, this show is made by people who are us. And that was a different feeling.
I think you're I mean, for me, you're overthinking it, man. I just really liked Avengers. Like I was 18 when Avengers came out, and that was one of the best movies that I had seen in the theater. Like that was a phenomenal movie. And I saw Cabin in the Woods, and that was great too. So
yeah, but we had already, us in our 40s, we had already known who Joss Whedon was and know what he was capable before Avengers was even a glimmer in his eyes.
That was my point. Was I was speaking from the perspective of like a writer developing when he was peaking, during Avengers.
Did you ever have a time like me though? Like, was there ever a point where you weren't aware that TV was new, or that? Yeah, I guess that.
No, but
I'm not asking Stokes because he's 10 years younger than me.
I don't remember, dog. I mean, I grew up kind of in the on-demand era. Like, I don't know how to. Bro, I can't follow.
Was there a person that like? Was there a point where you like felt like this TV show, this movie is being made by someone who is like, I'm not looking in the mirror and thinking, I hope I can become Joss Whedon one day. I'm looking at Joss Whedon and thinking, oh my God, he's a reflection of me. Did you have like, is there a point of that for people who grew up in the on-demand days?
What the hell are you talking about?
Well, you said that like people looking in the mirror saying, I hope I can become Joss Whedon one day.
I don't know if I said that. I said I wanted to be Josh Whedon because I saw Avengers, and that was peak. And I saw Cabin in the Woods, and it happens a lot when you see somebody who like they'll watch Tenet, right? And they'll watch Tenet. This is the best movie because they're not familiar with tropes. They're not familiar with whatever. Mm-hmm. So I'm watching Cabin in the Woods for the first time. I'm over Scream. Like Scream is like passe, right? Scream is like kind of that's old, that's stupid. Scary Movie was better. And it was my introduction to meta humor, which I feel like had kind of gone away. Like I said, you had the Animaniacs, you had stuff like that. You had The Critic, but that was older, so it's like this little pocket. I mean, it was just as simple as I liked this dialogue and I liked his movies.
Okay, so that was someone who you saw and you wanted to be that. Not exactly that, but you wanted to be an equivalent.
I had no idea about Josh Whedon, the personality.
No, I know. That's not what I'm saying. Was there a show or a movie where you watched it and you said, that person is me? Like that, like parasocial sense of like, I could be best friends with that creator.
No.
Really?
No, motherfucker. I told you to answer your question like 5 times. Overthinking ass. No, I never empathized with Josh Whedon, especially
not Josh Whedon. I'm saying someone
anybody
else.
As a kid. No, I mean maybe Judd Apatow. No, but maybe Judd Apatow because I thought I would like it'd be cool to hang out with him. But
see, like I saw when I first saw Dr. Katz, I was like, oh, someone else is doing jokes like I do. Someone else is doing things that are just a tiny bit funny. The thing that I think is the funniest thing in the world is to be a little bit funny, and someone else does too.
Like you were so far developed. You've been a 38-year-old man your entire life. So no, I wasn't that far in my development to watch a kid's cartoon.
This is going to be really crazy. So my influences growing up were Kevin Smith, Quentin, Robert Rodriguez, Guy Ritchie, Kevin Williamson.
I'm so sorry.
Wait, Quentin who?
What's up?
Quentin who?
Quentin Tarantino.
I'm sorry, I forgot that you guys were on a first name basis. I just wanted to make sure we all addressed it.
But the person who I connected with, who I thought I could be, was actually in comics, even though my goal was to be in film, and that was Bendis, believe it or not. Because so I was reading Jinx and Goldfish and Torso before he ever got famous. In fact, I sent Brian Michael Bendis, and I can actually even prove it if I need to. I sent him, I was working at McDonald's when I was 17 years old. I sent him, he was huge in the Monopoly game. He talked about it in his letter pages. Like he wanted to win the Monopoly game so bad, like thing. I sent him the hash browns, a whole row of hash browns that I stole from McDonald's, just the bags, so he could rip off the McDonald's things, so he could win, so he would be my friend. Because when I read, if you read drinks in Goldfish, if you read, they're so deformated. He's like, I'm just trying to be good. I just want you to like me. I'm trying to do this new thing. I know it sounds like Quentin Tarantino. I know, like, he was literally telling you, I don't have a voice yet. Like, please forgive me. I'm working it out. And I was like, yes, like, I don't have a voice yet. I'm trying really hard to figure out what that voice is because I'm 17 years old. I'm just writing shit. I remember going up to a music teacher going, hey, I have this really good idea of like writing music, but using other people's songs and making a musical. She's like, you could never fucking do that. That's not going to work. 5 years later, Moulin Rouge comes out and fucking bangs. Just trying to figure that out. So it was Bendis. And years later, I told him that story, and he drew me a sketch of Bendis wearing himself drawing a McDonald's hat. I got it somewhere. If I grab my sketchbook, maybe over here.
Yeah, I think the closest I would have, like I said, would be Judd Apatow, because I really wanted to hang out with him. I thought he was hilarious, and that back and forth that they had, that natural dialogue that felt like somebody just am I tripping? That back and forth, and that, like, how quick they were. I always admired that about them. Like, that just seemed really cool. And I feel like me and Seth Rogen would vibe for real,
Yeah. My earliest, I didn't know Bendis' stuff at all. My girlfriend in high school was like very into his stuff, and she loved Powers. And then I had to like look after him at a convention when I was 17 or 18, when he it had just been announced he was doing the exclusive Marvel stuff. And so my only real experience with Bendis was I had just been accepted to art school, and he started screaming at me not to go. It would be a waste of my time and everybody's time. And then he paid me $20 if I would sit in his chair and pretend to be him for like a half hour, because this like weird fan had showed up with like hundreds of comics for like the third day in a row. And so I signed all of those as Brian and spelled it with a Y. And every now and again, I still see them on. God damn! I wish I had my fucking Bendis sketch of me. It's so much better.
Oh, I've got some bangers. I got some money in the sketchbook. There's so many things.
I think my ex-wife has it. Hang on, I'm going to show you my tattoo from my favorite sketch of me. Travis, here's me as
I know you had tats.
Leilani Bishop as the cover of Live Through This. It's me in that role.
Yeah, I see it.
So, there's a book called Richard Loves You that was 64 artists got together for my 30th birthday to do sketches of me. Not organized by me, and I didn't know about it. It was all presented to me on my 30th birthday, and that was my favorite. I intended to get a lot of the other ones tattooed, but it felt sort of weird.
All right, guys, I gotta go to bed.
I wanted to share one more story. So this book is mostly Magneto sketches, because obviously the Magneto thing. But I want to show you something really funny if I can find it. So where is it? So I went up to Magnolia, Mr. Hellboy himself, and I was like, "Hey, man, could you draw a Magneto sketch for me? Would that be a problem?" And he literally took my sketchbook, annoyed, drew Hellboy, and wrote Mag Who. I'm not gonna say. So this sketchbook was ruined from that on as a kid. Can you see it or no?
Sort of.
Let's see if I can get some light. Is that better?
It's a little better.
Yeah, I see it. Hold up.
Yeah, so he took my sketchbook that has all these Magnetos in it from various artists, with the Magneto family and all this beautiful things, and just drew Hellboy, handed it back to me and says, "We good?" I was like, I guess. All right.
Yeah, it never occurred to me that the shit that I've like collected from cons over the years would be like worth having at some point.
Yes.
I have a fuck, what's his name? Before Scott Lobdell was revealed to be a not great individual, he was at a show and he showed up and he was like, I drew this for you, and he hands me this thing, and it just looks like a weird squiggle, like he's trying to make a pen work on a piece of paper. I was like, okay, cool, thanks. And I just like put it under the table. And then I'm like glanced down at it, I'm seeing it up the other way, and I realized that it's like a very precise portrait of me in his like very weird style.
Yeah, right.
But by the end of the day, 35 different people had thought it was a piece of paper with a scribble on it and had used it to like make sure their own signing pens were working.
That's wild.
Okay.
All right, good night, Stokes.
Good night. I'll wait for your story.
It wasn't a good story. I'm sorry.
No, I know. Yeah, you see me nodding off. But all right,
do you know who Scott Waddell is?
No.
Yeah, that's fine. That one's actually acceptable, believe it or not. He probably doesn't realize, but that one's actually acceptable because you got to be reading X-Men at that era to know who Scott Waddell is and care.
Yeah. I mean, it was a weird. I will say, he couldn't stop touching my assistant's ponytail throughout that whole weekend, and she was like, "Please stop doing that." And he said, "No."
I probably shouldn't say this live here. I'm going to shut off. Good night, guys.
He had like one